Well, hello there and welcome to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals for the 2022 season. We have got 2 days of FIFA action planned for you as we split up a €100,000 prize pot between 32 of the best players in Germany. My name is Brandon Smith and I've got the pleasure to be joined by Richard Buckley and Alex Bowden, as many will know, at the FIFA Analyst. Gentlemen, we have got an exciting 2 days ahead of us. Unfortunately, we're not in Germany. We're home in England, but we will be covering the international broadcast for you here over the next 2 days. Rich, we were back in, I think it was Berlin in 2019. A few years on, the Bundesliga is bigger and better than ever, and we're back for another big year.
Yeah, absolutely. You said that we can't be there, but we've got the second best thing. We've got the ability to watch over the next 12 hours of broadcast today and tomorrow to find out who is going to be the virtual Bundesliga champion. And also, there's some playoff spots up for grabs, which could be pivotal in some of these FIFA seasons continuing late into the summer.
Yeah, and someone else who is joining us on the broadcast for his first ever taste of German FIFA action is Mr. FIFA Analyst. He'll be giving us his lowdown on a lot of it this weekend. Alex, how excited are you to be here? You've been covering quite a few of the virtual leagues this year in the FIFA 22 Global Series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here, Brandon. The thing that I'm most looking forward to is seeing how obviously different nations have different play styles on FIFA and kind of get an understanding of what the meta is that these German players will be using. Something that I'm really looking forward to.
Well, hey, guys, we've got so much action today. Today's going to be Swiss action. So if you don't know what the Swiss format is, we're going to be playing 4 rounds on PlayStation and on Xbox. There's going to be a cross-console final tomorrow. Well, that'll be between €40,000. You're right to say as well, Rich, playoff spots. There's a lot of players in this tournament that will be just vying on league. You know, they haven't got FGS 1, 2, 3 or 4 in their back pocket. They need a big performance in this tournament to get to the playoffs and hopefully get to the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity and sort of the chances that you take on your FIFA season. When you see that calendar come out at the start of the year, you circle dates. You pick where you're going to hopefully put your more time into. Some FIFA competitors will spread themselves across everything, whether that's Club World Cup, E-Nations, the FGS qualifiers, the Team of the Season Cup. If you're fortunate enough to be an FGS Masters team, as we've got a couple of people in this tournament today who are, then you've got a little bit of luxury. You can maybe take an invite to the Team of the Season Cup, etc. But there's a lot of real pressure on a number of competitors here today.
And Alex, there's a lot of pressure because you're representing some massive football clubs here as well in world football. Yes, in Germany, but in the world that, you know, have featured and won Champions League titles, have massive players on their rosters as well. There's some big clubs involved in this virtual Bundesliga tournament.
Yeah, there is. And as you said, the pressure is definitely on. I mean, if you haven't made playoffs already, it is now time to do so. And if you don't make it here over this weekend, that's it. That could be your season done on this year's FIFA. So the pressure is certainly on, and it's just going to see if these players can do it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, a lot of you may have never seen the virtual Bundesliga. We might be wondering how we've got to this stage in our grand finals. We've got a video that explains everything, of course, the last 6 months of how we've got here. Take a look at this.
The most prestigious FIFA single-player competition in Germany is just around the corner. The VBL Grand Final by bevestor. The nation's FIFA elite has secured one of the coveted 32 spots in the Grand Final via the VBL Club Championship and the VBL Open Playoffs. Here's how the qualification process went. 2 players from each of the top 8 clubs in the VBL Club Championship received the starting spot in the Grand Final. 1 PlayStation player and 1 Xbox player. The remaining 16 participants had to qualify via the VBL Open and then the VBL Open Playoffs. Here, 128 of the best FIFA players in Germany had to qualify for the Grand Final. In total, 32 players qualified for the VBL Grand Final. These 32 players will again be divided into a PlayStation and an Xbox group. 5 Swiss rounds will then be played within each group. The first round to be played will be drawn for all participants. In each of the following 4 rounds, players with the same win-loss record will meet. There is a first and second leg in each round. The winner is the player who has scored more aggregated goals in both matches. As soon as a player has lost for the 3rd time, he is eliminated from the tournament. At the end of the Swiss rounds, 8 players remain on each console. Then each console begins the knockout phase with the first and second leg in each match. If the second leg is tied overall after regulation time, the match goes into overtime. If no winner is found here either, the ultimate thrill and decision will come in a penalty shootout. The quarterfinals are followed by the semifinals and the final. This concludes each of the 2 individual console tournaments. The PlayStation and Xbox winners finally meet in the big cross-console final. This also consists of a first leg and a second leg. The 2 matches will be played on both consoles, one on PlayStation and one on Xbox. A coin flip decides which console will be used to start. The winner of these 2 games can then call himself the champion of the Virtual Bundesliga 2022 and will be crowned the best FIFA player in Germany.
Yeah, and that man on your screen will be hoping that he can do it back-to-back years. RB Leipzig's Umit is back in today's grand final. As you can see him in the centre of the screen here. A couple of things to take from that, gents, as we're going to break down each 16 here on PlayStation, Xbox, is that we're going to see a cross-console final, Richard. It's something we haven't seen for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we went all to one console, that being the PlayStation 5 this year. We've not had the reason to do a cross-console final. However, we will have one the end of play tomorrow to find out who will be the virtual Bundesliga champion. From left to right, you can see the PlayStation players there. So Hatino, HSV Daniel, Denny 10, FCSP Kamal, Henning, Epical, Anto Ladra there, Umut, Chaser, Leroy, Timox, Prater FIFA, Thomas OM, Hasigs, Jitensink, and Lucas 1004 to put a name to the face.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, Alex, a player or two players that had to go through the long way around the qualification. Those names included The Stranger and Dylan Mike. They're in this pack of 16 Xbox players. Talk me through those names.
Yeah, the Xbox bracket as well is very stacked. We've got Ice Vogel, the man who did so well FIFA 18, returning here in the virtual Bundesliga. Bassinio, Fabio, Lobsetti, Fanino, got Gaucho 10 as well. Julie, Dolan Mike, as you said, going that long way. Had a good tournament in the Team of the Season Cup a few weeks back as well. Musty, Levy Fun, Borak May, The Stranger, Focus Stylo, Don Chap, Megabit, who I am so much looking forward to seeing, and then Zizou Zidane as well.
Well, let's have a look at the fixtures of how we're going to be playing out our first round here. As we said, we've got Swiss action coming to you today. It's sort of a two-parter today. We've got PlayStation games first. Swiss round 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be coming your way thick and fast off the back of this pre-show. And then this afternoon, this evening, we'll be kicking into our Xbox games again. 4 rounds. Rich, talk me through those PlayStation ties in terms of any ones that you think will be the standout games.
Yeah, well, for PlayStation, the standout games are going to be Prater FIFA versus Sarantino, and also the game that we're going to be focusing on from the get-go, Denny 10 against Umut. It's a rematch from the E-Champions League just a week ago. We have to say as well, I believe these times are for the German broadcast as well, so take 1 hour off to get accustomed. We're going to be kicking off in 7 minutes' time with our round 1 of PlayStation 5.
Yeah. And on the Xbox side, as we said, we'll have Megabit against Stylo. Stylo, the oldest player in this tournament. It was great to see him qualify for this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, and Ice Vogel in there against Levy Finn. They're going to be 2 of our featured games that come a little bit later on today. As you said, 5:15 German time. That'll be when we kick off our Xbox side of play. But there's a lot of money involved in this, Alex. 100,000 euros. This is the split, and there's a lot of pressure that comes when you're playing for this sort of cash.
Yeah, this is what these players play for. Not only just the competition, but also with the money on the line. Knowing €100,000 as the overall prize pool, 40,000 for the winner, which going home with that in your back pocket this weekend, you'll be very happy with that for your year. But it certainly adds a lot of pressure to each and every one of these players, knowing there's obviously a great prize pool on the line.
No, absolutely. Plenty of cash on the line. Pressure will follow as well. There's been a lot to talk through there. We'll be moving through a lot of what is to come across these next 2 days. I've got to say, looking at some of these rosters, FC Ingolstadt, Timo, or Timox, and Ice Vogel, the Kingfisher. That's one hell of a roster. Good to see Megabit back as well. I know for a while Werder Bremen haven't been at the forefront in Bundesliga competitions such as the Club Championship, which they won. Mo Alba and Megabit. When we were there in 2019, Richard, it was Megabit and Mo Alba in a cross-console final. Times have changed a little bit. We know Mo Alba is not competing this year. He's an analyst this time round in Cologne. There's a lot of new names that have come through in that time. Musty being one of those younger names coming through, like Henning, who was at the E-Champions League group stages. Naturally, as we've seen in the last online era, the last 2 years, some names have, I wouldn't say fallen, but have maybe fallen to the back, and a lot of new names have just naturally come on through.
Well, there's also a lot of those new names that are, I'll coin the phrase, pandemic-era players, where they've not had that LAN experience, they've not played in an environment where you've got lights, you've got cameras. All they're used to is sitting down, maybe in an office or a bedroom and playing online. Now they've got to do it on the main stage. They've got to do it in an environment where there's a huge opportunity to really take their season to the next level, potentially secure a playoff spot, potentially seal some real, not life-changing amounts of money, but serious amounts of money where you can start to pursue this as a full-time gig, hopefully sign a long-term deal with your club or an esports organisation down the line and start to turn this dream into a reality.
No, absolutely. There is a lot of added pressure there that's going to be coming across these next 2 days. And you guys that have tuned in now or across the weekend, you'll have the opportunity to earn some rewards, Alex. I believe that is correct. There's some decent prizes on the line this weekend if you do stay tuned watching the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals.
Yeah, that there is. What you have to do is make sure that you have your EA and Twitch account linked together. And if you watch for 60 plus minutes, you'll be eligible to pick up a crest, your FGS player swap token, which I know so many of you are looking forward to as well, a TIFO, and a kit to represent the virtual Bundesliga in-game. So just make sure that you have your EA account and your Twitch account linked together to be able to earn those rewards.
Yeah, why not? Get yourself some decent prize this weekend for watching some of the best German FIFA players in action. We're going to go to our first quick break now, but when we get back, we're jumping straight into round one of Swiss on the PlayStation, live from Cologne. It's the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Day one of play is near enough upon us. Myself, Brandon Swift, and Richard Buckley guiding you through Swiss round one. It looks to be an exciting start here, Rich. Nevertheless, as we said, the live finals are in Cologne right now. We're trying our best to give you a few shots of what is going down over there across these 2 days. Obviously, there's a full production team working there. We are just following that international feed, so there might be a few times where we go to their commentary team or so forth. But regardless, we're going to try our best to take in the atmosphere of what's going on in Germany, Richard, and look at this for a first opening 2 games we're going to be having today.
Yeah, these are 2 featured matches of our first round of Swiss here on the PlayStation 5. Denny 10 against Red Bull Leipzig's Umut, and also Predator FIFA against Serhatino from Schalke. Both of those 2 teams on the bottom of the screen, by the way. Huge esporting heritage when it comes to their history in the game, and when you look at the clubs as well and the players that have represented those clubs, real pressure on the shoulders.
We have to talk about it as well. There are some restrictions involved in the tournament this time round, and those include that it's Bundesliga players only, 2 players per club maximum, with 1 German icon and one Bundesliga foot hero involved. We had a bit of time yesterday, Richard, to look at the teams and to look at some of these potential lineups. It looks naturally that there's just too much quality in promo items and from recent promos that there isn't a foot hero in these teams, and to be honest, there probably won't be a German icon either.
Yeah, I mean, the only German icon that springs to mind potentially would be Lothar Matthäus, but then you've got a couple of Team of the Season foot items, Jude Bellingham and Totsen Kunku, who just outperform it. They don't really compete with the current crop of Team of the Season, foot birthday, fancy foot, whatever the promo is. You got Da Costa in at right fullback, the Showdown series foot item. There's so much quality on the pitch. I'm not surprised the lack of icons and or heroes.
Both these players have rich history in this competition. Player that we saw just last weekend. Could be an early chance. Back to goal, well played by Danny Da Costa for Predator FIFA. He had a decent first out running in his E-Champions League campaign. He qualified for the top 8 in Stockholm, Sweden. And also had a decent season in the virtual Bundesliga. Only 19 years of age. He featured in the club championship alongside his teammate in Megabit. Just about did enough to get their qualification into these finals through their performance there. And this is his second ever virtual Bundesliga final that he has played, and he was actually an Xbox player last year, took the move over to PlayStation, and here's a story for you, Richard. He was eliminated in the quarterfinals by this player here, Sir Hatinho. Wow. Maybe an opportunity for a bit of revenge.
As you mentioned, Predator FIFA finished 21st on the Global Series rankings. When it comes to the playoff hunt, jumping over to the other game, Denny 10 against Umit. We have got a goal, and it's Umit taking the lead, 1-0 up.
Denny 10, he didn't have the best of campaigns, did he, in the E-Champions League? As we'll jump across game to game as much as we can. Here's the goal that you missed. It was Jude Bellingham. Made a lovely ongoing run there, the Borussia Dortmund player in a RB Leipzig shirt. Perfect start for Umit, who you could argue there is some big pressure on his shoulders. He could be a back-to-back virtual Bundesliga champion across this weekend in Cologne.
It seems right. The first goal here of the virtual Bundesliga. Scored with what's sort of being described as the German cross. That's what the phrase has been coined.
Just catching there, Richard. Sorry, my attention was that there is going to be a German icon that does feature in the side of Denny 10 of FC Heidenheim. He's our second oldest competitor in this tournament. Had success with the club championship, not this year, the year before. He was part of the winning roster. You can just see on his screen there, Nick Luigi, I should say, a legend in the FIFA scene, taking that seat next to him as coach. I'm going to say, are we going to see an Anders Vergang in the booth of RB Leipzig? But I'm not sure if he did travel over to Germany this weekend. Diaby finds Davies. Could be a chance for an equaliser. Well played by Castells, who come out and claim well.
Yeah, there's the well to get in behind there. Looking for that cutback. Couldn't quite find the pass that he wanted, but opening signs for Denny 10. Building.
Verts towards the back post. Haaland is there. Brilliant save. It still is alive. And again, it's going to need that Wolfsburg number 1 to just step in the way. It looks as if he's going to be a poignant figure in goal across these 2 days. Just because of what? You allowed two players from the same club. Bayern Munich players are going to be hot property. You don't really want to waste a pick, I guess, on Neuer.
Yeah, it looks to be Alphonso Davies and Lewandowski, the 2 players from Bayern Munich, featured. So Kevin Trapp certainly fulfills a job between the sticks. Does a very good job at that. So there's no reason to use Manuel Neuer. I also don't really rate too highly Manuel Neuer this year on FIFA.
I had got his team of the season just a few weeks ago in that Bundesliga promo, and he was a bit flaky for me.
He's got unique animations. Sometimes they don't work for the best of him. He does a save where he like put his hand down to his leg sometimes, and I don't know, just I want more of a sturdy goalkeeper. I want to know what to expect.
Let's just have a chat about this player who's in possession at the moment, Sir Hatinho, who's playing for Schalke this year. What's more surprising is that a player that we normally resemble of playing for Schalke is Tim Latka. Not involved this year in the virtual Bundesliga. He did come second last year, though, did Sir Hatinho. He actually lost in the Xbox final to Dullen Mike. It's his second virtual Bundesliga finals this year. Hoping to go one step further, building up nicely now of Alphonso Davies, one of those Bayern Munich picks. Back to Jude Bellingham. He's going to be that box-to-box midfielder. Across these next 2 days, out of play goes. Half-time in this one. Between Werder Bremen and Schalke, it's 0-0.
You talk about Sir Hatinho in an outstanding FIFA 20 season. I think 3 FUT Cups in a row, if memory serves me correctly. Atlanta, Paris, and then Bucharest. Followed by the, as you said, sort of the year after that, Xbox Vice Champion in 2021. Just a really good player who's sort of rising to prominence in the FIFA and especially the German scene at the moment. It's very hard to do, though, with the amount of talent that is in Germany, especially when you look at East Europe as a region to qualify out of as well. It's a really, really tough region to get recognised. You have to be special to break out.
Well, look at every major tournament that we've been involved in over the last few years, whether it's the FIFA E-World Cup, there was always a quarter of the players Germany based. There was more than a quarter of players involved in the E-Champions League group stages in Stockholm. There was 32 players there, 9 of them were German. And then at the E-Champions League final, 4 of them were from Germany. So they do travel in numbers. But since, you would argue, Mo Alba win in that FIFA World Cup a few years ago, he's still a reigning world champion by his own right. There has been so many names that have popped up. Remember the online era, you rightly said, those FGS online cups we had. Predator FIFA was a winner there. Across the water back post, this could be dangerous. It's Alan that will be just queuing up there every single time across this weekend. He'll be waiting to see what he can do. It's going to be a tough job for a load of those fullbacks, whether that be Danny Da Costa on one side or Alphonso Davies on the other.
I do think we are going to see similar teams across the tournament. Maybe a couple of team selection changes here and there, but not too many. I really don't think. I'm surprised to see Erling Haaland getting a start for Umit. Didn't think he'd maybe fit the criteria. However, he's so physical, he's big, he's powerful, he's got pace.
Florian Wirtz now, one of the youngest and hottest prospects in world football at the moment. Bayer Leverkusen couldn't quite find his way through there. This is day one of the virtual Bundesliga finals. If you have just tuned in, here's Lewandowski, a place here to watch out for. Finds his way back to Diaby. Cut back, and Nkunku is defended well. He's just offside anyway. Won't be too much of a problem for RB Leipzig's Umit. Could be an unbelievable campaign for RB Leipzig. They were virtual Bundesliga club championship winners just a few months back. They could be on for the double this year if they can go the full way. It's a big job to ask either for Umit or Gaucho. Was not sure what Predator FIFA does there. Runs it out of play.
You're talking about Florian Wirtz, one of the hottest young prospects. We recently were looking at the next-gen top 50, Brandon, in the last couple of months, and there were a few Bundesliga players who featured in that. Florian Wirtz, Jude Bellingham. We had Brobery as well, who I believe was featuring at Red Bull Leipzig at the time. We've come back to a goal, And it's Umit going 2-0 up. It looked like Robert Lewandowski, the goal scorer.
Well, if we're lucky, we might get a replay. I hope we do. And to be honest, we're going to see the goal now. How did it come and how did it happen? So, a counter-attack that was dispossessed, and here was a counter-attack, I should say, from a minute. Diaby waiting for the right time to play it into Lewandowski. Bang, 2-0. It's a massive cushion to take into the second leg there.
Made it look very easy, didn't he? Robert Lewandowski. Arguably one of the best finishers on the game, especially with the Team of the Season 5-star week for upgrade that he got. Just so solid.
I think there's just a bit of fire in the belly of him for this tournament, Richard. He was in absolute tears in Stockholm just over a week ago. You can understand why him and Predator FIFA came out on social media and said, we don't know what to say, we don't know how to say it. I've never felt this broken, in his own words, Umit said, for quite some time. He'd love to be a back-to-back German champion.
He was also so close, wasn't he? That's probably the thing that hurts him the most.
Could be through. What a ball that is from Lewandowski. Can't quite find Allen. Into the pause we go now. There's Coach Daniel just behind him. One of the esports teams that have had a lot of investment over the last couple of years. RB Leipzig, from content creators to female FIFA players to bringing in the likes of Anders Vergang as well. They've been nurturing a lot of that talent and building it out. No surprise they've had the success they've had, especially this year in the German FIFA scene. Still 0-0 in this one. 20 minutes left to play. And Kunku now looking to make his impact. Can't link up with ongoing run there. As these two games are taking place, there is also 6 other matches taking place in this round as it's currently underway. What's more impressive is that there's 3 players from Werder Bremen this year in the finals. They have got the most players in the final 32. I'm hoping all of them can go an extra way forward. Bellingham now. Sahatini building nicely, goes for the double tap pass. It was drilled into the feet. The forward. It's allowed Predator FIFA to come forward on the counter attack now. If he can find a gap of some sort. Kunku, Diaby. Looks in this one to be a very quiet start to proceedings here. This one's near enough done in its first leg. Umit will be looking to take a 2-goal lead into his second leg against Denny.
Just having a little look across the other games taking place. Lucas, 1004, 2-1 up at the break against Thomas OM. T-Mox, 3-2 up against Chaser in his particular matchup. So he's very, very close in a number of the games. Daniel beating Epic Sal 1-0. It is a really, really tight and cagey, contested start to the virtual Bundesliga after one leg so far.
Well, this one's near enough done as well, Rich. There is, as we said, second legs to be played here. It's an aggregate scoreline across all the games in the virtual Bundesliga. Ball square after that extra time, and penalties will be needed. Big tackle there at the back. Will go into the book for the Schalke FIFA Pro player.
You just saw
I think that's going to do us.
Yeah, you just saw a little glimpse of the formations being used there. 3-5-2, not surprised, sort of across the board in a majority of the matches that we're going to see played. Predator FIFA alongside Marlut. Here's man in the booth. I love that stage, by the way. Players close enough to each other to really feel the emotion and the drama of the games, but far enough away that you can have your own time, you can have your discussions about tactics and how you want to approach each and individual matchup. Very, very tight at the moment here in Germany.
One game finishes 2-0 between RB Leipzig's Umit and FC Heinz Denny. This one 0-0 at the halfway point, but certainly a lot more to give in these games. Rich, as you can tell, we are based at home here in the United Kingdom. Currently the finals are taking place in Cologne over the next 2 days. We'll be guiding you through the international broadcast with our own eyes on the action here. A lot more to give in that one, Rich. Two very different games.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have a look across a number of the matches that are taking place currently and sort of try and keep you up to date. If you've got a favourite, Antonio and Kamal 1-1 at the moment. Leroy beating Hasage 2-1 after the first leg has been finished. And really, there's not a lot to shout about. I think the max we've got is a 2-goal swing, and that was the game that we were featuring there with Umit. Other than that, it's either 1 goal or drawing going into the second leg of action. So there's a lot to play for in these second legs. Starting and 1-0 in Swiss and having that advantage is so important. You do not want to be on the back foot after round 1.
No, absolutely. We're going to go to our first break here in between the two legs as we just reset and set up the second game. When we return, we'll have the second leg between both these featured match here in round 1 of Swiss in PlayStation. Remember, you're playing to get that magical 3 wins to get yourself into that final 8 tomorrow. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second legs here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Day one of the action. We are amongst the Swiss rounds here between what is two fantastic games on the PlayStation 5. One there was goals, one there wasn't goals, Richard. We're expecting that to change, hopefully, in the second legs here. Remember, we are playing Swiss format, so you are looking to get to 3 wins to send yourself through to tomorrow, where we'll be doing Swiss round 5 tomorrow, and then it will be straight into quarterfinals and so forth. It's so important you don't start 0 and 1, otherwise you are literally just playing catch-up, aren't you? But we have seen people turn around in our time in FIFA eSports from 0 and 2 and coming back on those heroic runs, but that's extreme pressure you're putting yourself under.
It's extreme pressure, and it's extremely rare as well that we see those turnarounds successfully completed. I think the general consensus across the board is that all the games were quite cagey. It wasn't just the matches we were watching, but across the 8 matches currently taking place, only a 2-goal swing in one of those games. So the general style of play is quite cagey. A lot of 3-5-2s matching up against each other as well. So there's going to be an element of pressure being alleviated in this second leg. And I do think that we're going to see goals scored and moments taken. As you can see here, the German broadcast about to get underway in our featured matches in leg number 2. Thank you, sir. On the dish, you're doing a fantastic job, I'm sure of it. And over we go into our second game.
Yeah, you saw one man there on the desk this weekend. He's not competing. It's Mo Alba, the current FIFA E World Cup champion. He was a winner previously for Werder Bremen with the club championships in past times. This weekend, he'll be offering his services as an analyst on the desk. We're going to be jumping into this one, I believe, is our featured game. It's all to do for FC Heinein's Denny. He's 2-0 down at the break. A lot of possession in that first game, Richard. 60+% possession, but just couldn't quite get things moving, and it was Umit on 2 different occasions on the counter-attack who was able to get a 2-goal cushion at the halfway point. Back underway for the second leg now. It is all to do for one of the older players in this tournament. Denny from left to right in this red. And it's RB Leipzig's Umit, the current virtual Bundesliga champion of last year's tournament, kicking from right to left, looking to go 1-0 in the Swiss rounds.
He had quite a few maybe moments, did Denny. I remember when he got that ball down the right-hand side inside the first half, looked for the cutback, couldn't quite execute the pass onto the extra player, but it was a few of those moments where he was knocking on the door and probing, trying to create a chance, trying to create an opportunity. What he can't do is rush. He can't panic. He can't give possession away cheaply to Umit, because a player of his quality, highly regarded as the best player from Germany at the moment, is Umit. Probably a favourite to go on and defend his title for a second year in a row. He will punish you if you give him those chances.
Keep in mind as well, if you are looking to earn some of those rewards, you've connected your EAN Twitch account up. It's 60 minutes you need to be watching for. And you could be picking up some of those VBL Tifos and the all-important swap token. Building up nicely is Denny 10 now. Here's Florian inverts. Back to Lewandowski. Hasn't been on the score sheet yet. He has, though. And Kunku of RB Leipzig itself actually scores against them. It's a good start, and a start that he needs in this one.
Absolutely. His best case scenario. It was all done by Robert Lewandowski. Great work inside the box, and then as soon as it's fallen back to Nkunku, there was no second question at all. Get the ball, move it onto his right foot, and get a shot away. Maybe you could ask questions of the goalkeeper. He seemed a little bit flat-footed. Whipped into the back post. Get ready for lots of that.
There's no better reply, is there? No reaction from him at all. He knows it's all business. We said he'd be dangerous this weekend, but we didn't know how dangerous he was going to be, Jude Bellingham. From centre mid, he's bagged 2 goals in this opening round of fixtures. That is the perfect way, to reply. 2-goal cushion reinstalled, and all that hard work from Denny sort of becomes nothing now.
And again, it's just that cross at the back post. He's triggered the run. The run is the most impressive thing about it from Jude Bellingham. As soon as he gets past that last defender and he's in on goal, it's always going to be a finish.
Oh, wow, that's nice! Another good reply from Diaby. It's like the early nerves have all just suddenly been shaken off. And it's attacking FIFA in Germany in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. 3 goals in 20 minutes. Denny on the charge to get back in this time. He looks for the all-important equaliser now. Florian Wirtz down this right-hand side. Do what he can to build into the box. Does well. Does the Bayer Leverkusen man. Plays into low for Matthias. One of the icon choices in this team. Just pickpocketed there by Jude Bellingham. Just think that midfield too, Richard. Then Kunku and Bellingham, they just offer you so much as midfielders.
Well, it's not only the offensive but the defensive attributes as well that they possess. Being able to go both ways on the pitch, forward and backwards, with precise accuracy. It's rare. It really is in a midfield.
We'll jump ship to this game very quickly. This is Werder Bremen against Schalke. Predator FIFA against Serhatinho. This one isn't so full of goals compared to our other game, which has been a bit more end-to-end. For now, we'll leave that. And we'll jump back over here. Danny the Costa finds Haaland. You might be thinking, why is he being pushed down to that right-hand side of the pitch? It was supposedly a late change that was made.
I don't know if you noticed the scoreline, Brandon. It's 3-3.
Oh my days, it is. We have to go back and see that goal.
Just as he switched away, Denny's fired one back. We're back at level pegging.
We said he was on the hunt for a goal. What a game it's been. A little bit back on the hunt to get in front. Lewandowski plays Haaland. Alphonso Davies back defending for himself. These two, as we said, were at the Champions League last week. They've had a lot of time just to be around each other, I can assure you of that, and probably have a little look into how each other do like to play FIFA this year. Here's the goal. I'm guessing we're looking at now. It was an offside trap, potentially. Punched into the feet of Diaby. One more pass into Lewandowski. He's never missing from that sort of angle.
You can't make mistakes like that. It's a badly timed offside trap. Almost giving the free goal to Denny. I said in the break between leg 1 and leg 2 that the shackles will come off, and boy have they. Someone definitely found the key and started unlocking each and every single pair. Goals flying in across our game. Is it having a ripple effect across the other games? At the moment, yes. I'll give you some of those up-to-date scorelines as it currently stands at half-time.
Again, we'll be keeping a close eye as well on the Twitch chat here on EA Sports FIFA's page. Give us a name in the chat of one name, or one German FIFA Pro player that you will be following and supporting this weekend. There's been a lot of love we can see for Umit so far. This game is not giving us a goal, is it? What do you think that could be, or why the reason could be, Richard, for this one? We played 3 halves of FIFA, 0-0 so far. Is it just a case of both players just cancelling each other out? Same formation and whatnot?
I think that certainly is part to play. Why these two are level pegging and so evenly contested. Just giving you a quick update across the games. Jyston still leading 2-1. T-Mox won the first leg 3-2. Chaser is now currently leading 2-0 in the second leg, which means it's 4-3 on aggregate. What a game that's quickly becoming. Daniel, HSV Daniel, is 2-2 in his matchup. Lucas, 1004, won the first game 2-1. He is now drawing the second leg 1-1, which means 3-1 aggregate. He currently leads. Leroy and Hassig, 2-2 in the second leg as it currently stands on aggregate. And Kamal and Antonio Radel is 2-1 on aggregate. So the only game that we're yet to see a goal is one of our featured matchups between Predator FIFA and Sarratinho.
Yeah, it always seems to be the way, doesn't it? Unfortunately, no goals there. We'll leave that one for the time being. This game's become a bit more interesting between these two. After being down on 2 different occasions by a 2-goal deficit, Umut looking to get in front now. Diaby finds some time in the box. The French winger does well. He just gets enough time and space to give it to that man, Robert Lewandowski.
Just offloading it, wasn't he? Diaby got quite fortunate to keep hold of the ball, but then the left stick dribbling, just waiting for the space, holding the possession, and just giving it to Lewandowski and saying, look, you've got some of the best shooter on the game. Stick that away for us.
Might not last long, though. Lewandowski back inside, tries to do his best to recycle that through the path of Wirtz, and Diaby and Kunku all queuing up on the edge of the box there. Cut back, not available. Nice switch of play there, and Kunku does well to find Alphonso Davies. Matthias Diaby building nicely is Denny Temp. Hasn't led once in this time. One more pass could be there. Fortunately enough, Klosterman is. Still on the hunt, Denny, for a 4-4 equaliser. Getting a bit too compact and tight in the box there. No room to really manoeuvre out. Watch out, Haaland. He's down on that right-hand side for a reason. We're leaving that game. To this one, there still is no goals, as there's just under a third left of it. What will this game need for a player to just take that risk, find the back of the net?
Maybe extra time.
And maybe, as you said, might need an extra 30 minutes of extra time. As you said, it's the only goal, the only game in this whole round one there has not been a goal.
Just have a little look at the squads there. Wirtz, Davis, Nkunku, Bellingham, Mateus. Holding down the midfield. That's the midfield 5. Ndika, Gavaradol, Da Costa at the back. And then Diaby deployed as a striker with Nkunku and Lewandowski around him. Off the bench, maybe Caliguri, Anthony Modeste. Potentially a Marco Reus could feature as well. He was the FUT captain, Marco Reus, who was released in that particular promo.
In terms of her heroes, do you think we'll see any on the bench at least?
Honestly, probably not.
The stage of the game right now with so many team of the season items and promo players that have sort of come out in the game and actually just pushed away. Even a handful of icons and for heroes from getting a sniff in the team, let alone bench. And it could finish this game now. Ball roll, Bellingham, there's the 2-goal cushion. And you'd like to say now with that one, might be job done, but it looks as again when we jumped off there was another goal. There's the Twitch chat lets us know. We just seem to be jumping away from this game as the goals go in. Bellingham scored this one, but there was also another goal we missed from Denny 10 on the build-up.
Ridiculous game of FIFA that we're watching right here transpire before our very eyes. Entertainment value is off the chart as both players take a word from their coach. Great scenes there. Seeing a live crowd in as well, I'm sure that will get more and more boisterous and fill up as the tournament goes on and we get into those pivotal late stages. You're talking about the heroes. I think the only Bundesliga hero who did go on to get a FUT captain was Mario Gomez. I don't think he will feature in the squads. Pre-team of the season, maybe, but post-team of the season, it's just going to be those FUT items that dominate the teams. We even saw Erling Haaland, who I didn't think we were going to see used, featured.
Back into this one now, where still there is no goals to talk about here between Predator FIFA and Hertinho. This is, we said, it's Werder Bremen against Schalke. This is our one of two featured matchups. One of the games had 9 goals. This has had 0. Both players still feeling each other out in this second leg. We will play extra time if needed, which, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if we did need extra time here. Down to the Costa, finds Nkunku. This is Hertinho. Building again. There's no rush for him to go forward. Marco Reus does get drafted into the field later on here. Diaby back to Nkunku. Interchange well again. Trying to speed up this attack.
I really don't know if we're going to see a goal.
You just saw it there on that split second when the ball went on that left-hand side. Every single white shirt literally back in the box. And a great job of just making it so compact and difficult to find any way through.
On the other side of it, though, as soon as Hertinho got the ball and then went to potentially play down the line or look for an out ball, Predator FIFA got so many bodies back quickly into position, realigned, and made sure that there was no counter. Talk about two ends of the spectrum, by the way.
Well, we're in a pause again, which, to be honest, I think there's probably been a goal. No, there hasn't. There's still...
Oh, was there?
Or was there a goal? Maybe we're checking the goal now. Towards the back post. Fell kindly back to Belly.
Yep.
Oh, my God, it was 5-5 this one.
Unbelievable.
Well, that's just finished 0-0. Extra time between these two will be happening here. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with both of the games, which, to be honest, look like they could be going to extra time. Or is there one more twist to this game?
I think we have to see another goal in this game. It's been the story of the day. Goals, goals, goals. Whenever you think one player might start to pull away, the other one pulls him right back. That's it. Extra time.
10 goals between the two. Credit, honestly, to Denick. Has been down so many times across the two legs, but always seems to find a way and the method to come back in the time. Extra time is on the way here. Again, this is only our first round of Swiss. We are playing Swiss format. 16 players on the PlayStation in action now. And then later on today, in our evening proportion of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We have the Xbox side. The likes of Dolomite and Musti, Megabit will all be in action. Kanaguri finds his way back to Bellingham now, building again. What does we need to see? Just a mistake or something on these lines. They've just been so good. They're just cancelling each other out defensively. No one's making a mistake.
Oh, there you go.
Well, well, well. Denny 10, first time in the two legs. He's actually led on the aggregate scoreline. And here's the goal that put him in front. 94 minutes on the clock. Near enough. And this happens. One more pass. Lewandowski, Diaby. He's been loving that one more pass. And it's been making all the difference. Just shaking that goalkeeper movement off. Not giving him a chance to even move. FC Heidenheim leads with their pro player Denny 10 against the current virtual Bundesliga champion.
He's using Diaby as a striker as well, which I probably didn't predict coming into this tournament, but he has been outstanding in the final third, just getting that extra pass, dribbling himself and assisting goals. Seems to be doing everything right at the moment.
Minutes from half-time here in extra time. RB Leipzig Summit might be on his way to going 0-1. The scoreline does stay like this. But it wouldn't surprise me if we were to have another equaliser. It's been an end-to-end game between these two. I'm just going to assure you, as this pulls into the halfway point, we'll jump back across to see what's going on.
Charge your controller. His controller's disconnected, in fact. Drama.
Yeah, I think may or may not know. This would certainly be a drama sequence if he was to concede now. Back to goal. The one more pass. Big save.
What a save. Needed to make the save.
3
as well.
minutes.
Post.
3 minutes. How many time we've had here? Whipped in, headed down. Lewandowski! So close off the post for him and making it 6-6.
As they go into half-time of extra time. 15 minutes. Beautiful corner. You got to say, it's the corner that Nicholas did last weekend at the Year Champions League. Onto the edge of the box. Head it down on the player lock. Lewandowski. Should he score?
You'd like to say so for a player that's been so clinical already, just in the small snippet we've seen of him today. Here, 7 minutes left to play, still goalless, maybe until now. Predator FIFA on the build-up. Bellingham! Save! Again by Castells.
I actually think he overplayed the extra pass there, and it was really nice play, but he probably went too far out with Jude Bellingham. Jean-Paul Botiès was the player who picked up the ball, who offloaded it. If that's the foot birthday, which I think it will be, 5-star skill moves, maybe pop out a reverse elastico there, a little cancel inside the box and get a shot away yourself.
Well, we are 2 minutes away from penalties. To be honest, Sartini will be looking to play for the final chance of the game. Probably will be heading there.
Penalties
Well,
it is.
well, well. 120 minutes. 2 legs of FIFA. They still cannot be separated. It's penalties between these two that featured in the quarterfinals in last year's finals. Up steps penalties. We can't leave this game. We've got to go back to it. 6-5, Denny, against them. Just keep in mind, guys, for those that are listening home, we are just following the broadcast in Germany. That's currently taking place in Cologne. We have no control over the games we are going to and jump in between. We have to go back to that penalty shootout.
Here we go. Right. He missed the first one.
Predators missed the first one. Serentino has scored his second. Jude Bellingham steps up for this one. Misses. Oh, it's an awful, awful start for Predator FIFA. And up steps Schalke Serentino to go 2 from 2. Lewandowski will do that.
Yeah, beautiful penalty. It could be wrapped up if Marco Reus can't convert. Sticks it away in the bottom left corner, but Serentino's still in the driver's seat. Jude Bellingham scores.
Simple as this. Has to score, Ali, or it will be all she wrote. It's Nkunku that steps up for Werder Bremen down the middle. If he scores this, Schalke go 1-0 in the Swiss rounds. It's Serentino with Florian Wirtz. Saved. It's still on. Game on.
We continue the penalty shootout. Still in a must-score scenario. Does score, and now the pressure is on Serentino. Still in your hands. Erling Haaland from 12 yards. Scores, and that will do him. 1-0 in the Swiss rounds to Serentino. Quite surprisingly, Predator FIFA 0-1 to kickstart his virtual Bundesliga finals.
That's game one done. It is a negative start for Werder Bremen, but regardless, neither player have scored in normal time in the virtual Bundesliga so far. Schalke, though, underway with a big, important win. Let's get back to the game, if we can, between RB Leipzig's Umit and FC Heidenheim Denny, which looks as if it's just finished. And from that reaction there of Umit, I think he might be 0-1. The current champion in the virtual Bundesliga is 0-1, and you can fully understand he's not happy about it at all. He might have just lost that 6-5 in extra time.
Yeah, you can see the emotion there of him. We didn't need to see the final moments of it. There was no further goals. Denny 10, by the way, he was 2-0 down after the first leg.
The mental...
He scored 6 in the second leg. Serentino needs to be taking some tips from him how to put the ball in the back of the net. I mean, incredible performance from Denny 10.
The mental sort of back in there as well for a player that he has faced quite a few times. I think they even matched in the FGS4 did Umit and Denny. So to bounce back off that and everything else that they've been playing in the last couple of weeks, that was a massive result for him. To unsettle Umit as well, going 0-1. We're going to bring back Alex into this conversation, the FIFA analyst. I mean, it was an interesting round one. We've seen many round ones of Swiss formats. Alex, how did you enjoy that one, sitting on the sidelines?
It was amazing to see the difference in two games. You have one game that was constantly going back and forth, Denny doing so well to get back into it. But then also between Predator FIFA and Serentino, you saw that they just couldn't find that way to put the ball into the back of the net. One thing that I found very interesting when we were looking at Umit versus Demi was that we saw Demi using the 3-5-2, and Umit was actually saying, I'm going to use the 4-2-2, the 4-2-4, wanting to say, you may score goals, but I'm going to outscore you, which is why we saw so many goals. But unfortunately for Umit, it didn't work out. But for the viewers, it was absolutely incredible.
And I've just got my reporter in Germany. He's telling me a few of the scorelines coming in. A few shocks after round number 1. Umit, 0-1. T-Mox, 0-1. There's some real big storylines starting to build up. That could be a round 2 fixture against Pro Hunter, by the way, that we just saw then. Both picking up losses in their first game.
Yeah, it certainly could be indeed. I love your breakdown there on the goal, the game that had all the goals, Alex. On the flip side, why do we see such, in your words and your eyes, such a stalemate 0-0 on the flip side? Was it just two players matching each other up formation-wise, or what sort of happened in that game for it to be 0-0 for so long as it was?
A little bit of both there, as you said. But like you said, Predator last weekend at the E-Champions League tweeted, I just don't know what to say. You know, next tournament is only a week on from that. Hasn't had much time to really get back into that groove and find his way forward into the virtual Bundesliga. So it's no surprise that he went into that game a little bit maybe scared and timid to not want to lose. So when he was getting into the 18-yard box, he's trying to find that 100% goal, not backing himself to go, you know what, I'm going to take on the defender instead of looking for that extra pass off across, which obviously on FIFA 22 is one of the go-to ways of scoring. But equally so, the defenders know how then to deal with it. So a little bit of a confidence issue maybe, and it will be interesting to see obviously how he deals with that going into the rest of the tournament as well.
I also think there's a severe sort of lack of skills as well in the Bundesliga, especially in that final third. So they're so used to using R9, Pele, CR7, Mbappe, Neymar, that when you have to, we saw it in a lot of these domestic leagues. You were over in the Serie A, we watched the Premier League. There's a real adjustment period, and you have to get used to using different players. We saw Erling Haaland coming at the back post, maybe something that you're not used to seeing in your typical sort of repertoire when you're playing in global series events, not in these domestic league formats. So I think there is going to be a little bit of a transition where we see slightly slower, maybe more contested games before players get comfortable.
And let's have a little look then. Sorry, Alex, go on.
I was just going to say as well, and that's obviously a big thing that comes into it in having almost a different meta, having to look for that cross. You saw Umit using, like you said, the German cross twice to get some goals. Just having all these players have a little bit of versatility in their game rather than relying all the times on their skill moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say on the back of that, Richard, could we have been a bit more harsher on him that he had 1 or 2 or 3 times? He had a 2-goal cushion. Even when then he did bounce back and score a goal. He had a 2-goal cushion. Should he have built on that a bit more and held on to it? Or is he's just a player that he knows he's going to concede goals? It's a case of I just need to outscore my opponent.
I think he should have done better with it, but he needs to get that out of his mind very quickly and move on to the second round because they're coming thick and fast.
Yeah, well, let's go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll be, of course, previewing our exciting second round of action here. We're back in a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals Day 1. Welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here in day one. We are about to jump into round two in the Swiss rounds. And myself, Brandon Smith, and for the first time on the commentary side of things, it is Alex Bowden, known as the FIFA analyst. You caught your eye over the round one side of fixtures, Alex. We can only hope that round two is just as good. Players obviously now with one win behind them, or on the other side, one defeat behind them, and they seriously need to start to get things moving.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, what you got to remember is that the first round is probably the most nervous. You're there on the big stage. You've got those nerves. You can kind of settle into it when you get into that second round. But also, we are going to take a look at matchup where these players are both 0-1. The last thing that you want is to then go on to 0-2. Because as soon as you reach 3 losses throughout this weekend, that's it. You're done. You're without the tournament and you will be going home. So nerves will obviously reach that a little bit higher. But I expect these players to deal with it as best as they can. And hopefully put on a show for ourselves and the viewers.
No, absolutely. We're going to go to the German feed and take the German feed of what is going on down in Cologne this weekend. We are obviously just providing you with the international broadcast over these 2 days. €100,000 FIFA tournament. We've got 2 great games. We've got Lucas of Hoffenheim up against SVW Chaser of Werder Bremen. It's interesting to see that Werder Bremen are the only team that have got 3 players actually in this tournament. On favourites and on odds, you would say. They've got 3 out of the 32 here. They're in the odds to hopefully get someone into, you would say, Championship Sunday, into the final 8 at least, if they can play it well. But what I also love about this game, Alex, is you've got Lucas, who's been in the scene for quite a long time, been to Foot Champions Cups. Then you've got Chaser, who's come through, I believe, the sort of academy side of things at Werder Bremen now getting his opportunity. And it's a very different matchup scenario. The newer against the older player, you could argue.
Yeah, you obviously got the experience of Lucas, who's been there, he's done that, he knows what it's like to play at a LAN event. And then for Chaser, sometimes when you play at home and you play in these online tournaments that we've had, obviously, over the last few years, you have that comfort of your own home and you know exactly what you can do when you are there. But when you come to the big stage, obviously the lights are on, the viewers are watching, the pressure is there. It's just going to be a battle of whether Chaser can say, you know what, I'm here to play and I want to play FIFA and be attacking, or whether we'll see someone like Lucas go, I'm going to use my experience. We saw it throughout the game with Umut, for example, where no one decided to go ahead and defend and look to hold the ball and take, the sting out of the game. Experience can play a massive part, but also for the players that are very new to this, they don't fear much. They just come through. They want to play FIFA, they want to play football, and they want to score goals.
Yeah, and we've got the same scenario in our other featured matchup as well. Timox of FC Ingolstadt, a player that has been around many clubs. He's been around the FIFA eSports scene for quite a long time as well. You think back to days of FIFA 17, he was playing in some of the biggest FIFA tournaments. And yes, we might not get to see him in the international side of things at FGS tournaments or the E-Champions League or even maybe recent FIFA E-World Cups, but they're still in the conversation. They're still in Germany, Alex. They're still playing FIFA for a number of teams. Obviously, he's teammates with Eisvogel, the Kingfishers, many will know, up against FC Henning, a player that did take E-Champions League top 32 this year. He's been about. It's good to see that the older names are still in the competitions. We just might not get to see them all the time outside of Germany.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing to note is, though, this is going to be our 0-1 game that we're going to be taking a look at. And between both of these players, they conceded 9 goals, 5 for Timox and then 4 on the other side of things for Henning as well, which that's going to tell us, hopefully, that defense may be a little bit lackluster and we're going to have a goal-scoring fest. But I think when you've just conceded 5 goals and 4 goals on each side, you may also go, you know what, let's start out and make sure that we're not giving any direct chances to the opponent. Maybe, 20, 30 minutes of that first half being a little bit cagey and not wanting to take too many risks. It could go one of either way, goals galore, or it could be a little bit more of a patient sort of game, a little bit like chess. You make your move and I make my move, and let's see how we go from that. But yeah, very much looking forward to it. Should be an interesting game.
Yeah, before we jump into this one, if we can get up as well, there's been a number of German champions across the last few years here in the virtual Bundesliga. It's been quite a timeline from 2013 where we had Kevin Sayer, we had Mirza Yahic, obviously Mr. Never Give Up, a big content creator now. We see him now and then pop up in the FIFA scene as well. Even created his own book. Nicholas Razek, Daniel Butenko. We saw obviously Sihan, a player that we know very well in the FIFA scene. That was sort of his peak time in his career back in 2016, 17, 18. Obviously, The Stranger was a German champion, the one that me and Richard were at in Berlin. We saw Megabit crowned as winner there. Yannick back in 2020. And the man we've been alluding to, who's currently 0-1 of RB Leipzig, Umit, who is in a difficult situation now for him. He comes out of that game, Alex, no doubt feeling disappointed with his scenario, with his situation. But, there's a long way to go still. Yes, if he loses 2 more games, he's out of the tournament, but he's going to feel hard done by there because he was in a winning position once, twice, maybe 3 different times with a 2-goal cushion. Now he finds himself 0-1, and there is that little bit of added pressure on. He is the current champion, and he would love to go back-to-back this year and do it again as the only player that you can see on that timeline. It's never been done before, a back-to-back champion in the virtual Bundesliga.
Yeah, he obviously has got that pressure, but I think what you've also got to remember is that it was a very tight game that he had, and he scored goals and he looked good throughout. You want to tighten up a little bit in that defensive area, but I'd expect him, he's playing up against Leroy, I would expect him to kind of come out and look to kind of control. We've seen it. At the end of the day, when you've got trophies under your belt, you know what you need to do under these tight scenarios where you just have to get that win over the line. And I think Ulmer is a type of player that has the ability to do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won trophies throughout his years of competing. But for Leroy, knowing that, you know what, if you're going to play against Ulmer, the best time to do it is probably when he's just received a loss and maybe be a little bit on that tilted side. There could be things getting into Ulmer's head thinking, am I good enough? Am I going to be able to do it? Or will he just believe in himself and obviously go through and make it into that one-on-one? But as we said, Ulmer, 0-1. If he loses against Leroy now, you've got the reigning champion who could be on his way out very early in this tournament. I'm not too sure whether that will happen, though, Brandon.
No, and again, I love that we were looking at the teams and building into this one. It was all the smallest intricacies we're going to be seeing this weekend in the virtual Bundesliga. We saw it especially from the side of Umit. We saw his predicted team yesterday that he was going to be using. If you don't know the restrictions here, Bundesliga players only, 2 from each club maximum. So 2 from Borussia Dortmund, 2 from Bayern Munich, 1 icon, 1 foot hero. And he made a bit of a change, didn't he, Umit, Alex, to his team? He's looking for Haaland at the right side of midfield, and he's looking for those back post crosses, of course. Yeah,
well, we had the team submitted through so we could take a look. He originally didn't have Haaland inside that team, and he's made a change for that, whether that's a last-minute change or something that he's been working on over the last week or so. But trying to utilise, obviously, the crosses to that back stick, using someone like Haaland in that area. As Richard said earlier on as well, we saw quote-unquote German cross, where you trigger that midfield runner going from deep and then whipping that ball in. Ulmit will obviously look to try and do that again against Leroy. As you can see, the matchups for round 2 that we'll be jumping into those games very shortly. And Timo and Henning as well, going to be a interesting game because both of them, as we said, also in that 0-1 point, which that is where the pressure starts to come on.
Yeah, great to see you as well. Our German talent out in Cologne, as we said, providing all the action. It's back in person, LAN events back in person. It's been great to see. One thing that the virtual Bundesliga is so special at, it did kick off all the way back in November. They've been playing league action. I think there was 24 different match days on the build-up to where we are at today. So there's a lot of FIFA being played. And I think what this offers you a lot of the time compared to maybe other leagues that are done in a weekend or done over a month, there is so much time to play FIFA as the game changes. These Bundesliga teams would have been so different in November before Team of the Year even dropped, and then we had promos, then we had Team of the Season. It has been so different, and there's been so much time for these players, no doubt, Alex, to just have to adapt, have to get used to these changes. They would have been looking at different conversations that are currently going around the players and saying, right, I'm going to use this player. I might use Haaland as a right midfielder this week. We had Team of the Week. Suddenly Red Pick start coming into the conversation. These teams have been on such a different journey maybe to other virtual leagues.
Yeah, they have. But I think what you've also got to remember, Brandon, is that FIFA players and professional FIFA players are so used to, the new items coming out kind of on a week basis, and also the game changing. The meta that we had at the start of the game to now is different. We're starting to see a lot more crosses, people shooting from range. Things do change, and that is really what makes these players the best in the world. The fact that they can adapt and use different players in different scenarios and say, you know what? I normally like playing the 4-4-2, but right now the 3-5-2 is working well. And actually, I don't normally tend to cross the ball, but I've got to use someone like Haaland and Lewandowski. Makes it so much easier to do that. So they work on that prior to the tournament and then bring that into the virtual Bundesliga this weekend. As I said, this is what makes them the best FIFA players in the world. The fact that they can change dependent on the scenarios.
How do you think it feels for that player there on your screen, Alex Chaser? 16 years of age. He wasn't selected in the club championship team of Werder Bremen, where we saw Megabit and we saw Predator FIFA. He's had to go the other way round to qualification. Sort of tough to prove himself in some ways. He's the youngest player in this tournament, as I said, 16 years of age. He went through the VBL Open, where there was 128 players, which was narrowed down to 16. He's had to go a really long way around it, and was one of the highest goal scorers in the playoffs to get to this stage. He's just done a lot of, I guess, proving people why he's a force to be reckoned with and a player that a lot of people should be taking seriously.
When you're 16 years of age, though, I'll be honest, that's what you want. You want to be the player that's, not being picked and has to force your way through and make it through all of the playoff matches, because then people fear you. They see you come through, you score goals, and they can see the results that you've got. When you get picked and you're already there, it doesn't always give you that same sort of fear factor. At 16 years of age, new into the competitive scene, you want to make a name for yourself and come through and take on the biggest names in the German FIFA scene while doing so. So I'm pretty sure for Chaser, that's exactly what he wants.
And the crazy thing is, I've labelled Lucas maybe as an older player. He's only 20, which is ridiculous how long he's been around the FIFA scene from. He's been battling out since he was also 16. Honestly, he's a player that would always just turn up at FUT Champions Cups across the last few years. Might not always place the highest, but it'd always be either in a top 32 or maybe, leaving the group stages at 0 and 3. But he's just a player that has continuously turned up. His highest ever run has been a quarter-final in the virtual Bundesliga. But looking to go that one step further, for 20 years of age, Alex, he's travelled well. He's got a lot of experience behind him, and it should be an exciting second round here in the Swiss.
That it should. And if 20 years of age makes you old, Brandon, I don't know what it makes me. But let's go ahead and kick things off.
It always seems to be one of those conversations in FIFA eSports. What is old? What is the retirement age? People have retired at 25.
I don't think there is a retirement age, if I'm honest. It's all about just, how much drive you've got to still play. I think when you're new onto the scene, 16, 17 years of age, you have that willingness to practice as many hours as you can throughout the day. When you're 26, 27, maybe you've got family and whatnot, that drive may be a little bit less. So I don't think there is a quote-unquote age where FIFA players tend to go ahead and retire. It's just whether you can keep practicing, keep on top of the game, and obviously keep up with the youngsters that are coming through.
Here's the impressive setup in Cologne for this year's Virtual Bundesliga Championship. Well, maybe we'll see. A new name crowned, sorry. Who will be lifting that trophy come tomorrow evening. Seems as if there may be just a slight issue with this game as we set it up. We should be able to jump over to the other one, though. Fingers crossed between the two players who are currently 0 and 1. Timox and FC Henning. We will jump into that one as we discuss right now. Or there might be another issue in this one as I just see Henning on the right-hand side of the screen wave towards an admin.
Feel like round 2 right here. Brandon doesn't want to get started. Players like, no, I want to do it.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like that. On this side of the screen. Maybe you could have an argument of a slightly older player in the tournament. 24 years of age, Timox. He's been a vice PlayStation FIFA E World Cup champion in his time. It was quite a few years ago. Regardless of that, he's a player that a lot of people know on the scene. He's been a 2-time German champion within his run. I love that he teams up with Weiss Vogel this year in the virtual Bundesliga. What a team that is. A team with so much experience. Looking forward to seeing the Kingfisher on the Xbox a little bit later on today.
That's what it's all about as well, Brandon. You can see the players talking to the admins. You know, a few issues there that they'll get sorted. But players and coaches talking to one another. You know, laughing, joking, keeping smiles. That's what LAN's all about. There's so many different emotions that the players, coaches, and fans go through. And it just adds that a little bit more. So it's nice to see them while the admins get things sorted. Just have a laugh, have a talk with each other. Even with the pressure that's on these games. As you said, you know, 0 and 1. You definitely don't want to be going into 0 and 2. You know that this game is vitally important. But still good to see.
And just to get your thoughts as well on the team building process behind a lot of these players across these 2 days. We know it's 2 players per club maximum. Obviously, we've already had the discussion, me and Rich, in the first match about Neuer not being a choice because you don't really want to waste one of your Bayern Munich picks in goal. If I had to say to you 3 names that are going to feature in every single team and are going to be deadly this weekend, what 3 names would you give me?
Nkunku, Bellingham, Diaby. I think those 3 players in the middle for Nkunku and Bellingham will dominate that midfield battle so well. And then in the attack, Diaby has the pace, 4-star skill moves, 4-star weak foot, offers a lot inside that 18-yard box.
Well, happy to say that round 2 of Swiss is officially underway now. It will be Timox from left to right. And Henning from right to left. Our opening match up here. One of the second youngest players in this tournament is Hansa Rostock's Henning looking to build up with his first chance of the game. Silas can't quite move that ball onto the feet of Jude Bellingham. Had a top 16 run in the E-Champions League. Came back in February where he was involved in the 32 that travelled into Sweden. No doubt would have picked up some vital LAN experience from that tournament. He's one of 9 German players that was at that tournament. They certainly just seem to always travel in numbers, Alex. No matter the tournament, German players will be there.
Yeah, German nation over the years of competitive FIFA always produced some fantastic players, winners. As you said, they travel in groups. One of them's going, and another 3 or 4 minimum, because they will be there. But already interesting to see from Henning, looking to use that player lock inside the 18-yard box and working it really well.
What's even more difficult is that you've got, you can argue the new versus the old as many times as I can across these 2 days, but how difficult it is to be recognised in Germany. Still does not put any of these new players off competing. If anything, it's the opposite. It gives them an added hunger. And they're so lucky to have a tournament like the Bundesliga that is so, I guess, open, inviting. It runs across so many months. It adds an opportunity for players to build storylines for themselves, to showcase their quality. And it really is a feeder system, some would argue, that every country should be offering via a virtual league, just to bring through that next generation of FIFA talent.
Henning looking that when he's in defence as well, to almost have a 5 at the back, bring those wing backs in, make it very hard to break down. But then as soon as he got the ball, transitions into that 3 at the back, looking to utilise the wing and obviously the numbers inside the 18-yard box.
We're playing a one more pass here. It's Lewandowski back to Diaby. There's your first goal in round 2. You spoke about the 3-back becoming a way that he wants to play. Look no further. It's a lovely ball that found Alphonso Davies in so much space. It was a pull-out sort of cross just to the edge of the 6-yard box where Lewandowski played the one more pass. The French midfielder was waiting. And just like that, Henning leads by a goal to 0.
It all started out on his left-hand side, triggered Davies early on in that run to get into that byline sort of area, looking for the cross at the near post. Lewandowski does so well to control that, find Diaby making that run into the 18-yard box, and as calm as you like. I said he's going to be in pretty much everyone's team this weekend. That's one of the reasons why. The pace, the ability to take the touch, and then just slot it into the back of the net. Calm as you like.
Oh no, that could be a monstrosity at the back there. Does get away with it, does Klosterman. We'll be jumping between both matches in focus in round 2. Between Chaser and Lucas. That one's on the winning side of the Swiss format we are guiding you through here. 4 rounds on the PlayStation before we'll jump over to the Xbox this evening. And Nkunku finds Florian Wirtz, who fancies a shot from that far out. Took a wicked deflection on the way through by Danny Da Costa. Corner taken quickly. Bellingham. Now was linking with Diaby. And just calm that one down.
And both of these players in round 1 conceded goals. All right, so we know there is going to be plenty of goals possibly coming from the side of Henning. The ball comes in already straight away. Answer back from T-Mox. What did we say, Brandon? Looking for the German cross utilised to perfection.
And how many times are we going to see that man score goals this weekend, Alex? Jude Bellingham, every single time, 30, 40-yard run. You can't fault his athleticism just running. Every single time he's queuing the run. I think, as you're right to say, we're going to see that so many times this weekend.
Well, it's funny because it just looked like nothing was coming out of nowhere then. The ball was out near the halfway line. Next thing you know, Bellingham makes the run. Simple as you like. A beautiful cross and the equaliser.
Well, just like that, we're all square. Let's jump ships over to this one now in our winner's side of round 2. It's Nkunku. It'll be Oetius, who can't quite find his way around the corner. Goals are flying in one game.
Chaser there. Unbelievable feat inside that 18-yard box. Just saying to Lucas, when you get inside that 18-yard box, you cannot dive in. You cannot make a rash tackle. Because if you do, I'm going to just go past you and I'm going to get shot off, or you're going to give away a penalty. Lovely feat.
Man of the moment, I might as well call him the man of the tournament at the moment, Jude Bellingham. He's a player that was loved by FIFA pros outside of the virtual Bundesliga, when might have been his future star item that caught the eyes of pros all that time ago. I mean, look, it's as simple as this. Pro players have access to anyone in the game up to a certain date. We're talking a few months back now. Prime icons, some dropped into the game, now all of them aren't. It says a lot when a player, the only Bundesliga player, alongside Team of the Year and Prime Icon moment, which is in these teams, he's just a midfielder like no other, Jude Bellingham. Speaking of him, trying to have a shot from distance. It's Bellingham. Bellingham, one has to come out on top, and there's a chance for Chasers to break again.
It's nice to see as well from Chaser having that Oetius in the middle. 5-star skill moves. You mentioned it earlier on. Not too many players with 5-star skill moves in the Bundesliga to choose from. And that kind of tells you what Chaser's looking to do with his game plan.
Nkunku. Silas. Paulinho twisting, turning. You mentioned that skills, that flair aspect to Chaser's game that we might see. Look at the feet. Near enough perfect.
Yeah, and for Lucas right now, it is about trying to stop him from getting into that 18-yard box altogether. Because if Chaser gets in there, we've seen it. Again, just the fancy footwork. It's so difficult to defend. Lucas just needs to try and do a better job of not giving the ball away in the middle, trying to cut out those passes into that area.
Oh, what a ball that could be. Silas! So it is, the Belgium shot stopper of Wolfsburg, who will be involved in pretty much everybody's teams, other than maybe Kevin Trapp. Timed that one so well, just coming out. But again, it's just attack, attack, attack at the moment for Chaser. We have to see a bit more from Lucas just to build into this game, get on possession and start to feel his way into this round 2. Speaking of that, we might see it now. Here's Lucas of Hoffenheim. Building up nicely. It's his third ever virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. He's not gone any further than a quarter-final. Maybe this year that can change. Diaby, look to ingest that pace on this right-hand side as options queue up in the box. Silas, nice little elastico. Looking to drop the shoulder reverse. Elastico, what a save.
Lucas says, Chaser, what you can do inside the 18-yard box, I can also do that. Again, great skill moves, cancels coming through, and a huge save from the goalkeeper.
Still could be alive. Lovely, maybe a bit too much with the extra pass there, trying to find Robert Lewandowski.
You know what, Brandon, it's so hard at times when you generate these chances, you look for that 100% chance, that sometimes the players over-question themselves. They overwork it when they need to in those areas. Easier said than done.
No, certainly. Especially with the added goalkeeper movement into that equation. It's so key to find every single extra pass you can.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many things that play a part in how you're going to find a goal that you have to keep thinking about that when you are in that attack. But, you know, decisions are made within a millisecond. Up here, it's very easy for us to say, you know what, we could have done that, we could have done this. In the heat of the moment, the players
Referee's given a penalty. He's pulled it back for something. It's Danny Da Costa that goes into the book. Here's Botius that had the chance. He'll be Silas that steps over it. Goes left, scores. Werder Bremen have a breakthrough in this one. Chaser with his first goal. And you cannot say he hasn't deserved it. He's been knocking on the door.
Rash decision there from Lucas. So just watching that one back, you saw Chaser driving through. Instead of keeping the ball nice and tight to his feet, he said, you know what? I'm actually going to drive in this one and get towards the edge of that byline. But then we saw come across and Lucas just be a little bit aggressive in that area, come in with a slide tackle, give him a penalty. It's a rash decision. It wasn't needed. He's going to be very, very disappointed with that.
We say about it so many times, Alex, I'm sure you have more of a take on it than anyone, is that the best thing you can do as a FIFA player is get into a position where you have to make your opponent make a decision. It's dive into a tackle or delay. But then it's a question, how many times can you delay? Delay before the pass comes across goal, and it's a guaranteed effort. You just have to make a decision, and unfortunately there, he could argue was baited into that decision being a diving tackle and a penalty given away. 1-0. Werder Bremen do lead as we jump ships back to this one now.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse at times as well, where you're going to say, look, I'm going to show you the ball. Do you want to come for it, or am I going to keep going? And that's exactly what happened there. You saw originally that Chaser was being very tight with his dribbling. That time it was different. He took a big touch. So it's kind of saying to Lucas, hey, look, the ball's here. Would you like it? Come and get it. Baits him in ever so slightly, goes away from him, and then obviously rash decision to make that tackle. But I'm sure Lucas will be disappointed with it.
Well, as you can obviously see by the score, we left it at 1-0 for Henning. It was Timox that was able to reply. Just over 18 minutes left to play here. Danny Da Costa whips that one in. Still remember it back in the days of the 2019 FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals. Danny Da Costa was in some of those pro players' teams of Mo Albert. A few years on, we have to get a handful of those special in-game items. Polino finds Bellingham. This is Henning now building for that second goal that he could maybe just take into that second leg. It's good feet again. Lewandowski, one more pass. We speak about it, delayed it again. The goalkeeper movement was pretty much on point. I was confident that it was going to be down the goalkeeper's throat if the shot came in. But still, he's in possession somehow, and he's been able to just keep this moving from side to side.
Timo doing exceptionally well there. Inside that 18-yard box that Henning developed a very, very good chance. But Timo didn't panic. Said, I can get a block in here, I can get a little tackle in. And that's the key part to it. When they work that extra pass off across, just ensure that you've got a man there ready to get a block in.
1 late minutes, Florian Wirtz. This is nice from Timox. Silas, it's a bit of a cheeky pass. It was maybe a bit too advanced. Maybe something a bit more simpler would have worked better, trying to move that into the feet of another forward there. Regardless, it was direct. And very close to Timo. Taking a 1-goal lead here. If you have just tuned in, this is the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. You're watching day 1 of the tournament. It's a 2-day tournament here, live from Cologne in Germany. We'll look to crown another German champion this weekend, who will pick up 40,000 euros and that all-important trophy. These two players have kicked off proceedings with a defeat, each next to their name. Remember, it's 3 is the magic number. Win 3, you go through into the knockout stages. You lose 3, and that is your potential end of the FIFA season for a lot of these players that aren't in the playoffs, Alex. It's a harsh reality, but it's certainly a true one.
That it is.
Henning building nicely. Tried his best to find the cutback. That will do us in this game at the halfway point. We'll jump ships if we can to see what's going on in the other game, if it is still live right now. Yes, it is. It is still 1-0 for Werder Bremen's Chaser, the youngest player in this virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals this time round. 16 years of age, showing all the experience. So young, very close to finding his 2nd goal there. Still just under 30 minutes left.
Going back to your point about this possibly being the end of the season for some of these players, some of the virtual Bundesliga competitors here this weekend bank on this as their way to qualify for the playoffs. But unfortunately, not everyone will be there. So as you said, pressure on, but time to perform, and these players can do that.
Silas for Lucas of Hoffenheim. Patient again.
It's so difficult, Brandon, in those areas for the defenders to read what's happening. When the opponent has the ability to almost do every skill in the book and then cancel the skills as well, it just makes you think so much harder about what skill are they going to do. Is the extra pass on? Have they got a shooting angle? So many different factors.
That's nice. That's really nice. He makes it look so easy, does this kid. The new kid on the block in Germany. SVW Chaser of Werder Bremen. An academy prospect that now is on the biggest of stages in Cologne. His first outing, his first ever virtual Bundesliga finals. And he's making it look like every single normal day.
And what a goal it is, Brandon.
See the goal.
Straight away, you can already see how Silas gets sent on that run along with the centre attack in mid. So triggering 2 runners there. So you have the runner on the wing, but then also the runner in the middle to be able to look for that deep cross. It was planned 5 seconds before it even hit the back of the net. And Chaser, like we mentioned before we jumped into this game, is just saying, I'm going to play with no fear. I'm here to play. I can do many different things using the crosses there as well.
Florian Wirtz. Oh, wow. Just offside. Just offside. It was an opportunity there for Lucas to take something into the second leg. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, but we have to talk about overall what a first leg performance it's been from Chaser. Professional first leg so far. No surprise why he's been talked about and alluded to.
He just beat Timo 5-3, which isn't an easy game at all either. And to have 5 goals in your locker against a player as good as Timo, you know then, if I can just maybe try and keep a clean sheet in this first leg, like he's doing here already, it's going to give you a very good chance to go far in this tournament when you have goals in your locker, as well as tightening things up at the back when required, which we've seen so far. Lucas only really been limited to one very good opportunity inside that 18-yard box. He's going to be very happy with this first leg.
As I was just teasing there, he's been nominated as one of the newcomer of the season. There's not really much surprise there. What story it would be if he was to continue this dominance, find his way into knockout FIFA tomorrow, find his way maybe into that top 4 and even the Global Series playoffs, which is the next tournament in line. If you are a FIFA eSports advocate and a big fan, we are sort of near the final stages now of a few virtual leagues, and then in the start of July it's the playoffs. Players' opportunity to book a ticket to the FIFA E-World Cup. As we know, it'll be taking place in Denmark this year. I wonder this year how many German names will be amongst the 32. And in time of just a minute before it's time to go back to the drawing board for Lucas, unless he can take something now. Lewandowski times it green, but it doesn't matter how green you time it if there's 2 or 3 players standing in the way. Halfway point in round 2 of Swiss. 2 games concluded. And still so much to talk about. But for that man there, so far, so good. He leads 2 goals to 0.
He does a great first leg there for Chaser. Lucas just coming in with a chance near the end. And like you mentioned, when you have someone like Lewandowski inside that 18-yard box, it's much more difficult to be able to chop, turn, and get into those shooting angles that you know are going to generate chances. So it makes things a little bit more difficult. The green time shot coming through, but the blocks are there every single time. Lewandowski, a man that's just a little bit easier to defend if you can't dance with him.
Yeah, and how nice would it be as well, Alex, just to get into a position where you are 2-0 in the Swiss rounds. It's one of those, it's like, you can't relax, but you're so close, aren't you, to just getting that 3 wins, that magical number, and saying, right, I've done my job today. Back to the drawing board. Tomorrow we're in pretty much knockout FIFA.
Yeah, it gives you plenty of chances, basically, to have an off game, which that can happen throughout these tournaments. Players can be performing well, and in just one game, they get matched up against an opponent that they may struggle a little bit more against. But when you start 2-0, you have that confidence behind you. You know, look, 1 more win, and I'm pretty much secured and done, and then through into those knockouts, which is where these players want to be. So it certainly gives you a bit of a comfort blanket, but you can't be too comfort, because the next thing you know, you could be 2-2 and nearly on your way out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people I can see in the chat as well. Thank you for joining us today and tomorrow for the virtual Bundesliga files. Remember, if you watch for 60 minutes or more today, you can earn some of those incredible rewards. Link your EA and Twitch account if you want to be involved in that. We're going to go to a break now. When we get back, we'll have some updates for you with scores from round 2 in Swiss. And we'll also have our second legs between our 2 featured games. We'll see you in a few minutes' time for more FIFA here in the virtual Bundesliga finals. welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals Day 1. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Alex Bowden, known as the FIFA Analyst. We saw a number of games in round 2 take place, but more importantly, we saw some massive results in the break there, Alex. We've just been catching up with what has been going down in that first round. Umit has not just replied, he's put an exclamation mark next to his result. He is currently in front, I believe, 11-1 on aggregate. He's 0-1 in round 2. He is looking to get back in that winner's side as soon as he can.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with that. If you're Leroy, I don't know how you bounce back from that. 11-1, going 0-2 then. Going to be a big, big confidence loss.
Well, could be an early start here. It will be. And it is the perfect reply from Lucas of Hoffenheim. It was 2-0 down at the break. After knocking on the door a few times, he knew how important it was to get a goal back in this one. Against Werder Bremen's new kid on the block. Chaser. Perfect response and a perfect start here for Lucas as he leads by a goal to 0.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better response. When you've gone in, first leg 2-0 down, an early goal just settles you so much, knowing you've got essentially the full match to try and at least get to that draw-in level. But you could argue from Chaser, a little bit of poor defending maybe. The extra pass came in and he just moved upwards ever so slightly rather than covering that near post, which maybe just needed to settle down a little bit more. Chance came very early, so sometimes defending can be a little bit rash.
Couple of results we have to talk about. It's full time for Umit. He does win 11-1. Predator FIFA leads by a goal to 0. It's another Werder Bremen player. They're looking to bounce back from being in a 0-1 position. But also, Denny 10 of FC Heidenheim, 2-0 down in his first leg. Wins the series 3-2. This man never gives up. He is currently 2-0 in round 3 now. Looking like a serious player to watch out for. Here comes Chase now, looking for his third goal in the series. Brilliant close control dribble in there with Alphonso Davies. Just couldn't quite find that extra pass he was looking for.
Denny 10, like you said, does not give up. Coming back from behind there and going 2-0 and looking very, very confident to be one of our first players to reach that magical 3 wins.
Lucas looking for that equaliser. We'll be jumping between this one, as you probably just saw the game between Timox and Henning. It was all square at the break. This one is on the winner's side of things. So it wouldn't be all doom and gloom if they did drop this game. They'd just be 1-1. You'd call it a reset, but still, they're only 2 wins away from finding a spot in tomorrow's finals. So a lot more Silas involved in these 2 teams, Alex. What do you think the reason the backing could be behind that? I guess just not as many Stuttgart players getting backed, and it probably adds just an avenue of choice for these players.
Again, comes down to player style on FIFA and what you want to try and produce on the pitch. Silas, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. 5-star skill moves being a big, big thing. For Lucas and Chaser, we already spoke about it, how they're so good with the ball at their feet. That's exactly why they've picked him, to be able to use those skill moves to their advantage and keep asking those questions of the opposing defender.
Over to this one now. These 2 are in a difficult position. The pressure cooker is slowly heating up. Davies might not fancy a shot from that far out. Nkunku will find the time green finesse. Did get blocked on the way through.
That's something to definitely fear as well. Nkunku, finesse shot trait, especially when you green time it from range. Something that players can look to utilise. And he is capable of hitting them from almost anywhere. One of my favourite players, actually, this year. He's had so many items in that middle of the park. Can literally do it all. Gets up and down the pitch, hitting them from range. Works really well.
Sort of can just fit him in everywhere, can't you, in your ultimate team?
Yeah, I mean...
Not saying you would play him as a striker, but you'd certainly do a job there.
He can play striker, almost in like a false 9 role. If he's linked up with a partner, like someone like Haaland, for example, that can work quite well. He can play right mid in a 3-5-2, centre mid, centre attacking mid. Pretty much all of it he can do, which is why he's going to be one of the first names on the team sheet for these players.
Diaby. Timo can't find a way past Ndicka that time.
Henning doing exceptionally well to step in on that heavy touch from Diaby, take it away.
It's 5 before half-time here.
We mentioned it prior about how both of these players conceded a lot of goals in their first round. So it was going to go one of two ways. Lots of goals in this second round, or a little bit more of a cagey affair. I think they've both tightened up so well in defence and just looking to not give the opponent any easy chances.
Oh, wow. Speak about comeback. Speak about the best response possible. How about that for a 45 minutes from Hoffenheim's Lucas? He might be 20 years of age, but he's been around and travelled the world at so many FIFA Pro tournaments. We'll see the goal on the replay. Alphonso Davies had it on his left-hand side. Was able to find the all-important card back. Lewandowski, a cheeky one too. He takes it back again, probably, I'm guessing, from the corner. And there we have it. Half-time. What a response, Alex, from Lucas.
Lucas is going to be absolutely over the moon with that, but the job is not done yet. Yes, he's back at all square 2-2 second leg half time. Now he can go out there and he can carry on playing his game. But, you know, when we spoke about Chaser, 16 years of age, will that start to be a little bit nervy for him? Or would he just say, look, I've conceded those 2 goals, a little bit disappointing, but let's get back to doing what I do best, and that's getting that ball into the 18-yard box, dancing and asking those questions of each defender. As we see the goal here for Lucas, the shot cancel. Brandon, I mentioned it so many times when we were watching this game a few minutes ago. I would hate to play against either one of these players because they can turn and do everything that they need to do with those skill moves.
At first, it was more the case of Lucas asking questions about how do I contain Chaser, because he was coming at him with everything, every skill move under the sun, and the combinations were silky and slick. It was hard to deal with. Now, feels like it's Lucas causing all the sorts of problems. This could be an absolute gift for Nkunku, who's just offside. It's funny how the tables have suddenly turned.
Yeah, Chaser just needed to settle down a little bit now. Regroup, come back out, make sure he's not giving up any space in behind his counter-attacks, and then working it into that 18-yard box can work well. As we see it again, Chaser coming through and trying to do the exact same thing. It's a one game plan at the minute. There isn't much else for Chaser. You know, he's not really looking too often for the long-range finesses or the crosses. Himself, he just wants to work into the box, find that extra pass off, be able to dance, be able to do those skill moves and find his goals that way.
And we jump ships to a game that's a bit more tightly contested here. FC Ingolstadt. Timo alongside Hanna Rostok's Henning. He could be on his way to a 2-1 lead. He sort of got himself a bit confused there, Lewandowski.
Timo needs to be really careful losing that ball in the middle of the park. When you lose the ball, the transition from my team's getting ready to go and attack to then, oh, we need to get back and we need to defend. And you saw Henning have the space open up in the middle, laying that ball out to the left-hand side. And again, Lewandowski, it's just not the one that you want to be able to turn and find that extra pass off. You want him to be the man to receive the pass and then get that strike on goal. But for Henning, he'll be happy. He's got into that area, he's put some pressure on, and he'll be looking to do the same again. Henning just taking a bit of time and patience on the ball. Recycling back if he doesn't like the look of what's going forward. Doesn't want to be caught in the press or the tag team from Timo. Timo just needs to stay disciplined. No unnecessary offside traps. Trap the runners.
Diaby does well. A little Acroqueta steal. It's very, very composed at the back from Timo. As he has to be. Do you think we'll see a different back liner than that for today? Ndicka, Danny Da Costa, Klosterman, Davies. Is it just going to be the same four, you think, across pretty much every game?
A few little changes here and there. Obviously, there is a good few options. Ndicka, though, being one of my favourites. He's just so good in that area. But Da Costa works so well because if you have the ability to play in a 3 at the back, he can go right centre-back. If you want to play 4 at the back, he can go right back. He has everything in his locker, that Da Costa, and definitely makes it difficult to get past.
Well, that game's in a pause. Let's jump back to this one for a split second. Lewandowski was through, and this was the goal that was scored by Chasers to put him up by 3-2.
Chaser taking no fear there. The opposite of what we saw in the previous game then, when we were taking a look at Timo and Henning, choosing not to turn with Lewandowski. Just saying, look, I'm going to drive. You won't expect that. Goes out to quite a harsh angle, but that is why Lewandowski is one of the best finishers on FIFA. Using that weak foot, putting it past the goalkeeper into that far corner. You cannot give him that time and room because you know he will punish you for that.
Davies, Diaby. This is Silas. I think this might be live or a replay. No, I think it is live. Or maybe it was a replay. Lewandowski was through, timed a green out for a corner. A lot of game sound in our ears right now between both these two games. We approach the last 10-15 minutes. Big wise words you can hear from Timo's coach. Asking for a bit more.
Timo's coach will be very happy with that as well, though. The fact that he pressed high up the pitch and he won that ball in that final third and gave a chance to himself. We saw Timo lose the ball and Henning generate an equal chance from that. If you can win the ball high up the pitch, you always have a chance of generating opportunities and scoring goals. So Timo, although he didn't score, will still be very happy that he has created an opportunity.
That's this game currently stands. It will be Werder Bremen's chaser. One of their 3 players they've got in the tournament. On his way to a 2-0 scenario. Another goal here would certainly solidify that. Good feet. Quite find the exit he's looking for. Danny Da Costa will be driving down this right-hand side. Expect to see him do that across the weekend. Good feet, finds Nkunku. Eventually dispossessed with the help of Marco Reus. That come on, just try a bit more into the attack for Lucas. The weird mindset he's in now for Chaser. It's a case of do I go and find another goal and seal this game off, or I've got the backing in myself that I can look after possession and probably see out these last 7 minutes, because it's going to be difficult with Lucas now piling numbers forward, piling everybody forward. Nkunku. Back to goal. Finds Bellingham. This is going to have to be one of the last chances of the game for Hoffenheim to maybe take this into an added extra 30 minutes. Again, stand strong. Would be offside. Another big win. Danny Da Costa involved. Does very well to get himself out of that. That's Ndicka, though. That is your centre-back as a left winger right now.
Incredible composure from Chaser. Two little areas where Lucas looked like he won the ball and got that press, but he utilises the wing, takes it away. You said, is he going to go for another? Or will he look to see it out professionally? And he has done exactly that. For a 16-year-old, you couldn't ask for anything more.
Just very, very composed. What a performance. He's 2-0 in his first ever outing in a virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Werder Bremen's wild card currently is on his way. One win away, we should say, from making it into knockout play tomorrow. Back to this one now, though. This is loser bracket. It's a bit of a different scenario over here. Two players that definitely do not want to be 0-2. And we've just seen there, as you can see by the time, more extra time needed here.
Yeah, and it's no surprise. Like you said, going 0-2 puts you back up against the wall too early on into the day. So a cagey affair between Timo and Henning. 1-1 over the two legs. Extra time, possibly penalties to settle it. But both players, we're having a word with their coach right now, just asking and saying, what can I do to find a way to break down the defense? Do I go for a heavy press? Do we play it conservative? Try and hit on the counter maybe? Extra time. Let's see who's got it in the locker.
Paulinho comes on. For Silas. Whilst that is just getting underway here in extra time in the second half. Some results that have just come in from the second round here. We'll try and tell the story a bit more of what is going down. I think we've got extra time between Predator FIFA and Thomas. That's a 1-1 scoreline there. Big wins for HSV's Daniel. FC Osberg get themselves a win with Hakic GS. Denny Ten, as we know, picked up an important win. Gisten takes down Borussia Dortmund's EPXL. And it seems as if we've just got a few more games in extra time that are going to end very shortly indeed. The big news, though, if you are an Umit fan, he did win 11-1 in his second round. I'm probably going to guess that we might see him in round 3. What a ball that could be towards the back post. What a save.
Huge save there. Cross is coming through. And as you said, Predator FIFA was looking good. But now into extra time again for the second time already today.
Surprised he hasn't scored more goals, to be honest, Alex. He's only scored 1 goal so far, and that's across 4 individual legs of FIFA.
Yeah, we saw him at the Champions League last week being very disappointed for not making it further in that tournament. And when you've just come off a disappointing result, let's say, and you are, as you said, heartbroken, as a chance comes through.
Could be a chance. Oh, that's good FIFA. It's really good FIFA. From Henning. We're jumping around everywhere in Cologne, but regardless of that, it is a goal on the stroke of half-time. And a really well-worked finish. Just kept Timo guessing. Where was he going to have to move the goalkeeper? Where was he going to have to move to? Really good finish. 2 goals to 1 he leads. And that should do us for half-time in extra time. We might get to see that again on the replay, but that's all you ask for, really, isn't it, in the attacking sense there, Alex? Just make a situation so difficult for your opponent. They have got no idea how to guess, how to stop it, who to defend. Just have to sit back and let your opponent do what they've got to do.
You're chasing shadows in that area. That could be something that Henning has spoke to with his coach at full time. They have these conversations, right? They talk to one another and say, look, you know, we've been doing this too much. Let's try something else. And that was a change of tempo there. That's saying when we get in and around the 18-yard box, instead of taking a touch and turn and skill move, go for a first-time pass. Quick first-time passes makes it so difficult for the opponent to intercept or get there to get a block in. Doing that so well gives that chance again for Lewandowski to slot it away. And Timo now back up against the wall. What can he do to come back out and try and take this through to penalties? But Henning works so well and a brilliant goal.
Well, is that going to be the last goal of this game? Or is there more? Expect to see numbers forward. Is he onside, Haaland? No, he's not. Slightly too keen off the mark. Could be through now. Bellingham. The timing of this has to be perfect. Finds Haaland. This is Timo. Cutback available. He went on his own at the near post. It was asking a lot.
Brilliant press again from Timo breaking through. But Haaland on that near post. Weak foot. Always weak. very difficult to beat the goalkeeper from there.
Oh, that's really good feet. Wins a corner.
And that's fine if you're Henning. Keep the ball in Timo's half. You don't mind that going out for a corner. Every minute taken off the clock is 1 minute closer to him getting his first win on the board.
As we said, this is the reset, some would argue, to go one-on-one. Look at the back post as an option there. Polina happy to keep possession, though. Moving it nicely. One more pass, Lewandowski. Just offside.
Timo now needs to find it, doesn't he, Brandon?
It's going to be his last chance to do so. Otherwise, he's going to be 0-2. And mentally, in that position, you're in a really difficult position. You're 1 win away from being eliminated from the tournament. FC Hansa Rostock might be on their way to their first win in this virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals with their newest recruit at just 17 years of age. This player who has come onto the scene. His first ever time in a virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And another player that has been showing maturity from this German scene. It's a celebration from the coach. They know they've done enough to go one-on-one. It's still a long road here in Germany, in Cologne, if they wish to be in the knockout stages. But regardless, it's a step in the right direction.
Massive congratulations to Henning there, picking up that first win, making himself 1-1 in the virtual Bundesliga here this weekend. But for Timo, 0-2. You mentioned the experience of Timo. He's been around for such a long time. He has got it all to do. If he loses his next game, Brandon, he's out. He's going away. That's it. He'll be done from this tournament, which I don't think many people saw coming just yet. But Henning did so well just to work those chances, keep controlled in that game as well, and the composure and experience even in those last 10 minutes to take the time off the clock and see that one through.
No, absolutely. Again, I just saw Predator FIFA on his feet there. I'm trying to get the result coming through now. It's not been updated yet on the website side, unless I'm proven wrong. I think it went to extra time, maybe potentially even penalties in the end there. We are 2 rounds in to the Swiss, if you are wondering what is happening here in the virtual Bundesliga. You're watching day 1 of 2 of the tournament. We have got 4 rounds of PlayStation. We'll take a break. Then we've got 4 rounds of Xbox today. Then tomorrow we jump into knockout play, grand finals, and so forth. Someone that was watching that game from the sidelines and watching probably Umit's 11-1 victory was our very own Richard Buckley. He joins us back in the 3-man commentary booth. Rich, difficult scenario for a lot of these players now that is 0-2, and not probably something that Timox had planned at the start of today.
No, certainly not something what Timox had got planned. Talk about a bounce back. Talk about a reaction from Umit, though. Ridiculous. I mean, I came back sort of in between the 2 legs, and I think it was FIFA analyst just off air said, yeah, he's 6-1 up in the second leg. Oh, and I sort of just caught the end of it. I was like, oh, 6-1 overall. No, 6-1 in the second leg on his own. 11-1, double figures in total. I mean, it's an incredible reaction after losing in such a devastating way as well. And sort of the mentality, you ask, what's it going to be like? E-Champions League, disappointment, and then in that first game, suffering defeat, bouncing back and a real strong contender to retain his crown.
And we have to talk about 2 very impressive players so far here on this PlayStation bracket. Werder Bremen's Chaser, youngest player in this virtual Bundesliga finals, and also Denny 10 of FC Heidenheim, who again was, I think, 1-0 down in this series or 2-0 down in this series, wins 3-2 across the second leg as well. For me, I don't know if you'd have to agree, Alex, those are 2 standout players that have been really impressive so far.
Yeah, definitely. And for Denny, he's had it maybe a little bit tougher in the sense that he's had to come back in both of those games and find his way through. Chaser obviously took those lead and yes, went to that draw as well, but then found that way through to win. But if them 2 come to head and match and play against each other, it's going to be an entertaining game because Demi's just never, ever going to give up regardless of what the scoreline is. So I'm very much looking forward to see if that's a possibility.
And we keep painting this narrative of Chaser being the youngest player, sort of first real big LAN event. That's not a bad thing. Like, there's often a stereotype of it's your first event, you could be new to the scene. If you look at a lot of the players who are dominating over the last couple of years, I would put them between sort of the 16 to 18-year-old category. There's a few anomalies, and I think it's those outside anomalies that are maybe a little bit older, but it's within those age range when you look at players like Levi de Weed and Optolai, especially from Europe. Isn't exactly really old when you look at... He seems a lot more mature than he is, but he's not 26, 27 years of age. So I certainly think there's a lot of young talent that this is an opportunity rather than an opportunity to shine and show what you're made of, especially in that 2 years of online where people might not have seen you, rather than an opportunity to shy away and think, oh, I'm playing at LAN, I might be a little bit nervous. These players will relish every single game that they have.
Well, let's, if we can, get the list of players up on the PlayStation that are playing in this Swiss, as we said, at this moment in time. Let's not beat around the bush. It's a stacked 16 we've got across the board that have been through the VBL Open. They've been through the Club Championship to be here. Yes, we've spoken about the likes of Umit and Denny. But let's not forget, Serhatinho is a great player in there. We caught a little bit of Lucas's game, who may have just lost. He's 1-on-1 regardless. He's still in the fight. Predator FIFA, we don't know the scenario of his last game. It's a stacked 16 there, Rich.
No, it certainly is. I'm just having a quick refresh at the moment. Predator FIFA won the first game against Thomas OM, and then Thomas OM won the second game 1-0. So as it currently stands, you're looking at an extra time, maybe a penalty shootout scenario. We are here in Germany that game is currently going to take place very shortly indeed. Obviously, we are all in the United Kingdom right now, and the final's taking place over in Germany. So we're trying to give you the best information that we can provide for you from the ground over there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, well, let's go to a quick break now while things do find their feet. But before we do that, let's have a little look at one player that will be in action later today of FC St. Pauli. He's a player that jumped onto the FIFA scene late last year. It's Musti, and here's a little bit more about him coming into this year's finals.
Endlich ein Titel mit dem Team. Beim DFB-Pokal sicherte sich Mustafa Musti Can mit dem FC St. Pauli die erste Trophäe als Mannschaft, nachdem die Kiezkicker die vergangenen Jahre häufig nah am Gewinn eines Titels dran waren. Auch in der Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship bei Bevestor kam St. Pauli wieder weit. Zum zweiten Mal in Folge wurden Musti und Co. Vizemeister. Im Finale 2021 hatte St. Pauli den ersten FC Heidenheim nicht bezwingen können. Diesmal musste man sich RB Leipzig geschlagen geben. Dass der FC St. Pauli immer wieder ganz vorne mitmischt, ist vor allem der Verdienst von Musti. Der Hamburger zählt zu den besten deutschen Spielern und ist der wichtigste Spieler im Kader. Schon seit einigen Saisons spielt Musti in der Weltspitze mit und konnte dabei auch international einige Erfolge feiern. Beispielsweise gewann er den Foot Champions Cup 3 in der FIFA 21 Saison. In der abgelaufenen Spielzeit der VBL Club Championship schoss Musti 42 Tore, gewann 11 seiner 24 Einzelspiele und sammelte fleißig Punkte im 2 gegen 2. Mit nur 5 Niederlagen war Musti einer der besten Einzelspieler der Saison, auch divisionsübergreifend, insbesondere in der Rückrunde und beim Offline-Finale in der Straßenkicker-Base. In Köln stellte Musti seine Qualitäten eindrucksvoll unter Beweis. Fan des FC St. Pauli, spielt seit 2020 für den Verein. Mit seinen 20 Jahren blickt er außerdem schon auf einige Spiele in der deutschen E-Nationalmannschaft zurück. Mit dem Gewinn des DFB-Pokals bestätigte Musti seinen Kaderplatz in der E-Nationalmannschaft. Durch seine konstant guten Leistungen auf nationaler und auf internationaler Ebene hätte sich der Topspieler aber ohnehin keine Sorgen darum machen müssen.
Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship bei bevestor ist zurück.
Hello, welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, ladies and gentlemen. You might have noticed there were quite a lengthy break there in proceedings. We are going to get gameplay back underway very shortly indeed. Obviously, we're in the United Kingdom. We're trying to put a few pieces together. We are hearing there's a couple of technical difficulties in Germany at the moment, but the extra time in the Pro Hunter match should be taking place very shortly indeed. We'll cast that extra time period, and then we'll get underway in the round 3 of Swiss. Brandon, it was a very entertaining round 2, and sort of the favourites, some of them falling away, and in particular, Ummet, the reigning champion, bouncing back in a very strong way.
No, absolutely. He did bounce back massively well. I'm just interested in this game, the one we're waiting to conclude. The only reason we haven't moved into round 3 of Swiss, you said, is we're just waiting for one game to conclude. Predator FIFA, as you said, he's on the verge of maybe going 0-2. And I don't know what this lengthy delay is going to do for him. If we can catch some shots in Germany now. And we'll talk you through what is going down right now. The game has been waiting to be going down for quite some time now. We've got both players on the screen. I've just seen Predator FIFA walk off for a drink or maybe a quick break. We are waiting, as you said, Richard, to reconnect this game as soon as we can. There's a lengthy delay here. I have to ask you, Alex, what do you think that delay does for these players? That, I mean, everyone's played their round 2 other than these two. They know that equally, whoever loses this is 0-2. This lengthy break, I can assure you, probably has not helped them much.
No, it definitely hasn't. And especially if you're going into extra time and waiting for that to kick off, it's a very difficult scenario to be in, which not a lot of players would have been in this particular one, of going into extra time and having a big break in between that. But this is where, as FIFA eSports has developed over the recent years, how coaches come in and play such a big role. Essentially, it's their job right now to keep their player calm, composed, have conversations with them. They might not even just be talking about the game and FIFA and what they're going to do in extra time. They might be talking about football on the weekend. They might be talking about what they're going to have for dinner this evening. It could be absolutely everything. All it is take your kind of mind off the situation of that big delay that we have so far. And just when things get back going, make sure you get straight back into that rhythm.
Yeah, and Rich, it's nice to see on the German commentary desk you are taking a look at now. Mo Alba and Dr. Ahano, 2 of the greats of the FIFA scene, just giving their inside scoop this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got Dr. Ahano and Mo Alba. We've got Richard Buckley and FIFA analyst.
Hey, let's not beat ourselves up too much there, Buckley. You know, a little bit of a different sort of one, but hey.
One former world champion. Actually, I won on the same stage that Mo Alba won on, because me and Brandon did win the 2v2 content creator influencer tournament.
I love how Buckley still rolls with us. He is on. There was never a name for the tournament, was there?
No, but I've still got the trophy, and we beat Bateson and Castro in the final. Comfortable victory as well, may I add. We used Belgium back in the day of head-to-head FIFA, and probably my second most proudest achievement of my life.
So is that you saying that maybe you played on the same stage, that you could give Mo Alba a game, Buckley?
I'm sure we can give a game, just like Wrexham can give Man City a game. If it'll be a competitive game is another question. But I'm sure we could have a match of FIFA. I think we might have played back sort of early FIFA 20 potentially, in a few sort of exhibition games, just off the side of the stage, chilling. Super, super nice guy, I've got to say as well, Mo Alba. One of those players that always got a smile on his face. He had his crowning moment at the O2, and I really don't think there was nobody in that arena who thought he doesn't deserve this. He's such a beloved fan, such a beloved player, sort of with the other pros, and also fans as well. He's creating content, streaming, making YouTube videos. He is, you would say, Al, if you were to build a FIFA Pro from the ground up, it looks like Mo Alba.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is that how well obviously he's performed on the big stage with tournament wins as well, but also what he does off the pitch in terms of content, getting his name and brand out there is something that he does so well, and something for up-and-coming German players and everyone else across the world, someone to admire, look up to, and replicate what he's done.
Oh, I think we are going to be jumping into this one now. Myself, Brandon Smith, and FIFA analyst will be taking you through the commentary of extra time. We'll catch up with Richard Buckley in just a few minutes. 30 minutes to play here between these two. It's going to be an interesting one between Thomas OM of FC Ingolstadt and Predator FIFA, because whoever loses this is 0-2 and quite literally has their back against the wall here.
That they do, and I imagine both players having conversations with their coaches and just saying, look, start things off as you mean to go on. Don't give up any space in behind. Don't make any rash decisions. You've just had a bit of a break, a bit of time to really think about what you can do to break that opponent down. But let's see how it will pan out. As I said, that break certainly wouldn't have helped those players, but they're professionals. They know what they need to do. Neither one of them will want to be 0-2, but one of them will be. And it is time to find out who will be in that position.
As he said, 30 minutes of extra time needed here. They both played in 2 legs. It was 1-0 to Predator FIFA in the first game, and it was Thomas who picked up a narrow 1-0 winning game number 2. It's an early pause that's coming. There's 10 minutes have already been lost. Florian Wirtz, this is where the Bremen building now. Tries to Lacriqueta his way forward. Past the defender. What makes this an extra time period a bit more interesting, Alex, is that the player's stamina bar is it pretty much normal.
Yeah, so obviously having to go back in and get the game underway again, it means that the players have got their full stamina and they can utilise that. But also as well, you know, that's on both sides. So both of these players are fully aware of that. Stamina, strength, all that sort of thing. Regardless of the attackers having that full stamina, so have your centre-backs. It is still down to yourself to defend those chances, stop the opponent from getting into multiple scenarios as best as you can.
Was another dodgy pass at the back. It's a corner given away. Last chance of the 50. As we're going to this first pause now, it's a defensive tactic, or an offensive tactic that has been implemented for Predator FIFA. As you can see, we are bringing you the coverage from Cologne in Germany. A 2-day FIFA tournament as we look to crown this year's virtual Bundesliga winner of the 32 that have bowed out across the club championship, the league and the VBL Open. What can you do from this corner? It will be the last chance of the half. Out wide to Klosterman. There's the extra pass inside. You may as well call it the Nicholas corner. Somebody did so many times in the E-Champions League. And no doubt it's been adopted by FIFA players pretty much everywhere in the world. Just like that. Maybe that could be the goal that puts him 1-on-1.
Player lock so hard to execute from the corner. You have to be so quick on the sticks to do that. Klosterman on the edge of the 18 just moved him out to that 18-yard box, looking for that header down, but switching over to the Davies, who takes a brilliant touch, lines it up onto that left foot and finds a way to grab a goal, which, as you mentioned earlier on, Predator FIFA so far not scoring many goals throughout the 2 rounds of FIFA that he's played. But he will be over the moon to grab that one, and he is 15 minutes away from putting himself 1-1.
Sometimes you need that, Alex, as well. If you're not scoring goals from open play, you need to lean on a set piece. You need to find another way to break down your opponent. Look no further than that. That's one of the most effective corners you're going to see at the moment on FIFA 22.
Yeah, I think when you're having a bit of a struggling to get going in that attack, generate your chances in open play, that's why these players work on set pieces, routines as much as they possibly can, because it can be the difference between you winning the match and just ultimately losing. When you can't generate chances, it's very difficult to get into that rhythm, and sometimes you just have to fall back on a set piece like you would in the real game. And for Predator FIFA right now, he'll be over the moon with that, but it's about 15 minutes of trying to survive what will be an onslaught from Thomas. Can he find a way back into the match, possibly to penalties again, which, don't forget, we've already seen Predator FIFA be there.
Yeah, unfortunately, be on the wrong side after a 0-0. 2 legs of FIFA extra time. It's a lot of FIFA he's got to play today. You can only imagine the stress he would have been facing and feeling in his first 2 games. What ball this could be Lewandowski. It's Thomas on the build-up of FC Ingolstadt. Moving nicely. Kimmich. First time we've seen him involved. Bellingham can't quite find that ball into Nkunku. To be honest, I'll expect maybe one more chance to get the ball for Florian Wirtz. He could conclude the game now, could Predator FIFA if he wanted to. There's the cutback. There's the one more pass. Reversal has to go. Surely a tap in. He's offside, Alphonso Davies.
Choosing to go at the near post there. Questionable decision, maybe. The shot across goal after the reverse Lasco tends to be the go-to for a lot of these players here at the VBL this weekend. Maybe expecting the goalkeeper movement from Thomas, which obviously plays a massive part. But the over-the-top through ball Dealing with the press ever so well. And again, taking more time off the clock. As we see the same sort of opportunity again.
Liguri taking minutes out the game. It's just 2 minutes left plus additional time. He'll invite the one more chance. Is then Kunku. Does he need to shoot? Yes, he will. He'll miss. And just by inviting that chance, he'll give the ball back to Thomas for his last and final chance of this game. I'll tell you what, if he grabs it now, penalties is where we're going. There's the chance. There it's wasted. Predator FIFA and Werder Bremen will get another win on the board, but more importantly for him, he will stay away from being in that elimination zone where he could have easily been at 0-2. A lengthy wait that no doubt would have frustrated both of those two players. Thomas is 0-2 and currently maybe on the way of leaving this tournament. But for him, one of the favourites, I'd say, on this PlayStation side, Alex. It's a big win under his belt and he'll walk away now and reset for round 3.
Yeah, and I imagine he won't have too much time in between those rounds, which could also actually suit Predator FIFA after having that break, just maybe wanting to get back into the game and go into round 3. But a big statement. You saw in that first game, he was a little bit disappointed with obviously not scoring any goals, going all the way to penalties. There was 2 missed penalties from Predator FIFA's side where the nerves just settled in to that as well. But coming back and taking it to that 1-on-1 can almost be the way for you to just come back in the tournament and say, look, I've got my loss. Now I've got my win on the board, and let's just carry on from that and build that confidence. And obviously for Thomas, 0-2, it's not over and done yet. He still has an opportunity to find that way through and reach the knockouts, but it means that he has no more chances for a slip up. He has to win the next 3 rounds of FIFA, which on paper sounds easy, Brandon, but it's very difficult to do when it comes to the task.
Yeah, and just on your point there, break down that corner to me, Alex, because there'll be people at home thinking how difficult it was. There was a tease of a player lock in there. There was a lot on the line of one finding the ball to a good header of the ball, such as Klosterman, and then you need pretty much anyone that's capable of getting a finish in the box, but in the right position. It was Alphonso Davies that scored the goal. Yeah,
so essentially when you have that corner, you need to use the player lock feature, which is where you push both of your analog sticks in, and you can use the right stick to select who you want to control, and it was Klosterman in this example. Moved him to the edge of the 18, and then as he puts that cross into the box using the cross button, he then has to flick that right stick over to Davies and then press pass and take the touch. It's so hard to do so quick. But again, this is why these players are some of the best in the world.
Yeah, well, we've officially concluded round 2. So let's bring back Richard Buckley into the mix of the 3-man commentary booth. Rich, 2 rounds down. We're halfway through what we're going to be seeing here on the PlayStation side today. Some players are 1 win away from qualification tomorrow. Some players, unfortunately, are 1 defeat away from elimination FIFA. Any surprises today or any sort of big performances you've been impressed by?
I've been impressed by a couple of the players, but I think the element that I'm most looking forward to now is the players that were 2-0 that finished their game 20, 30 minutes ago, maybe in a little bit of a streak, maybe on a bit of a hot run. How do they bounce back? Because this break won't just affect the 2 players that we just saw on the stage right there. This will affect everybody across the board. Talk about Timo, 0-2, in the depths, in the trenches. Now he's had a longer break. He's had time to recalibrate, recompose himself. And this is where that experience that you talked about, all the way back from FIFA 16 and FIFA 17, this is where that experience can play potentially a pivotal role.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be a lot of time. I mean, he probably would have about a 50-minute break. Now he's had a good 30, 40-minute break. That's enough time there to get the VODs out, Alex, and get watching back your last 2 games and work out what on earth's been going wrong.
Yeah, and players and coaches, they all work differently in that sense that some just want to go and play over and over and over again. Keep that rhythm going. Even if you've lost, just get into that next one to kind of keep those hands warm. What are some others really relish a break? Ideally they can have that time in between games to pull up, as you said, the games previously, break it down, analyze exactly what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and even try and work out, well, this player's on this record, I might be matching them. What can I try and take out from their game which I can look to utilize when going in should we match them in that next round?
No, absolutely. And again, we are just hearing that there has been a few technical difficulties today. We do apologise to everybody that has been watching our international broadcast. Trust me, we are following everything we can, trying to get games moving as quick as we can. We had such an electric start to proceeding today. We were round after round. There's been a small delay, unfortunately. So we're probably going to go to a quick break now. As soon as gameplay is ready, as soon as we're ready to get back in the way for round 3 of the Swiss, we will do that. But remember, we have still got a long day of FIFA ahead of us. 2 more rounds on the PlayStation. Then we're back for the Xbox later today for 4 more rounds as well. So don't go anywhere. Go and grab yourself a drink. Maybe go and get something to eat. If you're watching the UK, it's sort of lunchtime now. And we'll be back as soon as we can for more FIFA action here from the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We'll be as quick as we can. We'll see you shortly.
Well, welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga, ladies and gentlemen. You join myself, Richard Buckley, and FIFA analyst in the commentary booth, in the virtual commentary booth, pardon the pun. And it's a very interesting game that we're about to watch because we've got one match across the board that's going to be 0-2. It's going to be, unfortunately, the last game in the virtual Bundesliga and potentially the last game of their FIFA Global Series season that we're about to witness right here in front of us. On the other side of it, we've got a couple of games that are 1-on-1, and then we're going to be keeping our eyes on a few of the 2-0 matches in this Swiss round. Al, 0-2, how are you feeling coming into this game?
When you're 0-2, you never planned to be here, right? You never had that conversation really going into the tournament because you've done your preparation, you've done the hard work, and obviously you believed yourself to be making it through to the knockouts. But unfortunately, there is always some players that will be leaving us early in the tournament. Now, for Thomas and Kamal, which is the game that we're going to be featuring very shortly, the 0-2 fixture, you've got to think Thomas was just on stage, right? We saw that obviously with the extra time against Predator FIFA, and Kamal's had a big break that we spoke about, and like we chatted before the break, that can play into parts. You know, Kamal would have been watching that game and seeing Thomas up on extra time, but you're having your conversation with your coaches, your backroom staff, and just believing in yourself, knowing. I think the biggest thing for Thomas and Kamal right now, when they get into this match, you start aggressive, start strong, right? You don't want to be so tedious and scared of what you're going to do. Yes, you know that you possibly could be on the way out, but if you go in with confidence, put those games behind you and know this is where your tournament starts, you can excel from that.
Yeah, hopefully the start of a beautiful tournament for one of these two players. One will continue their run, one will be eliminated. Thomas Owen from left to right. It's going to be FC St. Pauli's Kamal from right to left. Huge matchup in the complexion of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here. Thomas looking to get this game underway very shortly indeed. He's probably not even had to move from that main stage. He's probably in the same seat that he just was against Predator FIFA. And I think comfort levels, he'll feel almost at home on the main stage at the moment.
Yeah, I think what we have to remember is that some of these players play so many games and tournaments at home that they're used to losing and knowing the situation that they're in. That for Thomas right now, maybe not moving and just going straight into that next game can just play into that advantage. You can put it behind you and go. What is Kamal has had so long to sit on? I'm 0-2, I'm 0-2, I'm 0-2. We'll have to see how he deals with that pressure. As I always remind you, there's a reason why these players are here. They know what they need to do.
Chance Lewandowski opens the scoring for Thomas. Kamal might be overthinking it. He might be thinking what potentially could have gone wrong. Thomas is living in the moment, and Robert Lewandowski rifles it in at the near post.
We spoke about it. Maybe commentator's curse right there. Kamal starting a little bit slow, allowing that pass into the 18-yard box too easily for Lewandowski to get control of it. Opened up that space, the extra pass off, the turn, and you cannot stop Lewandowski when he is in that area. He has the capability out of all of these players on the pitch this weekend to rifle it into that top corner when required.
I think something that is sort of understated really in FIFA eSports is you're allowed to lose. It's not... Oh, looks like just stood still for a second there, did Kamal, but he's defending again now. You're allowed to lose. It's not boxing where a loss can completely derail your entire career. You're expected to lose, and Thomas, being down at 0-2, might have been the best thing for him.
Almost identical to what we saw with that extra pass off again, and Lewandowski taking that touch in at that near post. The movement coming out from the wing, as you spoke about with Kamal, just briefly taking a minute or so. Let's have a word with the admin here by the looks of it. But it just works so well for Thomas to find that extra pass off across and utilise that. And a formation here that we see as the pause comes through, 4-2-3-1. Both of these players choosing a fullback, which is a general rule of thumb this weekend, Richard. We have seen 3 at the back, 3-5-2 being the go-to. Both of these players choosing for a fullback formation. It just changes the complexity of the match ever so slightly.
At a 4-2-3-1, when you talk about the 4-back formations, probably, I mean, this is certainly the year that it's not seen the most, that 4 at the back. We're just going to jump over while we do address any technical issues. Antonio and HSV Daniel currently underway. To give you a bit of context, this is a 1-on-1 matchup. Daniel did beat Kamal to get his 1 win on the board. Antonio from left to right. Left to right. There we go. Left and right. Let me just put up the L on my finger. In the red strip. And Daniel from right to left in the white.
Yeah, Antonio losing out in that previous game that he played in the last round to Denny 10, who, as we said, is performing exceptionally well right now. Both these players having a bit of confidence, I suppose. Antonio knowing Denny performing exceptionally well, and HSV Daniel getting that first win on the board. No goals to show for it so far inside 22 minutes.
Oh, great finish. Antonio, curse the commentator maybe, for Daniel. FIFA analyst is cursing everyone at the moment. Is he a witch in disguise? Lewandowski opens the scoring, 23 minutes on the clock. It's just, again, almost picture-perfect goal.
Yeah, when the shot cancel inside that 18-yard box, as I get my words out right there, from Antonio was done to perfection with Silas. Making the turn, finding Lewandowski. If you give him that time and room, he will punish you. But give credit to Antonio, the way he opened up that space, baiting the defender in, saying, hey, look, come and get the ball if you want. Shot cancel, turns away, and finds that free man. Beautiful.
No, it really was. And I think we are seeing those early tournament nerves starting to shake off. More skill moves, more intricate details, skill cancels starting to come out, which we didn't really see in those, especially opening round, where the games were so tightly contested. Just the scenario and the situation, a lot of these competitors, it'll be their first ever time playing on a stage like this, just starting to become accustomed and comfortable with it.
Yeah, it can work both ways. Your first time being on, you can show no fear and play and do what you do at home. But it can also be, it's my first time. You know, I don't want to give up any room in behind. I don't want to make any silly mistakes. For some players, when you kind of get into that rhythm and you get moving and you get going, that's where you can really start to open up. And at times, you know, they can try and work that 100% chance every single scenario. But other times, you just have to back your skill moves, back what you can do on the sticks, try something different. And we saw that there with Antonio with the fancy footwork inside the box, finding Lua.
Lewandowski again involved into Silas. the skill moves and weak foot that are required of him in these teams. Beautiful cancel. Twisting, turning, offloads it to Lewandowski. He smashes it home. And Antonio finds himself 2-0 up. I think Lewandowski scored all 4 goals we've seen so far in round 3.
You are sat at home right now and you're wondering, how can I get better in attack? Antonio is taking it out the textbook and showing you exactly what you need to do. Moving the ball around. We saw a player lock in the build-up as well. But the ability for the first-time passes, the change of tempo. Once he works it into that 18-yard box, again, skill cancels, shot cancels, making it so difficult for Daniel to defend. And like you said, Richard, Lewandowski grabbing so many goals throughout this tournament already, and he's going to continue to keep doing that. If you feed that man, he will score.
You know what was the chant back in the day? Feed the yak for Yakubu. Feed the Lou. Don't really have the same ring to it. So.
Yeah, we'll move on quickly from that one, Richard.
Dominant first half from Antonio. 65% of the ball, 2-goal lead. Looking to add a third. And Dicker defends well this time for Daniel. He needs to get into half-time and have a word with his coach. So he's on the precipice of potentially getting blown away by the hurricane that is Antonio.
Yeah, and you have to give credit, as I said, for both of those goals. Players at times, when they get into that box, sometimes they just try and turn and look for that pass. Sometimes they overcomplicate it, but here it has worked so well for Antonio. It's just very difficult to defend against. And if you are Daniel right now, you've got to think, okay, how do I actually stop him from getting into that 18-yard box altogether? As he switch over back to Thomas v. Kamal.
Yeah, back underway. The issue has been resolved. 16 minutes on the clock. Thomas was leading 1-0 when we left this game and almost seamlessly back into the matchup now. Thomas on the attack and Kunku into Kimmich. Was it 2-0 in fact?
It was 2-0, but as you mentioned in that
build-up,
build-up,
a goal off. There was a little bit of
yeah, believe there may have been a controller issue on that side, so the goal has been chalked off, which is rightly so.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, definitely.
If it was FUT Champions,
yeah, definitely.
It's another story. I'm taking the goal. You can go and answer the phone. I'm scoring 4. But in a competitive scenario like this, it's good to see the sportsmanship coming out in full flow. And I think you mentioned it earlier, actually, when you were commentating with Brandon, the sort of camaraderie on the stage between the German pros as well, just chatting, laughing with the coaches and all the players there. You clearly see it's a very well-knit group here at the Bundesliga finals.
Yeah, these players play with each other, play against each other, probably have their own Twitter group set up where they get practice games in, host their own sort of tournaments, absolutely everything. They know each other so well, and that plays a big part coming into it.
Chance here for Kamal, red time shot. If it's not red timed, you're probably looking at a goal there, but just couldn't quite get the shoot button down quick enough. Big opportunity squandered.
Yeah, for Kamal, when you're 0-2 and you're possibly on your way out of this tournament, it's nice to see that he believes in himself for that time finishing. For you at home, you time finish, it just gives you such a better chance. More power, more accuracy when you get that green time correct. However, there, with it being a red time finish, means that the shot isn't going to be as accurate. It's got no power. It probably isn't even going to go on goal. Kamal will look back on that one and be very disappointed to at least not test the goalkeeper better.
And I've thought this for a little while. Obviously, you coach a lot of people. You help, whether it's amateur players looking to get better on FUT Champions or division rivals, or sort of pro players watching their games where you coach people in the past. At what level does timed finishing become relevant? Because I know a lot of people who they don't even use time finishing because they don't feel as though it adds to their game. What level of sort of the FIFA pro, should I say, sort of skill spectrum does time finishing start to play a part?
I mean, time finishing should be something that everyone looks to utilise regardless, and more so from finesse shots from outside the 18-yard box. That's where you really start to see the benefit of time finishing. Inside the 18-yard box, you don't have as much time on the ball, let's say, so it can be more difficult to get that time finish off. But if you're sat there and you're working your way up through divisions, you know, you're in Division 3, Division 2, and you're thinking, what can I do to ensure I score more goals? That's where you want to start to look to bring in time finishing. As you said, not everyone uses it, but for, I'd say, 9 out of 10 players at the top level, they certainly have it in their locker when they need to use it.
Raum coming into the box here, finds it into Lewandowski. He shoots. Good save from the goalkeeper. Is he onside? He is. Ball fired back into the box from Diaby. Can't quite find a red shirt, but Jude Bellingham, forced to be reckoned with in the middle of the park, winning the ball back, and Thomas with this non-stop wave of pressure, piling numbers forward again. We are going to jump over to Antonio because he finds himself 3 goals to the good against Daniel. Hopefully we get to see that goal as it goes in. At the moment, it was just Lewandowski being a nuisance and kicking over the corner flag.
And again, that sounds about right, doesn't it, Richard? For the goal scorer right now, Lewandowski doing what he does best.
Here we go. Talk me through it.
You see the ball come out wide to it's looking it back in, isolating out 3 defenders there, room inside the shot cancel, and that all works purely because of how much pressure we saw Daniel put on to the ball holder right out on the top side of the screen. 3 men press that ball. If you don't win that, you have not got the numbers inside that box to defend the pass off or the turn and skill move, which you saw from Lewandowski, which allows a simple goal. So aggressive from Daniel, maybe a little bit unnecessary to be that aggressive. You know, he was only 2-0 down, now 3. It makes it such a mammoth task to try and pull it back.
I'm just having a look at Lewandowski's price on the open market at the moment. Under 400,000 coins, 380,000 for the team of the season with the 5-star week 4. That is an incredible bargain. He's one of those that he's not the flashiest of players. I mean, no sort of skill moves. He's not the most agile when you look at his dribbling stats in particular. He's quite tall as well. The Bundesliga, when you look at the grand scheme of foot, you probably the general population is probably looking maybe towards a Premier League or a Ligue 1 team. That's where the majority of their players will come from. Maybe even La Liga with the team of the season that they had. But there's some hidden gems in this Bundesliga side, and I think Lewandowski, as crazy as it sounds, is at the top of that list on the hidden gems within FIFA.
Yeah, obviously one of the leading strikers in the world on FIFA. Ranks a little bit further down. Like you said, not the most agile, but like we saw there from Antonio, if you can utilise the shot cancel, you actually make him fairly nimble.
Chance, it's just offside, is Silas. No, he can be nimble, he can turn, he can move quite quickly. Just seen a goal there, and Nkunku was the scorer of it for Thomas. 8 minutes inside the second half, he finds himself 2 goals to the good. We can have a look at this goal. We know the goal scorer, but how did it come about? Oh, it's a bad mistake out the back. You can't give a possession away like that, and then Nkunku just accelerated into the box.
Using that L1 speed boost so well there from Thomas, just kind of baiting it in ever so slightly, pulling out the defender, and then saying that gap that you've just left, I'm going to look to exploit that. I'm going to charge into it, and then Nkunku on that strong foot, using the go-to method to shoot across goal. Chance again.
Ooh, hello, Kamal. That's what we were asking for. It's maybe not the prettiest of goals, whipped into the box, but the composure to then play the extra pass and knock it on from Lewandowski into Florian Wirtz's path. Really nice goal.
Just seen someone in the chat say, what is the meta right now? There you are seeing it. Going for an early cross, finding that extra pass off a cross is 80% of the goals on FIFA.
Yeah.
As we see Thomas give that one away. A little bit nervous there maybe, but that can work so well. Going for those crosses, whether you want to take a touch and shoot with the player that receives it, or you want to go for a headed shot, or Kamal being so controlled, finding that extra pass off across, making it as simple as you like.
Or even playing around the variation of the cross. So playing the run, triggering the run, and then maybe your opponent plays an offside trap, for example, to try and squeeze up. You just run into the space. Having just different elements of that whipped cross into the box is so important, and it really is the go-to at the moment.
Yeah, when I'm coaching people, that's what it's all about. It's variety in attack. If you know you can cross the ball, you can shoot from range, you can do skill moves inside the 18, you can look for a through ball, an over-the-top through ball, a driven pass. When you have 5, 6 different tools in your arsenal, it makes it much more difficult for the opponent to realize what you are going to be doing. They might be thinking, oh, is he going to go for, again, the German cross? Or is he going to look for a finesse shot this time? Or is he going to drive? If you can implement all of these things into your game that we're seeing from Thomas, from Kamal, it really does help you bring your game to the next level.
And very similar to what it has been in previous FIFAs, the best players are the ones who can put it all together. The ones who, the most well-rounded players are going to be the best. Yes, you might excel in one particular area, as we've seen in previous FIFAs, where it's maybe a skill move or a style of defending or a possession-based play. But having all those attributes linking together typically will breed the most successful performances.
Yeah, of course it will. And that's why, as well, you know, you see some of these players over the years be at the top of their game, the top of their level. Because although this year it might be crossing that's strong, you know, we might move into a phase where it is just shooting inside the 18 or shooting from range. When you can do all of that, Brandon mentioned it earlier on, how do they adapt to different play styles and different ways of playing on the game? That is the benefit of it.
Silas inside the box for Thomas. 3-1 with 19 minutes left on the clock. A big goal to re-establish that 2-goal cushion and put Kamal right up against it.
Yeah, Kamal coming back with that original goal, feeling a bit of confidence going into that, but Thomas comes straight back after 10-15 minutes, a little bit of patience on the ball, baiting out the defenders again, using the ball roll and looking for the passes off, across. The thing that surprised me there more than anything is that Kamal committed so heavily on that extra pass off across from Silas. Thomas said, I'm not going for that this time. I'm actually going to turn, put it on the left foot and then find the shot.
A little chance there for Kamal representing FC St. Pauli here. He was building up nicely, went for that extra pass inside the box, got cut out, but promising signs for Kamal. However, we are playing a two-legged game. He can't let this first leg slide away from him, because if he finds himself 3 goals down going into leg number 2, it could be Curtis. What a save from the keeper.
Absolute huge save there for Kamal coming through. The cross from Thomas, timed to perfection, looking for the man at the back stick, but Kamal just did enough to get a touch on it. However, didn't get control of the ball. Falls to Thomas and a huge, huge save, which could be so vital in this leg.
Just gives you something to get going. That save, Erling Haaland down the other end, all in the same move. The goalkeeper pulls out a miraculous save, and 4 minutes later, Erling Haaland slaps it into the top left corner.
Yeah, and we literally said it could mean so much in this tie for that save, and it's done exactly that. Coming down the other end, Kamal using Haaland on that weak foot. Very similar to Lewandowski. If you give him that time, that room, he can find the back of the net. But the driven pass from the centre midfielder into Haaland, allowing him to take a perfect touch, set it up, and we have a game on our hands.
6 minutes remaining here in leg number 1. We've got 90 minutes of FIFA left to play after this one to decide who will be continuing their tournament here. Florian Wirtz looks to get away from Ndicka. The defender does well just to keep pace with him and then use his strength to outmuscle the German. But real promising signs for Kamal here as they come into the final stages of leg number 1.
And Ndicka doing so well there, knowing that the attacker just didn't have the angle to shoot, didn't have the right sort of positioning. You just push him out towards that wing. There'll be no chance for a shot on that angle. And a big, big tackle for Thomas, who's looking to just say, you know what, I'm going to have this last attack, see if I can get that 4th goal for myself and go into that second leg with a 2-goal lead.
Can't quite pull something out in the final chance of the game. It's a long ball forward. Diaby can't get onto it, and that will do us for leg number 1 here in your virtual Bundesliga Grand Final Swiss Round 3 matchup. Thomas OM, 3 goals to 2 leading. However, when you find yourself 2 and then 3-1 up, probably should have come away feeling a little bit more comfortable there, would you say? Richard Buckley and FIFA analyst in the commentary booth to break that one down. A real promising performance, I would say, from Kamal. He'll probably feel the better out of these two competitors coming into leg number 2.
Yeah, and there's no surprise why these players are where they are. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but no control of the game from each player. It is back and forth. They're both so good on the sticks and have that versatility in attack, but there's a reason why they are where they are, and that is purely just not being able to take control of games and see that out here in round 3. But as you said, Kamal will be happy enough that, you know what, he was down, he's grabbed some goals back. It's only a 1-goal deficit, and that is all to play for in the second leg.
Yeah, it certainly is. And when you mention sort of controlling games, just for people at home, what does that look like? Is that passing the ball around the back, or is that sort of playing sensible, playing smart? Can you just expand on that a little bit?
It all depends on the player and what they want, but you don't necessarily want to just pass it round the back in your own half because you're not going to generate chances. You still want to try and draw the opponent out. But essentially, moving the ball around quick in the middle of the opponent's half, getting into that final third and trying to frustrate them, trying to pull players out of position and then capitalize on any gaps that get left behind. If you can do that and then recycle the play if you don't like the look of the opportunity that you have, the next thing you know, 10, 15 minutes have gone in game. And then, say for Kamal, for example, he may get frustrated. He might make a rash decision, pull someone out, or use second man press just that little bit too much. And then Thomas can capitalize on it. And then he's got a much more comfortable lead. But as it stands at the minute, ball's going back and forth. It's like ping pong, left to right, right to left. And both players looking to just score on the attacks that they can. It's entertaining, but from that pro side of things, they may just want to try and get more control on the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Control will be pivotal for whoever does progress through and continue their virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here. Round 3 of Swiss will be finishing very shortly indeed. We'll be keeping you up to date with all the results from the second legs very shortly indeed. But before we get there, we've got a quick break to get to. See you soon. welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here. Apologies that we are joining the game a little bit late. Kamal finds himself 1 goal to the good in the second leg. That means it's 3-3 on aggregate. We'll get you the goal very shortly indeed. Complete remote broadcast here. Myself, Richard Buckley, and FIFA analyst in the UK, covering all the action from Germany as it unfolds.
We mentioned prior how Kamal ended that game on the front foot, right? It's 3-2 down. It's no surprise to see him come out straight away and grab that goal. Plenty of time for the rest of the match, obviously, to commence, and both of these players to try and find that winning goal. But Kamal will certainly be the happier of the two.
It is going to be Kamal from right to left in that white strip. Thomas from left to right in the black and red. Needs to find himself a groove in this game. He struggled so far in this second leg. He probably struggled for the last 10 minutes of the first leg as well, you would say, with Kamal just sort of picking up just a little bit of confidence and the ball starting to start rolling for him.
Yeah, Thomas here and there has had moments of, looks really good. The next minute, pressure's on. Kamal's coming at him over and over and over again. Thomas has just got to try and settle. You know what's on the line. None of these players want to go home. One of them will be Kamal, the happier one of the two.
Chance here for Thomas. Jude Bellingham into Lewandowski. Great block from Klosterman at the back. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel as though either of the two players were, you mentioned control. They were both playing in moments. They were both playing in those split-second decision-making moments. It wasn't a build-up and then an eventual goal, or a build-up and then a chance. It was 3-4 passes, frantic chance, and then you defend. Almost like a basketball game. You attack, I attack. Just want to see a little bit more control on the game. We're jumping over to our other game here. Daniel and Antonio. It's Daniel from right to left. This game is 1-1 in the current Swiss standings. If you win this match, you will find yourself 2-1. 1 win needed to progress through to the knockouts that will be played tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of the times, high-level FIFA players, we've come back straight away to Thomas grabbing a goal with Lewandowski. 4-3. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that in just a second. But as you mentioned, it's the difference between the top FIFA players, and as we go into that in just a second, we'll see this highlight. Lewandowski, the 1-2, poor defending. Again, you give him that time and room, he will punish you. Aggressive there from Kamal.
Unnecessarily.
Yeah, as we said, though, there's a reason why these players are 0-2. They have a mistake in them. And I was going back to the point of top-level FIFA players will be proactive. They create things themselves. Sometimes you can be reactive, where you just see what's happening on your screen. You just go with the flow. And straight away,
Let's just stick with this game. 4-4 the scoreline. Kamal comes up the other end. Great finish in that near post from Team of the Season Diaby. Antonio's winning 3-0. We can think about that later. This game, someone's getting eliminated right now. Thomas and Kamal back and forth. Kamal leading in the second leg, 4-4 on aggregate.
At least there's one thing, that one of them's going home, but at least they're going home with a bang and putting on a show for all of us here. This has been a very entertaining game, Richard, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm engrossed in this match right now, because you can see how much it means to both of them as well. Doing everything and anything to keep your claws here in the tournament. One of these two is going to be stripped out of it. As we approach half-time, we're going to have a quick look across a number of the other matches currently taking place, and some that have finalised as well. Big moments, big characters here in the virtual Bundesliga finals. So just having a quick look across the board. Denny finds himself 3-1 up inside the second leg. Predator FIFA leading 2-1 as it currently stands. We got Serratinho who is losing 4-1 against Epixal. Umut is continuing his fine form. He drew the first game 1-1, and then he's leading 5-2 in the second leg. So I think Umut is certainly starting to turn it on here at the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Chaser and Giston. Chaser leading 5-3 as it currently stands. And Timox and Leroy. Timo losing 2-1 on aggregate as it currently stands. They are your PlayStation up-to-date scorelines here at the virtual Bundesliga round 3 of Swiss.
One thing as well to notice is that Denny 3-0. So he will be advancing through to tomorrow, where that game will be played. Obviously seed in as well for that. The final round will be played tomorrow morning. But that's put him through already. Very, very happy for him on that front. But back to this game now. Thomas, Kamal, 4-4. Let's see which player will keep their lifeline in this tournament. And we said, Richard, about composure and taking a control of the game. This is the difference between these two games right now. Antonio, Daniel, can you just see how Antonio, 3-0 up first leg, 0-0 in his second leg. That's the sort of control that we're talking about.
And it might be from the fact that Daniel, unfortunate to create opportunities, but it's the game that Antonio is playing. He's not allowing him to create chances. He finds himself 4-0 up. Antonio Radelja will be 2-1 in the Swiss standings after 3 rounds of gameplay.
Silas all the way to the camera. They know that is game, set, match won. But the beautiful thing about that build-up, the press with Davies winning the ball back from Diaby on that right wing, driving all the way to the byline. But the bait of the player lock originally switched over to Silas and said, hey, I'm going to pass the ball now. Nope. He changed back to the Davies to use the full length of the pitch. And then the driven pass off a cross goal. Unbelievable play.
We're back underway here with Thomas and Kamal. 30 minutes left to go. Who will be maintaining their position here in the virtual Bundesliga? Do you have time to get nervous in this scenario? Or is it just you're so engrossed in the game that nerves don't really play a factor?
No, you know what's going on at the time. If you were to put heart rate monitors on, which we've seen in FIFA eSports throughout the years, the players know exactly what is happening. But that is what their coach sat there next to them for. Keep them calm. Not only just words of encouragement in their ear, but also things that they're doing right and doing wrong to be discussed. Some players won't let it get to them, but others, they just do, unfortunately.
Good tackle there. Thomas looking to maintain possession. Again, Kamal steps out well and defends accordingly. Can he throw a counter punch? Look to get in behind here with Diaby. Good feet, Nkunku into Lewandowski. Extra pass to Florian Wirtz. He's got bounce for Silas. What a save from the keeper.
Huge, huge save from the goalkeeper there for Thomas. Closing down that angle exceptionally well. The counter-attack all came from Kamal with that 1-2. Looking out for that room on the left-hand side. Working it through. Chances starting to come at both ends.
Thomas comes forward with Jude Bellingham. He's looking to create. Raum picks up the pieces, offloads it to Kimmich. Kimmich continues his running to the box. He was trying to maybe fake the cross. That pass down the line is always going to be easy for Danny Da Costa as we jump on board here. Antonio 4-1 leading against Daniel. He did get one back, did Daniel, but I do think it's too little too late.
Yeah, it's still a very big ask in that game to come back in.
Looks like it was the goal. Pressing high up the pitch, wins the ball back. Erling Haaland into Lewandowski. Simple finish, even green timed it just for added effect. Back on board with our featured matchup, hopefully. we can go over there.
It's very easy, by the way, Richard, back in that to see that the press was on there. And Antonio tried to find his way out, right? But he's not going to gain anything from that regardless. Sometimes you just have to boot that ball out of play and go, we'll defend the corner. Let's regroup, get the numbers back. We'll deal with that. But try to find his way out and obviously giving away that goal. I don't think it'll mean all too much in that tie. However, he still won't be happy to let that one in.
And Kunku drives forward for Thomas. Looks for the cutback. Defended well by Kamal. Good win from Ndika. Could be a chance here. Decides to play for the slow build-up. Is it too early to play for last attack? Yes, it is right at the moment. Bodies coming forward for Thomas. Looking for a late flurry here to keep his tournament alive. Kimmich. That pass intercepted by Florian Wirtz. I think he's brought it back for a free kick. A little bit of a dangerous, rash tackle. Maybe a panic tackle from Kimmich as the ball turned over. And the man from FC Ingolstadt has 3 minutes left on the clock.
If that is a tackle to break up the counter-attack, that is exceptionally well played. You saw how it possibly could have produced a chance, but it's not. Other end. No, we've switched.
No, we're back over to...
We've switched. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited.
This was the goal for Antonio, yeah. Votius offloads it to Lewandowski. Ball falls to Raum. And that will put him 5-1 up. The game in focus is matchup between Kamal and Thomas.
Send us back. Get us back. We want to see that. Antonio's through. We know that.
Look, I'll tell you this now. Daniel's not winning this game.
They heard us.
3 minutes left to play. 4-4 the scoreline. Extra time and penalties could be on the cards for one of these two. Final chance. He's going to fall to Kamal. He's playing for it. He's looking to have the ultimate smash and grab here. Alphonso Davies into Nkunku. Jude Bellingham. Florian Wirtz got to go forward. Diaby, ball bounces around. It's ricocheting across the box. And Thomas takes no chances and sticks it out of play.
No chances whatsoever. We'll go to extra time to decide who will be our first player leaving virtual Bundesliga this weekend, as we do get confirmation of fixtures elsewhere. You mentioned nerves earlier on, Richard, and having that time, Kamal having that big break in between, to having to go to extra time in your 0-2 matchup. You lose this one and you're out. I feel for the players if it goes all the way to penalties.
Oh, it'd be heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. The fact that you're playing to survive in the tournament. Confirmation of the result there. Antonio, 5-1 victory. I would imagine.
Just taking a look at fixtures elsewhere. Predator FIFA did come through with that win as well against Henning. Timo manages to pick up a victory, which keeps himself in the tournament as well. Umit picking up a win over Lucas, and Chaser beating Giston. Some very good results across the board. We're going to see who will be leaving us between Thomas and Kamal. It has been back and forth, Richard. I think for me, yourself, and the viewers, we have very much enjoyed it.
Oh, we have. It's been incredible so far. The levels as well, the level of play. So as it currently stands, just having a quick look across the games. Predator FIFA 2-1. Hasij 2-1. Umit 2-1. Antonio Radelja 2-1. We got Chaser and Denny, who are both 3-0 in their respective games. We've got to go to extra time very shortly indeed. But until then, Al, let's have a little chat about the two legs that we've just seen right there. We're going to be joined as well by Brandon Smith in the commentary booth very shortly indeed. Brandon, incredible performance from Kamal in that second leg. He brought it back. It was back and forth all game long. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of watching that, and you had two very different games, didn't you, in that knockout situation. But picking up the points you rightly said, good to see. And to be honest, the story of the day, we said Denny was a player to watch out for. We said Chaser for a player to watch out for. They're the first two that have put themselves into Championship Sunday, you may as well call it. We sort of saw it coming from a bit of a distance away. Good to see Umit back in the driving seat. He's 2-1, Predator FIFA 2-1. I think they're going to come on through in round 4 and get their 3 wins. Other than that, I wouldn't really say any sort of big shocks that we haven't expected to see from players that maybe we know in the FIFA scene that we've seen internationally. Henning now in a bit of a desperate situation. Be interested to see how he gets on. But regardless of it, we're getting to the stage now where round 4, that'll do us for PlayStation today, won't it? And we'll say goodbye to names and we'll be teeing up to round 5 tomorrow. Yeah,
people are going to get eliminated very shortly indeed. It'll be one of the next 2 players that we see in this culmination of extra time and potentially penalties, and then we're going to say goodbye to another 3, maybe 4 before the end of the day as well. So there's people who are going to be not coming back for Swiss tomorrow. We then reset and we go on to the Xbox. Do you think, I'm just going to ask you a very simple question, Al. You've watched that game there. Do you think we're going to see penalties? Because I've got a feeling we might.
I think we may, but I think what we've also got to remember between those two players right now is that goals are happening, mistakes are possible for both of them, and neither of them have got that, from what we've seen, the control and the composure to see out that game. I think we saw Thomas try to start to do that a little bit more, especially near the end. You saw the 82nd minute. He says, I don't want to give up an opportunity for the opposition, so just slowed it down a little bit. But when you know you're conceding goals, there's a very good chance that one of these players will grab a winner. But if they do grab that goal, it's about whether they can hold their nerve and obviously see through the win, or will penalties be the decider? Either way, it's teeing up to be an absolute beautiful extra time matchup.
It feels like the sort of game where you'd hold possession and then give the ball away and then concede. It feels like that sort of game, like the control and the... it's a phrase that gets thrown about a lot within the FIFA scene, but the ice, the coldness, the composure just seems to be slightly lacking as we get into these real pivotal stages. Brandon, it's been a real good turnaround at the moment for Umut, looking at potentially who he could be matching up with in the 2-1 scenario. You'd probably fancy his chances to go through, especially with a 3-1, maybe even a 4-1 tomorrow in Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love it if Predator FIFA and them could match again. That'd be a game I think we'd love to see. But no, I think Umit's going to be all right to go through. A bit of a slip up. I mean, it was a 6-5. Regardless, it was against Denny, who's a top player, and rightly so, has already booked his spot in the knockouts tomorrow. I'm looking forward to Xbox as well. We're getting there slowly but surely. Xbox is around the corner today. It's sort of like a second half of the action here in the virtual Bundesliga finals. Megabit in action. Musti, Dullen Mike will come through and play as well. We'll get to see Ice Vogel, Stylo. I mean, we get to see Bayern Munich represented later today, which is exciting. It's something that we didn't see in the virtual Bundesliga for quite some years. So good to see the Giants involved in the bracket later to play today. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot still to unfold. We've still got round 4. We've still got round 5 tomorrow. As soon as we can, we'll get these games ready for you guys, working behind the scenes on everything that's been happening here today. We appreciate your support. Remember, if we can show the viewers now what you could pick up and earn if you do watch for 60 minutes today. There are some viewership rewards for you guys at home to pick up. You can pick up some TIFOs, a crest, that all-important FGS swap token that whenever we're commentating one of these, everyone always says, can I get an FGS swap token from this event? Well, you can from this one. Watch for 60 minutes or more, and you can earn these rewards. Connect your EA and Twitch account to be eligible to redeem these. Some decent prizes. There's so many TIFOs and kits and crests now from the esports teams in-game, and certainly get yourself involved in those ones today. But yeah, still so much to talk about. And as soon as we can, we'll look to conclude this round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look across a number of the domestic leagues as well, having that representation in the game is really important. You saw the virtual Bundesliga kits there. We've seen all the leagues across the major leagues, especially represented in FIFA as well. The esports organisations and the football club partnerships also all being represented, whether it's through Tifo's badge, kits or crest. It's always good to see. I actually saw that. It does panic me a little bit when I match someone in Champs or Rivals and I see a Footwiz badge or a Fnatic or a Focus Clan or someone's got the XL Tifo and I'm like, okay, this guy watches FIFA esports. He knows what he's doing. I'm probably playing against a very good player here. Al, do you ever get the same?
Yeah, you know that they've been watching, they've been learning, they've been listening to everyone kind of saying, do this, do that. You can see
extra pass.
Yeah, exactly. They know exactly what they need to be doing in those areas. So you can get a little bit nervy. And if it's your first time tuning in, hopefully you've picked up a thing or two from obviously the top talent that we do have on display. But one thing I wanted to add is that you mentioned, Brandon, that we're going to be moving on to Xbox very shortly, which I'm looking forward to. For any Xbox players that maybe haven't been at a LAN event before, they'll be there at the arena already, watching all of this and seeing everything kind of play up. How do you think that plays into their hands? Do you think that will suit them, kind of just settling the nerves already?
I mean, it's probably best to play second, isn't it? And to have a chance just to sit back in Cologne, take in the atmosphere. I mean, these delays that have happened from nobody's fault, just technical difficulties is extra stress for a lot of these players. You're right to say, for a lot of these players on this graphic as well, Alex, it's going to be their first time at LAN. This is your Xbox list of players. Look who's involved in this, by the way. One name we didn't talk about was the Stranger. He's involved, a former winner of this tournament. Mike's there, Musti, Dagacho's there, Icevogel, the Kingfisher, Stylo, Megabit. There's champions on that roster, Richard, that have won the virtual Bundesliga before.
No, there certainly is. And also, I mean, how many of these people on the screen right there even play Xbox anymore? Because there's no, we're all on PS5. FIFA eSports is played on PS5. That's where all the competitions are. That's where the majority of opportunities are to compete. If you get through to the playoffs, if you win this tournament, you're playing on a PS5. Yeah, you might have qualified on Xbox, but you're playing on a PS5 at the playoffs. So how comfortable are people going to be? How comfortable are these players going to be? I would imagine that majority of them have played Xbox in the past, so it'll just be like riding a bike. But for some of them, Icevogel, I seem to remember, was always a PlayStation player back in the day. How's it going to be transitioning? It's harder than just picking up a controller and getting used to it.
You say that as well, Richard, that Megabit, for example, one of the players that I played against many years ago on FIFA 18, arguably one of his best years. He was on Xbox then, and the way that he played, that could suit someone like that. Like, yes, even though they don't play on it as much nowadays, he's still got that ability on that console, used to where the buttons are, because it is different playing across them both. So I'm really looking forward to that. And as you mentioned as well, Brandon, the Stranger, I've played against him in the past. Getting the ball off that guy can be so difficult. The way he moves it around, works the chances. I'm really excited to see some of the matchups that we do have on that Xbox bracket.
And how nice would it be if somehow at the end of the weekend we sat and we were like, Megabit, Icevogel, or potentially the Stranger are coming to the playoffs. 3 names that, you know, a household in FIFA eSports, may not have had the best international season over the last few years, but if they could have one great weekend, they could be at the playoffs, and who knows? If we know FIFA eSports, Rich, you get that run of form, who knows? You could be at any World Cup and you could be winning it.
Yeah, anything could happen. And look, if you put those 3 at the playoffs in a LAN environment, I guarantee they'd do well. They might not have had the best online season, they might not have had the best opportunities and chances to thrive, but if you stick Megabit in a 128-man Swiss tournament, I guarantee he's going through in Swiss. Our extra time and penalties will be coming up very shortly indeed to round out round 3 of Swiss here at the virtual Bundesliga. Don't go anywhere, because those extra time and penalties will be coming up very shortly indeed.
We appreciate your patience here during the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We have got a few technical difficulties at the moment. If you are a FIFA player, I'm sure you may be aware of these. As soon as we have got an update for you and we have got the rest of round 3 and round 4 of our Swiss rounds on the PlayStation, we will be bringing you an update. But do keep in mind there are some rewards you can earn for watching this weekend, the virtual Bundesliga. We have got Crest, we have got an FGS player swap token, a TIFO and a kit. Watch for 60 minutes or more and you still can earn these rewards. We may be in a poor screen at the moment, but you still can earn these rewards. Connect that EA and Twitch account to be eligible, and as soon as we've got an update for you and more gameplay, we'll be back on the way for the virtual Bundesliga. We do appreciate your patience.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. As you can probably see and you're well aware of, there's a few technical difficulties at the moment that are halting the play for the finals. We have come to the decision that the PlayStation Round 3 and 4 is interrupted due to technical difficulties. This is the wording that we're getting from Germany as it currently stands. So what we are going to do is commence with the Xbox bracket from 4:15 UK time. That's 5:15 Central European time. So basically 45 minutes time we'll be getting underway with Xbox Round 1 for the Swiss standings. The PlayStation Round 3 and 4 will be played later this evening or tomorrow morning. So tomorrow the tournament will go ahead as planned with Round 5 of the Swiss standings and then the bracket play to commence. What we can tell you, Xbox will be starting in 45 minutes time, 4:15 UK time, 5:15 Central European time. Don't go anywhere because we've got some great FIFA action coming up in 45 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga broadcast. You'll be happy to know we're back. We're going to be back on the way in a few minutes' time. We are dropped the PlayStation side of things for now, which we will be rejoining tomorrow morning from round 4 of the Swiss rounds there, bringing you round 4 and 5 tomorrow. Now we've got the Xbox rounds, touchwood, 4 rounds of it coming back to back to back. My name is Brandon Smith, of course, joined by Alex, the FIFA analyst, Bodin. We saw what PlayStation had to offer in the virtual Bundesliga, Alex. We're happy finally that we have got some FIFA back on the way. But now we're moving to the Xbox, where we have to talk about these players on the screen that are coming up very shortly. There's some big names in action here in Cologne, and we can't wait to jump into it.
Yeah, really looking forward to kicking things off on the Xbox side of things. We've got some players which had some great years on FIFA. Megabit, eFootball. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can provide and what they can do in their first round. Will it be a bit of a cagey start like we saw on the PlayStation side, or will we see goals galore across the board? I'm looking forward to it, Brandon.
Yeah, well, thanks for bearing with us on the delays. We are back, as we said, and we are looking forward to providing you 4 rounds of Swiss action back to back. It's good to see some of these names back on the screen. eFootball, the Kingfisher. We may not have seen it since the days of FIFA 18 and FIFA 19 on the global circuit, but nevertheless, he is back in Germany. He was able to qualify via the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship alongside his teammate in Timox. He takes on Levi Finn of FC Hansa. in this first round, our featured matchup. He was a player that we saw for quite some time on the global circuit. If you don't know what eFootball means, it means Kingfisher, and he was certainly a character that was loved in the FIFA scene for quite some time.
Yeah, he was. He let his emotions out on stage, performed at the highest level. Also had, well, I would like to say, ice in the veins in those moments. When required, we'll see how he performs here today, Brendan.
I think ice in the veins before ice in the veins was probably a thing.
Maybe eFootball created ice in the veins. We'll leave that one to Nicholas.
Certainly could argue it. Of course, our other game taking place at this moment in time is one between two of the greats. It's Stylo against Megabit. What a game that is. It's just so nice to see Megabit back as well, because he's a player that dominated Europe on the Xbox for quite some time. There's been a few difficulties behind the scenes of why we haven't seen him at his best for quite some time. But I'd honestly love it, Alex, if by the end of play this weekend we could have one of those names in the playoffs that were approaching in July. It'd be so good just to see one of those names pop up amongst those 64.
Yeah, you'd love to see them at the playoffs. Start of July, as you said, screaming out their name. Megabit tends to be quite an aggressive, quick player. Sometimes runs a narrow formation. Likes it when the game allows him to move the ball around quick, be quick in that tempo. And as you said, FIFA 18, FIFA 19, his years where he did that so well throughout many tournaments. As of recent, though, a little bit behind probably the level that he would like to be at. And I'm sure he's looking to make a name for himself again here at the virtual Bundesliga this weekend.
As we said, it's 100,000 euros on the line this weekend in the virtual Bundesliga. Tomorrow night we will be crowning 2022 champion. Of course, RB Leipzig's Umit won the tournament last year. Megabit won it a few years before that. He is amongst the 32 that could, rightly so, defend their crown. You see this corner coming for Levi Finn. One of the players that had to go the long way around the qualification via the VBL Open. It is his first ever virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. He's also up there as one of the newcomers of the season.
We've actually matched Levi Finn in Rivals a few times this season in 2v2. Very aggressive player, using the three at the back at the minute. Hoping to make that work to his advantage. As we move over to Megabit, Stylo.
29 years of age is Stylo. He is the oldest player competing this weekend. He's been a coach of Mo Alba when he won his FIFA E World Cup. He's been a player that literally lives and breathes FIFA eSports, from content to playing to coaching. It's his fourth ever time being in a virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. His best ever achievement was a top 16 finish. He'll be looking to go one step further than that. It's not the easiest of first games he's got, though, in Megabit. Long ball over the top. Finds its way back to the goalkeeper in the end. The only player represented by Munich.
Just trying to work out what Megabit's playing here, whether this is the narrow that he tends to play, with having that centre attacking mid dropping in to left mid to make it almost a 4-4-2 in defence, or whether he is just starting with that flat 4-4-2 to start off with. And Kunku seems to be out on this kind of right-hand side a little bit more. Normally known to be left centre mid, because then you can allow him to cut in over the lateral heel to heel as a go-to skill move to look for that finesse from range. Both players so far, from what we've seen in this game, just trying to figure each other out, see what sort of gaps they can exploit.
Here's Alphonso Davies. Stylo in control, looking to find his way through. Florian Wirtz finds Matthias on the edge of the box. Lewandowski, one of the only Bayern Munich players in this team, will try and shimmy that onto his left boot to get a shot away. It's quite some stat for Megabit. It's his sixth ever virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Keep in mind, he's only 23 years of age. He was only able to compete since he was 16. So from the 7 years of competing, 6 times he's been in a final.
Consistency. It's one of the reasons why we've seen Megabit in those earlier years be so good. at your major events. Being here, knowing exactly what's expected from each individual player always helps, having that experience. Sometimes you can get that edge over opponents as well when you have that. Styler, though, as you said, been around for a very long time.
Building nicely. It's Diaby. Intercepted by Bellingham on the flip side. It's both players happy to back low for Matthias and Jude Bellingham as we jump over to this game again between eFootball and Levi Finn. Still 0-0 over here. No goals to talk about so far here on the Xbox side of proceedings. Again, if you aren't aware of the format, it's a Swiss format. 3 wins is what you need to send yourself into the knockout stages. This one just a minute away from also being in the exact same scenario. Be Megabit with the final chance of this first 45. How do you think, and why do you think, I should say, that both players have gone for that partnership of Lothar Matthijs? Because not everyone has backed the prime icon moments. German midfielder, good save, goes up for a corner. Maybe the last chance of the half for Megabit. Lewandowski tries his best to head it down into Nkunku. The chance still could be alive. It should be dealt with. It won't be. Haaland is in the mix of things. Klosterman gets it clear to half-time. But back to that point, why do you think some players are maybe not backing the icon? I mean, they're allowed it in their restrictions, but other than Matthias, no one else is probably anywhere near that 18-man squad.
Well, to have in the starting 11 for Matthias to come in, it means you're either dropping Bellingham or Nkunku. And the majority of players aren't going to want to do that. They know that Bellingham's such a physical presence on the pitch, and Nkunku being one of the best centre midfielders available. What we saw obviously from Megabit is that he has Nkunku, Bellingham and Matthias all in the team, but it's Nkunku that has made room out onto that right-hand side to bring that Matthias in. It's just a very easy decision, in my opinion, to go for Bellingham and Nkunku.
Chance back to goal. What a save with the feet of Castells. Didn't know much about that one, but just about got 2 feet on it.
Levy starting things off on the front foot in the first 5 minutes of the second half. A little bit of confidence growing from that. Patience on the edge to work the chance. Found the man inside the 18-yard box, but hitting the shot first time, just under power. Not really testing the goalkeeper enough as he gets a strong leg on it. Takes it away. eFootball, though, on the attack, forcing his way into the final third. What can he do to test Levy's defence?
As we said, plenty of other games also taking place as we speak right now here in the first round. Dolomic in action against Dom Chap. Good to see how he gets on. Player we haven't really spoken too much about. Also, Stranger. He's back in action. De Gaucho, someone Ermaz of RB Leipzig. Goes up against Julie in the first game. Back to goal. This could be Lewandowski. Another great save from Castells.
Castells with a big hand, palming that one away. You thought for a minute that Levy was going to look for that extra pass off, but tried to say, you know what? That's maybe what eFootball expects me to do. So I'm just going to take that turn with Lewandowski. Trying to go at the near post, maybe thinking some goalkeeper movements come through. eFootball remains calm. Happy to see that one come away. A big opportunity for Levy again. 2 good attacks in this second half, knocking on the door.
Yeah, the sort of go into that conversation now, Alex, with both these players and all the Xbox players have had quite a long time to wait to get playing today. Would you have rather been in that opening pack of players this morning that just arrived in Cologne in the studio? Yes, they immersed themselves in the atmosphere, but just got down and got playing, compared to maybe this second batch of players that might have got a bit more of a lay-in this morning, but regardless of it, they've had a lot of time to think and wait about getting these matches underway.
Yeah, I think they have, and regardless of it, they're all professionals and know the job that needs to be done. I think when you do wake up, though, you know, you'd rather just get things going and get playing. There'll be a lot of time waiting around, and, you know, we had some technical difficulties, and we all know that waiting around and oh, I'm going to be on in 2 hours, 3 hours, can really play on your mind. The fatigue can start to come in as well. In my opinion, there's nothing worse than just sitting around and waiting, knowing that you've got some big games coming up. So I think the majority of players would just want to get things going straight away.
Back over here again. We haven't had many goals for you, unfortunately. I know you've been waiting a long time for this virtual Bundesliga broadcast to get back underway. I'm sorry the goals have not started coming through yet. It's in no control of ours. Hopefully, the final 20 minutes of leg one, we'll see a breakthrough in this one. Megabit against Stylo. Here is Stylo now. Lewandowski back to goal. Looks for the one more pass. Can't quite find Diaby.
Big defending there from Megabit. Coming across, knowing that extra pass was on for Stylo. Big tackle. And a big chance for Stylo, though. He maybe just felt he should do a little bit better in that area. Try and find the angle to find the pass.
Well, it looks like we missed the goal here. eFootball has scored the only goal in this game. As FC Ingolstadt have just kicked off this matchup with their opening goal. It's always the way, isn't it? We're jumping around games. We end up missing a goal. Here's the goal on the replay now. We'll catch it now in the past broadcast. It was Bellingham and Kimmich linking up well. Finds Diaby. Good feet from eFootball. Fortunate bounce back there. Oh, that's a fortunate finish. Lewandowski. Easy pickings for him on the 6-yard box.
Yeah, very fortunate coming out with that. Obviously, the block coming through. But it was all about the work prior to that as well. Working it and using that Lacoquette cancel pass to force that way through. The drive through with Diaby, taking the green time shot. And I like it in a sense, Brandon, because we always say about sometimes players try to work those angles and chances where they want to be sure that they're going to score, right? At there, all right, there's a chance of it being blocked, but they get something from it. And eFootball puts himself 1-0 up.
Very nearly. Megabit puts himself 1-0 up there. Alphonso Davies saving the day. For Stylo clearing that one off the line. Still square here. 0-0. Round one of the Swiss on the Xbox. We are providing you here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Remember, the end of play tomorrow. There'll be playoff spots booked. If you're a keen FIFA eSports fan, you know what the playoffs are all about. Your last stop and your last chance to qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals, which will take place later on in July in Copenhagen. Here's Haaland. Lovely ball. It could be a chance. The move was orchestrated well. It just wasn't the right weight of pass. That final pass was defended superbly well.
Yeah, and Dicker and his height, pace, always going to win that battle. If anything comes over the top, it's got to be an inch perfect ball. Otherwise, he will come across and Megabit will claim it every day of the week.
Fun. Davies.
Rash tackle there from Ndicka coming through, sliding. I was thinking maybe Stylo wanted to hit on the counter there, just couldn't find that over the top through ball, just choosing to go for the last attack.
We'll get it now. Yes, he will. Is there one more pass? He looked for it. He tried his best to put on a plate. He still could be on a plate. Klosterman will save the day. And Megabit stays in the tie, 0-0 at the end of leg one here, at the end of Swiss round one between these two teams, Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. It is all square in this one. It near enough is as well. Just seconds left on the clock. Looks as if FC Ingolstadt will take a 1-0 lead against FC Hansa. At the halfway point, eFootball against Levi Finn. Not too much to talk about here in round one, but still, we have had at least a goal.
That we have. We were asking before games kicked off, would these players settle in quite quickly after they're waiting around as the PlayStation games happened earlier on today? Would they get the goals moving? The answer is, quite honestly, no. Only one goal to show for eFootball. Some chances at either end, though. We saw Megabit as well, wanting to kind of do what he does best and not really getting into those areas, not having a chance to move the ball around at the speed that he would like to. And then for eFootball, had that drive, a little bit lucky maybe in that goal. But as we say, if you don't get into those areas, you don't take those half chances, you're not going to get any sort of goals from that. So eFootball will be happy to go in 1-0 up, obviously at the end of that first leg. The second leg still to play though, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, let's not, be too cliche from my point of view on that, but it's the first game for these guys on stage. It literally is. There's a lot of nerves there, as we say all the time. No doubt that would have come into play there, hence why we didn't see the most explosive first legs. But that's why I play FIFA over 2 legs, because at the end of the day, you'll see a very different second leg, you'd like to say. We're going to go to a quick break now. Don't worry, we're not going to keep you on a break for a while. It's just a very short break as we set up this second leg between these two. When we get back, we'll have leg 2 here in round 1 of the Swiss stages in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Day 1, you join us technically in the group stages where we are going through the Swiss rounds slowly but surely. Of course, we are going to be taking you through this second half of round 1 in the Swiss rounds. These are our featured matchups, and you'd probably say, Alex, there's a lot more to come from these.
Yeah, I think these players have still got, I wouldn't even say 1 extra gear to get into. I'm going to say 2, 3 extra gears. A slow start from all players. eFootball, the only one with a goal to boast of so far. Megabit and Stylo. Stylo did work a couple of chances. Megabit with some composed defending when required, but I think we have a lot more to see from all of the players on show.
Oh, absolutely, a lot more to see. And a lot more goals to see. Megabit from distance says, yes, please! And that's what we've been missing. Just a roll of the dice. A bit of a gamble. Megabit is back on land. He's backfiring in 30-yard finesse shots with Erling Haaland.
Absolutely beautiful. Brandon, we said an extra gear or two, please. Give us something to shout about. And Megabit says, Brandon, Alex, how about this? Haaland on the finesse. We spoke about it so many times throughout the day. If you get some time and room on the edge of the 18, pull the trigger. Bit of patience. Just working it. You can see that Stylo was worried about the pass into the 18-yard box. And if you worry about that too much and you back off from the opponent, they have the capability to shoot. They can go for it. And Haaland puts it away. Now we have a game on our hands.
Crazy thing about that was, Alex, as well. It wasn't time. There was nothing fancy about the finish. It was just a player that's got ability in Erling Haaland. Out on that right-hand side, no doubt probably looking for the back post cross, but certainly could do more than just hang around that back post and cause problems.
Yeah, no need for time finishing. On occasions, with someone like Haaland, shooting stats pretty much maxed out. Makes things so much easier for you when you know you can go for that finesse shot. Works a treat.
And that's what we've been waiting for, to get this game officially underway. The Xbox side officially underway with some goals. Is it going to start off a Megabit attacking train that he was renowned for years in FIFA eSports? Haaland says, yes, please, I'll have two. That's what he can offer you as a forward. Just that added height. That level of unpredictability. To be honest, I don't even think anyone saw coming. How's he flicked that on? 2-0 Werder Bremen. Megabit leads.
No one saw that coming, but that is Megabit and his play style. What I mean by that is the runners going forward. He gets a ball into the striker's feet, passes the ball back to the extra man. Next thing you know, you've got 2 or 3 runners in front of you. Which one do you track? Which one do you cover? Megabit chooses to go to Haaland, uses the height, the strength, pops it behind the goalkeeper, and Stylo, who arguably had the better chances in that first leg, finds himself 2-0 behind. And Megabit has found those extra gears that we asked him to.
It sort of feels like he's become a bit disrailed as Stylo after, as you rightly said, Alex. He was so organised. Haaland is making everything happen at the moment, so it feels, in the final third. 20 minutes played. It's been a relentless 20 minutes from Werder Bremen.
That it has. And when you have so many runners going forward, just constantly keep an eye on Megabit and what he does with those players. It's so difficult for Stylo to defend when there's just a constant onboard of runners penetrating that 18-yard box.
We'll jump over to this game now. Eifsvogel was leading the first leg by 1-0. He could be on for a second here as he comes forward with Nkunku. It was the time green finesse, just couldn't quite get that finesse shot out of his feet as the defender came across nicely. Also here for Levi Finn. Player that you know only too well, Alex, as you played him in division rivals not so long ago.
Yeah, one thing I know about Levi Finn, playing against him, is that he never gives up.
Referee, it's clever. And unfortunately, it's not so clever defensively from Eifsvogel. As he falls into the tackle, he falls into the bait. Upset, Silas saved. It was a lifeline for Levi Finn. That lifeline has just been thrown away from the penalty spot. And we're all still in the same scenario. Well, maybe not for so much longer. Silas finds Nkunku building up for another chance in a goal. Regardless, what an opportunity from the spot. You will not get a better chance than that, Levi Finn. Lewandowski, one more, Silas. Oh, wow. That's how you respond from missing a penalty.
A very, very poor penalty from Levy. You have to make sure that you are putting it into the corner, and it wasn't there. It was essentially in the middle of the goal, making it so easy for the goalkeeper. However, Eifsvogel has a chance to come away and go, you know what? We got let off there. Let's go ahead and keep this lead. He doesn't do that. He gives away the ball, and Levy punishes directly. The first time passes working an absolute treat into the 18-yard box. One extra pass off across, and one more time as well. Silas at that near post, maybe asking questions to the goalkeeper to do a little bit better there. But Levy Finn, after just missing a penalty, a perfect response.
It was all a bit too quick there, wasn't it, for eFootball? Couldn't quite work out what his opponent was looking for, regardless how to try and defend it. And even with a teeny bit of goalkeeper movement, just couldn't quite. What he was looking for. 20 minutes on the clock. We are all square in this game. We'll jump back across. What's happening here? Megabit still leads by 2-0. We might be coming at the right time here. Werder Bremen on the hunt for a third. It's lofted in again to Haaland, who's literally been the target man. It's all going through the Borussia Dortmund forward at the moment.
Yeah, that's something to take note of, that Megabit has clearly identified that as a play style to be using. Finding Haaland, triggering him on that run with the L1, the LB button on Xbox to take it away, send Haaland forward, and then looking for that little lofted ball into the 18-yard box, trying to see if then he can knock it down, if he can take a touch, get a shot off himself. That game plan is working very well right now for Megabit.
Like we said, perfect start here, perfect end to the first half for this man. Levy Finn, from 1-0 down, from missing a penalty, is 2-0 up at the halfway point. I'm sure we'll see this goal again on the replay, sorry. There's not a better time to score than that.
That there isn't. We just saw a very brief look at the stats, as we'll go into that in just a second. Let's see how Levy grabs this second goal. Lewandowski working his way through into the 18-yard box. Bit of patience with Davies. The pass off across again. And we sound like a broken record, Brandon. But that is how so many goals work. But we saw then, eFootball, not a single chance to show for in that first half of the second leg. Levy Finn maybe finding his way to play against the Iceman.
Well. I have to speak about the impact of Silas as well, Alex, that he's had ever since we've seen him involved in these teams. The Congo forward of Stuttgart has just added an extra element and an outlet for a lot of players.
Yeah, the fact that you can go on either foot with Silas, you have the skill moves as well available, gives you that unpredictability when you are in front of goal, knowing either foot is the option. Has the reverse Elasco in his locker as well. So many different things you can do when you have players with the skill moves and the weak foot available at your locker.
Someone's got to change here for Stylo. Pause does come in. I probably would expect that to be from Stylo. One of our oldest competitors in the virtual Bundesliga. 29 years of age. No, his story was coach of Mo Alba when he was the FIFA E World Cup champion all those years ago.
Megabit coming in with a bit of a tactical change there. We do see the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, as I mentioned earlier on. Defending in that 4-4-2. He's actually took off Haaland and brought on Diaby, which will just change things ever so slightly based off the play style that we've seen so far from Megabit.
Interesting from Megabit as well. Look at his player booth. Look at his camera. There is no one in that booth. He does not want to coach. He does not want anyone around him. He's just in his zone. At the moment, so far so good. We said these games would come alive in the second leg. That is exactly what they have done.
Brilliant read there from eFootball, stepping in with round the left back, taking it away. Aggressive press, giving him the chance to come forward.
Nkunku. eFootball's not had much success so far in this second leg. He might not have much more as Lewandowski wants to bear down on goal as Levi Finn looks for goal number 3. Oh, good feet. Oh, really good feet. And he found a reversal, has to go around the corner. And I think when a player is doing that, even in a game that is still so tightly contested and narrow at 2-1, it just speaks how confident maybe that player is in the final third.
Yeah, eFootball doing really well, though, to use the second man press, coming off the pass with the centre-backs, trusting AI defending to allow him to just position his defenders in a way to stop any sort of danger, and then switch him back to the man closest to the ball once he's happy with where his players are positioned.
So that's nice. Oh, it's good feet. Very nearly found the extra pass to Lewandowski. He was just queuing up the perfect finish on that penalty area. And the pause will come in. I'm sure that'll be eFootball looking to have his final change on the game. As that comes in, we'll probably jump back across to Megabit. Against Stylo. What's going on here? There has been another goal, and it's gone the way of Megabit, who is steamrolling his way towards his first win in the Swiss rounds. Here's the goal to do it, Alex. Talk me through it.
I'd say it's a little bit of time and patience. Happy to go backwards there into a dicker. Brilliant through ball out wide, actually. Baiting in that right back so well with Davies. You can see the gaps opening up from that. And then it's on the edge. Power shot across goal. All came from the through ball out wide. We saw Stylo try and be aggressive on the press to get the ball back from Davies. But a brilliant turn from Megabit, allowing the inside pass into the middle. And then works with an absolute beautiful finish. And you would imagine Megabit sees this game out for what would be a much, much better second leg and a commanding victory.
Perfect start for Megabit. A lot of commitment with Werder Bremen over the last few years. He was a club championship winner with them. He was a virtual Bundesliga winner. Back in FIFA 19, it's a tournament he knows only too well. And it could be his successful ticket towards the playoffs. All does go well. Stylo looking for nothing more than the consolation with just 10 minutes left on the clock. That's just to rub salt in the wounds. It's a 4-on-3. Towards the back post he'll go. There's goal 4. Megabit looks dangerous. And at this rate, I don't think there'll be many people that want to stand in his way.
Key thing there was the press on that right back position. Da Costa was literally running the ball out of play. Megabit finds the little dink ball over the top and manages to come out from that press. Levy, Brandon. eFootball went 1-0 up in that game. We switch over. And Levy, by the looks of it, has said, this is going to be first blood to me. 3-1. Calm and composed. eFootball there as we just came over to this game, just seeing that. It seemed as though he was trying to be aggressive on that press again. And just not managing to defend the counter-attack. Levi Finn, 4 minutes away from going 1-0.
What a turnaround indeed. Up for one of the newcomers of the season award, his first ever virtual Bundesliga, representing Hansa Rostock. He will be going 1-0 in the Swiss rounds. From 1-0 down, and also missing a penalty. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it, Brandon. I said how when I've matched him online and played against Levi Finn myself, there's been times where we've been leading and we might be 3-1 up. And even still, there is just always that commitment and drive forward. So it doesn't surprise me to see him come out and be victorious here, even when missing that penalty, which could have been a deciding factor to lose his head, but congratulations to him.
Congratulations indeed. I believe that is game one done and dusted. Megabit 4-0 win, sorry. He'll win his game overall after a 0-0 first leg. Came out the traps flying in leg number 2. Good to see him back playing well. Stylo will be 0-1. He's got a lot to do. And also Ice Vogel 0-1. Levy Finn from 1-0 down and missing a penalty leaves his first matchup 3-1 there. Just looking to the side of me at other results on their way through. How has Dolomite got on in his first game? How has the Gacho got on his first game? Gacho's won against Julie. Dolomite's won his first opening matchup. Musti has lost his opening game. 7-4 win for Dolomite. The Stranger has won 3-2. That was a tight win against Sedi there. So all the big names at the moment, all with 1 win on their board. That will set up some really nice round 2 fixtures, by the way.
Yeah, that it will. I mean, I think the big thing for me there from that as well, for someone like Megabit, we kind of hyped him up quite a bit in the pre-show here, didn't we? Saying how we're so excited to see him back. But to even have a clean sheet throughout that game and not concede and just come out in that second leg so much more dominant. If you've got the chance to go up and play against someone like Dolomite, if you are Megabit, you need to make sure that your defensive ability is on point. And for him, he can go in to that second round being 1-0 already, feeling very, very confident. But Ice Vogel, you mentioned, Iceman, FIFA 18, a very, very good year for himself. He will be very disappointed to not see that one out. But I think the big thing that you have to give credit to is Levy Finn. Yes, he came out and he grabbed his goals and he was aggressive, but he also limited to Ice Vogel to basically 0 chances throughout a full 90 minutes in that second leg.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the Xbox players involved in this tournament in general, because there are so many good names. We only followed 2 games there, let's keep in mind. We only saw Stylo, Megabit, Levy Finn, and Ice Vogel. You've got to remember, we have got Dolomite in this tournament. We have got Gaucho. We have got the likes of the Stranger here as well. Musti, I'm just saying out big names here that have been in tournaments sort of on the global stage. There are so many names, of course, on PlayStation as well, but on Xbox, there's so many names we haven't seen yet today, which, as we rightly said, could pop up in this second round or third round. No doubt we'll see him at some point this weekend.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of names for us to take a look at. As you said, even someone like the Stranger that we haven't seen as of yet, I'm sure we will see a featured game from himself, which I am very much looking forward to. But we have had Richard Buckley, who was waiting around in that game. Keep an eye on everything for us. Rich, what did you make of it?
I'll be honest, Al, I actually thought Megabit in that particular first leg, I thought a lot of the players looked nervous.
Yeah.
I think they've not played a lot of LAN recently, and also I think I'd rather be a 16, 17-year-old having played online and then coming into my first LAN and being sort of unassured, not really knowing what to expect. If I go out in Swiss, okay, I went out in Swiss, it's a good learning experience. For Megabit, Stylo, Ice Vogel, we saw it earlier today, T-Mox, we've got the Stranger as well. You have to win these games. And because you've created such a legacy for yourself within FIFA eSports, that if you're coming in, people expect things of you. We expect to see Megabit playing well, especially in a German scene. In the European scene, in the global scene, yes, people can have peaks and troughs, but in your own nation, when we watch the Premier League, you expect Gorilla and the likes of Stokes, Tom Lees, Tex, these names to be there, to be present. Unfortunately, age does catch up to a lot of people, and potentially are we starting to see the coming down on the other side of the hill for a couple of the players in this tournament? We'll have to wait and see, but it could be that tournament for them.
Yeah, I'll have to argue on that as well, that don't get me wrong, there's been a lot of maybe results that haven't gone the way we expected in that first round, but via the qualification here to even get to the stage, 128 players into 16 for the VBL Open. So there was names like Stylo, had to go via that long route. Dolomite was in there as well. So was Musti. These are players that didn't go the easy way via qualification. So still in their own right is a massive achievement. I think what we have to say is, look, this is an unbelievable opportunity to get playoffs for a lot of players that we haven't seen at all at any FGS tournament, whether that be E-Champions League or even, sort of going, go on, Rich.
You know why we've not seen them, though? Because they've not qualified. They've not been good enough. So
I agree.
This is the opportunity
this
to
is
do
an unbelievable opportunity to get that fast track ticket. Find a bit of, peak time now. qualify for the playoffs. Who knows what can happen when you're in a 64-man pit and you do whatever you can.
I'm just going to interrupt there as well and say that, yeah, it's a great opportunity, but also let's not forget, across all of the players competing this weekend, there is some brilliant FIFA players that obviously have been there and done it at the Champions League last week, as you said, that have gone far in the FGS tournaments as well. So, yes, it is a great opportunity for someone like, say, Megabit, the Stranger, but let's not underestimate the task that they do have at hand as well.
No freebies.
Yeah, there's a lot of names as well that popped up in this scene over the last 12 to 24 months in its online era that will deserve a mention. They will get a mention across the next few rounds today. We're going to go to a quick break while we wait for round two. It won't be a long one. Don't worry. We will be back for round two as soon as we can. But before that, someone else we have to talk about, and we actually had a feature video from, is last year's winner of the virtual Bundesliga, RB Leipzig's Umit, who is currently on his way to knock out FIFA tomorrow. Here's what he had to say coming into this big finals here in the virtual Bundesliga.
Ist der erfolgreichste Spieler der nationalen Wettbewerbe in den vergangenen 2 Jahren, Umut Gültekin. Der Profi von RB Leipzig spielte in FIFA 21 eine herausragende Saison, blieb in allen Einzelspielen ungeschlagen, sogar im VBL Grand Final bei Bevestor verlor er kein Spiel. Im Finale um den Titel gewann Umut gegen Dylan Dullen-Mike Neuhausen, I-Nationalmannschaftskollege und ebenfalls Weltklasse-Spieler.
Und es gibt Elfmeter und es ist das 2-1!
Seinen Erfolg baute Umut in der FIFA 22-Saison weiter aus, wenn auch nicht ganz so eindrucksvoll wie zuvor. 16 Einzelsiege sprechen dennoch für sich. Damit holte Umut in 2 aus 3 Spielen ein Dreier und wurde divisionsübergreifend zum erfolgreichsten Spieler. Die verbleibenden 8 Partien teilen sich auf in 4 Unentschieden und 4 Niederlagen. Nachdem es in FIFA 21 nicht für den Titel in der VBL Club Championship bei bevestor reichte, überzeugten Umut und die Rebels in der abgelaufenen Saison umso mehr und holten sich ihren ersten Teamtitel. Hervorzuheben ist die Konstanz, mit der Umut seine Gegner besiegte und teilweise deutlich aus dem virtuellen Stadion schoss. Sein Spielstil bringt auch im Trikot des DFB die Punkte ein. Die deutsche I-Nationalmannschaft steht auch dank Umut in der entscheidenden Playoff-Runde der FIFA E-Nation Series. Angefangen als Talent beim Hamburger SV, inklusive eines überraschenden Titelgewinns bei einem FUT Champions Cup in den USA, hat sich Umut zum aktuell besten deutschen PlayStation-Spieler entwickelt, der mit RB Leipzig immer zu den Top-Favoriten zählt. Als Titelverteidiger im VBL Grand Final hat Umut nun eine Mission. Er will die Schale noch ein Jahr länger behalten und der erste Spieler überhaupt sein, der 2-mal in Folge deutscher Einzelmeister im eFootball wird.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. My name is Richard Buckley and I'm joined in the commentary booth by Alex Bodin, otherwise known as the FIFA Analyst. We're going to be breaking down the round 2 of Swiss here in what is a very interesting round because we've got quite a surprising player who is 0-1, and that is Musty. I thought he'd have probably flown through 3-0, shows how much I know. On the other featured match, we're going to be watching The Stranger against Zizou Zidane, which is a 1-0 matchup. Al, you watched round 1. We were talking sort of off-air. We were talking, I'd say backstage, but, I mean, we weren't. And not underwhelmed, but we were maybe, there's more to come. And I think you even alluded to that where they've got not even another, but 2, maybe 3 gears to step into. We know the levels that these pro players can get to. Maybe just not seeing it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, what you got to remember is that, as you said before, some of these players haven't done all too much throughout the competitive season this year on FIFA 22. So when it's now at a LAN event, it's just like, hang on, I've not been in quite a long time. I've not even been playing necessarily in the FGS tournaments. I've been making those tournaments. So when you suddenly just get put into a LAN environment and a competitive environment again, it may just take you a few games to kind of find your rhythm, find your way. And one player that started off a little bit slow, but certainly found that rhythm was Megabit. We saw a very cagey affair first leg, 0-0, and then second leg just comes out of nowhere, uses some over-the-top 3 balls to Haaland, looking for that knockdown so well, and gets that 3-0 victory. But someone who seems to have done well in that area is The Stranger. Obviously, he has come through and already on that 1-0 record up against Zizou Zidane in that matchup. It's just about whether he can find that rhythm again and go through and get that all-important 2-0. But for Musty, definitely, like you said, probably not expecting to be 0-1. He could find himself with his back up against the wall. Should he be 0-2 after this round?
I remember commentating a lot of FIFA back in sort of FIFA 18, FIFA 19, and The Stranger was always a guarantee, not just be at the event, but top 32, top 16. Yeah. He was just so consistent. And I think that also goes to show with how he plays, unless he's changed majorly from previous FIFAs. Quite a possession-based style of play. He'll hold the ball, he'll tear you down, and then he'll pick you off really, really effectively. How effective is playing that style in the current meta?
It could certainly work, but I think you have to have other elements to your game as well. If you just hold the ball and just hope that your opponent will get frustrated and pull players out of position, you might be waiting quite a long time to penetrate and find a shot and obviously work that goal. You have to make sure that you've got multiple avenues to score, albeit crosses, shooting from range, obviously the dancing inside the 18-yard box. I'd say that we find a little bit more of the skill runs from players nowadays than we used to back in the days of FIFA 18. It was only really the likes of, I'd say Tex, obviously there's more players than that, but Tex who used to come up with these crazy skill goals. While is now we see almost every person doing it because of shot cancels, skill cancels, and so on. It just kind of makes it a little bit more unique in this year's game, and The Stranger obviously looking to produce that and add that to an extra level alongside that possession style based game that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more sort of information if you are unfamiliar with The Stranger. We caught up with him before the Virtual Bundesliga started, and this is what he had to say.
Tim the Stranger Katnavatos ist schon lange kein Unbekannter in der FIFA-Szene. National und international hat er sich einen Namen gemacht und für Aufsehen gesorgt. Grund dafür sind seine dominante Spielweise und viele Tore, bei denen das in FIFA 21 eingeführte Creative Runs Feature oft eine Rolle spielt. Zu Hause ist er eigentlich auf der PlayStation. Dennoch spielte er in der Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship bei bevestor vor allem auf der Xbox. Mit dem 1. FC Köln, für den The Stranger seit 2 Jahren offiziell spielt, gelangen ihm bei den nationalen Turnieren schon große Sprünge. Ein Teamtitel fehlt aber noch. Dafür erreichte The Stranger vor seiner Zeit beim FC das Grand Final der Virtual Bundesliga in FIFA 18 und besiegte dort mit Mirza Jahic einen ehemaligen deutschen Meister. Als VBL-Champion krönte er damals seine starke Leistung in der gesamten Saison. Zu dieser Zeit zockte The Stranger noch für ein Team aus der Schweiz, den FC Basel. Mit einer Zwischenstation bei SK Gaming landete er schließlich beim ersten FC Köln, für den er auch in der Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship antritt. Die abgelaufene Saison der VBL Club Championship beendete Tim Katnavatos als einer der torgefährlichsten Spieler. Mit 47 Toren in 23 Spielen untermauert der Spieler des ersten FC Köln seine offensive Qualität und den Anspruch, als erster Spieler überhaupt zweimal die Meisterschale im VBL Grand Final in den Händen halten zu dürfen.
Well, now you know everything about the Stranger. Let's see if you can convert those past performances into reality right now in present day. Finds himself 1-0 in the current format. I do think there's a lot to be said for going 1-0 in that first game. It just settles you. You're allowed to sort of take a deep breath. You're allowed to recompose, and then step forward with confidence going into round 2. On the flip side of it, Al, how difficult is it to bounce back after being 0-1, just as Musty needs to do right now?
I think the biggest fear with being 0-1 is that you can be in such a contrasting position. Should you win this game, you go 1-1, right? If you go 0-2, as we've said it so many times, if you go to 3 losses before you reach 3 wins, you are out of the virtual Bundesliga this weekend. So, if anything, almost this game can actually be even more nervous than, let's say, your 0-2 game, because it can just play with your emotions so much, knowing I'm 1-1, I've got plenty of opportunities to make it all the way through to the knockouts. If you lose this one, 0-2, you've got to start performing sooner rather than later, and that is the biggest question that players can get asked of.
We can see live shots here from Cologne in Germany. Players are set on the stage. Hopefully we can get underway very, very shortly indeed. As a coach, you've been there before. You've sat in those positions next to pro players and helped them through the game. What sort of stuff are you saying? Because we always sort of theorize about how somebody would be talking or what you would be saying, but you've been there and done it. What actually are you saying? Are you vocal during the game? Are you waiting for your halftime pauses to get information across? What is it that's being said in those communication?
It all depends on the player that you're working with at the end of the day. Some players like constant communication throughout the match. Some only like it in pause breaks, half time. And some just want it at the end of the game. But what you got to remember is that these players and coaches have been working with each other for weeks, months in advance. And they've done the preparation to get to this event. And they know areas of their game that are strong and that they want to play off, and areas where they may be a little bit weak in that they want to try and cover up and not show to the opponent too much. So in these sort of scenarios, when you're getting ready to kick things off into your game, let's say if in the first round they were a little bit shaky in their second man press, they will just have constant reminders of that, maybe some clips and just areas where they need to make sure that they are tightening things up. As I said, it all depends on the player, but as a player and coach work together, you win and you lose together, and they just trust each other 100% in what they do.
Well, here we go. The Virtual Bundesliga round 2 of Swiss here on Xbox getting underway. It's going to be the Stranger from left to right in the red and white strip of FC Cologne and the blue top, white socks and short. Zizou Zidane from right to left. He won't be in the team, Zizou, but if you can see a performance that mirrors what Zidane can offer, I'm sure he'll be very happy with whoever that would be. What, probably Nkunku, maybe Jude Bellingham, closest thing to Zidane available?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Zidane, the physical presence, the skill moves, the way he can just force his way through in the middle of that area. Very difficult to replicate.
Chance, back post, red time shot from Lewandowski. It's a perfect example of what you're expected to see. Whip to the back post, Erling Haaland won the first contact, and Lewandowski, red time, big opportunity to go 1-0 up.
Yeah, a huge opportunity there for Zizou Zidane. And it's actually, as soon as the game kicked off, we saw Haaland go out to that right side of the pitch. We saw Umit do it earlier on today. looking for those backstick crosses, whether it be a header down, trying to get on target with Haaland, or trying to lay the ball off across, like you saw there with Lewandowski. But a vital chance for Zizou. We'd be very disappointed to not time and get that on target.
And the stranger looking to make him pay up the other end. Nice little double tap pass around the corner. Botius gets a start here for the stranger. He's no stranger to land competition.
I see what you did there. That was good.
Thank you. Danny Da Costa out wide. Whipped into the back post. Erling Haaland wins the header. Rebound. Good double save from Kevin Trapp. It's been 13 minutes. We've already seen the game plan here from Zizou Zidane. Get that ball into the box for Erling Haaland to attack at every single opportunity. Florian Wirtz looking to twist and turn, but combination of midfielders does well to defend.
Yeah, the stranger has got a job on his hands when it comes to stopping that cross. It's so hard to beat Haaland in the air, so he needs to try and cut it out at the source. Be aggressive in those wing positions and stop the cross coming in altogether. But in doing that, you'll be aggressive. If you don't win that ball, you also then leave gaps in the middle and in behind. It'll be a very difficult matchup for the strangers to get this one right.
Jumping on board with the other game currently taking place, Don Chap and Musty. Both of these two 0-1 at the moment. Must-win game when you think about the order of Swiss play and how it will break down. It must be nice as well to know that you're going into the knockouts today rather than having to come back tomorrow and play that Swiss round 5 matchup, because that's going to be very, very stressful just with how sort of the 2 days are planned out.
Yeah, I think when you make it through to tomorrow and you know you've got that last round of Swiss to play and you could be going home from that, it's hard, right? Because sometimes you just want to play all of your games today, get it out of the way and done with, especially if you're playing with confidence. Maybe you just win your last game of the day and then you go into Swiss round 5 tomorrow, first thing. You might wake up tomorrow. We've all been there. We've all done it. One day, we play FIFA to what we feel like. Hey, we're the next Tex. And then reality comes in, and a few days later, and you're back down to that normal level. Very hard to be consistent and find that rhythm every single day. So, it can work in a player's favour, can also work against it.
Chance up the other end here for Don Chap. Lewandowski can't turn. Klosterman picks it up, and we've seen it many a times during multi-day tournaments where it's beautiful FIFA on one day and brutal FIFA on day 2. And I mean, some of the best examples I can think of, I remember, you might be watching this right now, I apologise, but I think Salzor went 7-0 in Barcelona, FIFA 18, and then on day 2 he got knocked out in the first knockout stage.
Yeah.
Obviously, since then, we've introduced the losers bracket, and it gives you an opportunity to bounce back. You're not just losing one game and being eliminated, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it potentially happen here at the virtual Bundesliga. Diaby bearing down on goal. Cut back. Great save at the near post from Castells.
Plenty of options there inside that 18-yard box. Choosing to go for the shot at the near post. Castells equal to it, though. Musty knocking on the door. And as you said there, Salzor, what a player he was on his day. Very difficult opponent, which I'm sure some of these players here in the virtual Bundesliga have got experience playing against. I believe Megabit and Salzor had a bit of a rivalry match a few times throughout the recent years.
They've probably matched up multiple times throughout their illustrious FIFA career. One of the weirdest experiences I had, I remember commentating, I think it was, I'm sure Salzor was there, the International Olympic Committee in an exhibition match. Could have been Salzor, it could have been Timo actually, when they were both at Wolfsburg alongside good friend of ours, Dave, by the way. I'm going back in the annals, though, to find FIFA history that contains Dave.
Yeah, I think everyone will be too young for that one. Mr. Richard, the man's recently just got married. Anyway, half-time.
Nothing really to shout about at the moment.
Nothing as of yet, Richard. But, like you mentioned earlier on, asking about the coaches and the conversations that they're having. You'll see some players, coaches, deep in conversation, just receiving their instructions from the coach, maybe identifying some key issues, some areas that they might be able to exploit in the opponent's game. The beautiful thing of it is that it just leaves you as the FIFA player to focus on playing FIFA. You don't need to think about the tactical decisions or anything that you might need to change. You leave that all to your coach. Your coach takes that responsibility, and it just takes so much pressure off you and allows you to just come out here and focus on doing what those professional FIFA players do best, which is playing the game.
Do you also have sometimes a pro that not necessarily doesn't like speaking about the game, but it's more about just being mates with them and being friends with them? Chance here. We'll get to that in a second. Don Chap opens the scoreline. Robert Lewandowski wheels away in celebration. Very, very simple extra pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the most said word today. Lewandowski finding the back of the net with that extra pass off across, making things very, very simple. Musty, though, not be happy to concede that straight away from kickoff in this second half. Don Chap over the moon to take that lead. We see it again, Lewandowski with that over-the-top through ball, not normally known for the playmaking role, but Nkunku using that full width, taking Da Costa out, the Abbey. Lewandowski, who started it, makes that late run into the 18-yard box. Says, thank you very much. I will take them every single day of the week. And as you mentioned there, Richard, yes, some players like to have pros, ex-pros next to them, who maybe just offer that word of encouragement, keeping them calm. Some people really like the analytic side of FIFA, always trying to say, what can we look to take advantage of? What can we change? It all comes down to personal preference of that player and what they want.
I think I'd probably get maybe my dad in as my coach.
Why would that be?
No one motivates me more.
Okay.
Come on, Richard. Get stuck in. First one's free. He travelled all this way to lose. Chance for the stranger. Botius opens the scoring in this particular game. 60 minutes gone. One goal to the good is the stranger. We've not seen too much of this game. I'd probably say our attention's been more over to Musty and Don Chap, simply for the fact that it is an elimination game, but the opportunity to go within one here, whoever proceeds through between these two.
Yeah, the stranger with a little bit of a patient build-up, as we spoke about prior to this match. But he did originally lose the ball in that build-up, but managed to win it high up the pitch with ruts, high aggressive press. And if you win the ball high up the pitch, like you see here, you have a chance. You catch the opposition team out of position. You can look to exploit, and that is exactly what the stranger did. Chance again.
2-0. Oh, it's going to be, what a save. Just didn't get enough on it. It were a pass back.
Needed so much more on that. Strange, be very disappointed not to go 2-0 up there. But for Zizou Zidane right now, Stranger's press is working so well. Winning that ball in that final third in the defensive zone for Zizou. Here again, you see it. Bellingham cutting that lane out. Chance for the counter-attacks to come through. You see the runners. What can the stranger do?
Coming forward again. Good tackle from Da Costa. A little bit of a mix in the box. What is happening? It's always dangerous when people start falling over themselves. And Nkunku just to add a little bit of stability to this team. Nodded back to Da Costa. He's one of those players that I've regretted not doing. It's just, it seems to be in everybody's team. Moussa Diaby doubles the lead for Don Chap. 2 goals to the good here against Musty.
And you mentioned earlier on, Richard, you did not expect Musty to be 0-1. And as it stands at the minute, he could be on his way to 0-2. Still a second leg to be played, though. We'll get a replay of that goal, hopefully, very shortly. On chap, 28 right now, though. Looking good. Looking comfortable. And happy to try and keep this clean sheet in the first leg.
Possession is going to be very important for him now. Just keep this ball ticking over. He's in no rush to get a third. He knows Musty has to come onto him. He has to be aggressive, press, and almost force the issue. Son Chap comes forward, though. He's beat the press and, unfortunately, runs it out of play. But is it alarming signs at the moment for Musty? There's enough time in the second leg to turn this game around, but I mean, I'm looking at his front three there. No Haaland, no Lewandowski. They're entering the pitch now. It's Haraguchi, Lewandowski and Silas who look to be the potential substitutions to change the game. This was the goal that did put him 2-0 up. Simple extra pass from Lewandowski, just offloading it to Diaby for a tap-in.
As simple as you like, but the run from Davies out on that left-hand side, driving all that way, some fancy little tight dribbling, finding that way through, works so well. Back over to the stranger versus Zizou now, though. 76 minutes gone.
And other than that goal that we saw, nothing really to write home about. Certainly looks to be a bit of space for the stranger to attack. He decides to use it. Offside trap. Sort of played poorly. The stranger taking his time. He was able to walk into the box, but couldn't quite find the cutback.
Yeah, trying to force the cutback there. There was the opportunity for Wirtz maybe to try and green time that power shot into the near post. But the right idea for the stranger to try and look for the more simple option, the simple goal. The double tap pass just not working and forcing it through, though. Zizou let off ever so slightly there with a failed offside trap. The stranger with a brilliant over-the-top through ball.
Is that a little bit, I wouldn't say reckless, but forced right there from Zizou? Just trying to put a cross into the box. I wouldn't necessarily say that heading is a really strong way of scoring goals. It's more about the cross and where you're putting the cross in from, what trajectory you can get on the ball into the box. Just aimlessly putting balls into the box from the byline, 9 times out of 10, the goalkeeper's going to collect it.
Yeah, I mean, the key to looking for a cross is to essentially...
the run.
Yeah, you've got to have your attacker slightly ahead of the person that's going to cross the ball. If you can do that, you stand a very good chance of generating a goal, because you get that whip on it, you get the runner, you get that advantage from it. Going to the byline, you will look for that cross to the back stick at times where you loft it into the air. But like you said, Richard, it certainly invites the goalkeeper to say, hey, look, come on, here's the ball, come and get it.
Final attack here of this first leg of action. Zizou Zidane passes the ball straight out of play. Maybe he saw something I didn't, and the stranger simply throws the ball back to him. Good act of sportsmanship. I'm not too sure what is happening. And the referee pulls us up for full time. 1-0 after the first leg of action. There wasn't too many highlights to break down. I imagine the XG probably quite low between those two combatants. We might get a little glimpse of it. Actually, 3.1 to 2.5. Maybe we just missed all the highlights. Al.
Quite possibly, but also you saw 4 shots, 3.1 XG there for the stranger. That's the sort of gameplay that these players will have. They want to ensure that if they are pulling that trigger, it is a very, very high chance. Exactly. And we did just see the brief highlight from that goal from the stranger as well. We have to give credit to that turn inside the 18-yard box, sending the defender to the shops, saying, you go over there, go and get something from the shops. I'm going to lay it off to Diaby, who slotted that one away. So well worked. And sometimes you have to give credit where credit is due.
I do think as well, the XG stat, even though it can't be argued, I am going to argue it. I think it's a little bit false sometimes, because a lot of headers from really close count as high XG, where we know if the cross isn't good but you get a head on it, it can go down as a high XG. So I think there was a lot of opportunities, big chances, not so much as you saw from the shots tally overall. On the other side of it, Musty's got a big turnaround needed if he wants to turn that game around. What went wrong for Musty?
I just don't think he got going. Donchap managed, obviously, to find those 2 goals. And Musty sticking with the narrow, like you mentioned, during the game. Not maybe having the best finishers on the pitch in the attack that he had. If you're using narrow, you've got to ensure that, A, you use some width from your fullbacks, but also you're linking up with that centre attack in mid and 2 strikers so well. Quick 1-2s, the change of tempo over the top through balls. And he just never really got that going in that first leg. And obviously the difficult thing is now is that you've got to come out and find at least 2 goals to try and take it to extra time, which throughout 90 minutes, Donchap will say, you know what, I back my defensive ability to at least see this one out and maybe get another goal himself and make it even more difficult for Musty.
Yeah, absolutely. Musty trailing. He's looking at a potential 0-2 here in the Swiss rounds of the virtual Bundesliga finals. The Stranger, he's leading by a very narrow margin in his winners match at 1-0. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because in a couple of minutes' time, those second legs will be coming up here at the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. See you soon. Welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals here. Second legs of action right around the corner. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and the FIFA analyst in the commentary booth, otherwise known as Alex Bodin. Alex, you talked about what particular players need to do. For Musty, I think we came to the conclusion, just play better. Just switch on.
I love that, Richard. Yeah, just play better. You know, that's all you need to do.
We know what he can do. We know the levels that he can get to. He's not playing to that level.
I feel like, you know, you said that if you were playing, you'd have your dad as your coach. That's coming from your dad there. Just play better, would you?
Richard, just be better. He's coming forward. He's Musty. Great chance. Green time at the near post. Florian Wirtz causing issues straight away.
And if there's any way to start off this second leg, other than a goal, that is the best possible way that you can have it. Being aggressive, taking the drive, getting that green time finish off, backing yourself in those areas. Positive signs for Musty, knowing that he has got a lot to do in this second leg. But like you said, yeah, it's play better, but that's easier said than done. I think you just have to build on every bit of attack like that right there. Musty and his coach, positive stuff, positive talks, and they'll be happy that at least they've started this game on the front foot.
I also don't think FIFA Pro players sort of are offended by that, because they all, I mean, we all know that the levels that each individual pro player can play to, sometimes you're not playing as good as you are, and you are just playing less. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has off days, but it could be as simple as someone just getting in there and saying, Musty, if you lose this game, you're 0-2, and there's a good chance that it's improbable that you turn it around. It really is. The Stranger doubling his lead inside the first 10 minutes. Jean-Paul Boutiès, quite fortunate for the rebound to fall to him, but he stuck it in the bottom left corner nonetheless.
Yeah, the Stranger doing what the Stranger does best. Getting those 1 or 2 goals and breaking him down is probably one of the biggest tasks that Zizou will have. It's just some players on FIFA that are so rigid in defence that make it difficult for you to get past. And the Stranger is certainly one of them. He's disciplined, he's composed, and he won't give you half an inch.
Erling Haaland inside the box. That was for Zizou Zidane. Looking to maybe get a cutback. Probably want the roles to be reversed, with Haaland receiving a pass or cross into the danger area. Not the quickest of outlets down that right-hand side is Erling Haaland. Have you used that team this season, Erling Haaland, too much? I'll get your thoughts on it just after this chance, because the Stranger's in to make it 3 rebounds off the leg of Klosterman and goes out for a corner.
Zizou doing so well there, just to bring that goalkeeper out and try and cover off those passes inside the 18-yard box. The run of the goalkeeper was timed to perfection, though, to close down the angle. Any earlier, and you might have seen the Stranger just go for a simple ball roll.
Looking to create again there is the Stranger. Zizou Zidane stands up well, and numbers will fly forward again. If you are interested in any in particular player, I can tell you that Megabit did lose his matchup against Levi Finn, 2-1. Stylo against Firmino. Stylo looks like he's picked up a victory at 2-0. Currently 0-0 in his second leg, but he is leading. And Dullen Mike is drawing currently, I believe. Burak May won the first game 2-1, and Dullen Mike won the second leg 2-1. Tell you what, start to get to know this guy, because he's scoring all the goals, it seems, here on the Xbox.
Yeah, the skill moves coming through, and that's why he is in the team. The 5-star skill moves. Musty, though, coming back with an answer. His goal in the first half of the second leg, making it 2-1, buying himself enough time to try and find that way. Hopefully we'll get a replay on that so we can see exactly how Musty grabbed that goal. But you asked me, Richard, earlier on, have I used Erling Haaland? I have, actually. I was lucky enough to get him in my red picks for my 18 and 2 rewards. And for me, I love a cross. I love a drive. I love everything about the man, other than the fact that you can't chop and turn with him. But when you're a little bit older, maybe like myself, and not as good on the sticks as these players, you know, with the fancy footwork, your traditional whip it in, get it into the big man, can work a treat.
So what you're telling me is you play like Sam Allardyce and Erling Haaland is your Andy Carroll?
You could say that. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, you got to work to your advantages, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. He's, what, 6'4" worth of advantage?
That he is. That he is.
And Musty looking to build on that goal that he did score. Coming forward, Donchap does well defensively with Lothar Matthäus in the middle of the park. And Kunku pushed out to this left-hand side. Long, hopeful pass over the top for Diaby. That one is intercepted.
Yeah, Klosterman looked like he was going to get caught there, Richard, but he didn't. As a chance comes through.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, this is the sort of game that Musty wants, where it's quite end-to-end, it's quite open, because he probably relishes this scenario right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're the player chasing the game, needing to get those goals back, the last thing that you want is a slow, controlled game from Donchap. The more bounces you can have around, the constant change of possession for Musty will just give him that opportunity to catch Donchap's team out in the transition and look to capitalise on it. If you are Don, though, you will want to try and find a bit of a groove, a bit of patience going into that second half.
Launched it out of play, and that will do us for the first half in Swiss round 2. Possession slightly favourable to Musty with the XG just edging. However, Donchap's first leg performance still give him the lead. As you can see, the great setting that is the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final.
Brilliant.
The atmosphere, it's incredible there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's brilliant for the players as well to just be so close to one another while they are on that main stage, feeling the atmosphere, the emotions, and even having the fans there in the stadium as well. Lands are back, and it's great to see for the players. This is what they relish.
Talk to you about mind games. When you score, are you having if you're that close, are you having a little stand-up celebration? Let them know that you're there, or is it all focus?
I think it depends on who you're playing, Richard. I think a lot of these players have got that respect between each other. They've played each other so many times throughout the recent years, the majority of them. Maybe at playoffs, where you've got players from coming all over the world, sometimes you see that, you know, the Tex stare, for example. Tex loves to stare across at his opponent. Let him know, I know you and I've got you in my locker. For the players here, maybe they'll just go
more
for
mutual respect.
But quite possibly. But it all depends on the player and the atmosphere that they want. Some people absolutely love taking the game to the opponent.
Lewandowski whipped into the box for Zizou Zidane. Great block from Lacroix at the back. Right place, right time for the French centre-back. Looking to come forward again here through Erling Haaland. The ball finds its way to Da Costa. Lewandowski looking to offload, but Kunku is in a real favourable position for the stranger, and possession will slow down the pace of the game here.
Yeah, and that is probably going to be one of the most biggest chances that Zizou Zidane will get against a stranger. As I said, he doesn't give up much room in behind. The cross being utilised so well. Lewandowski looked like he was going to be rifling the back of the net, but Lacroix and the stranger had different ideas.
The stranger. Ooh, just offside. Big chance. This game is far from over. I think the way that Zizou Zidane, just in this last sort of 4 or 5 minutes, it seems to be showing us a little bit something different. And the mental side of the game is very important now, because you have to, even if it's just a foul or a shot on target, a little bit of flurry of possession, you have to put the stranger out of his comfort zone. You've got to put him under pressure one way or another. Because if you allow him to just play this pace of the game, he'll coast through to a 2-0 record.
And the constant pressure will be coming on from Zizou as well as we get closer to the latter stages of this match. Chasing a 2-goal lead. You'd expect to see that probably now or in the next 10 minutes. And that's when you will start to see the stranger struggle ever so slightly with that press. And it's just about how well he deals with that. Will he go over the top? Will he go long? Look to utilise any of the big men that he may have on the pitch. He's been there, though. He's got the experience in this sort of situation, Richard.
Mario Gomez. Get him on. Foot hero captain, Mario Gomez.
And this is the reason why you sit up in the commentary booth and that you don't play these games.
We're jumping back over to Musty and Don Chap here. 1 goal swing is all it's required for one of these two to be down at a 0-2 record. It's not that bad. Mario Gomez?
I've seen better. You can make him work, maybe.
Chance. Musty just can't quite get away. Donchap digs it out the back and the ball will bounce nicely for him. 18 minutes left on the clock here. All about keeping calm, keeping composed, and alleviating pressure if you are Donchap. Limit the amount of chances that are going to be created against you. Every single win of the ball, every single win of possession, just like that, is a tick in my mind if you're defending this lead. You can't give the ball away like that, though. Florian Wirtz, one-on-one, big chance, slots it home. And Musty's right back in the game.
Composed finish, the through ball through the middle, working to a T. But like you said, you can't lose the ball there. The 4-2-4 from Musty just meant those right winger, the left winger, are sat so high up the pitch. You're going to be aggressive in the press. You're going to be able to isolate those fullbacks. He did exactly that. Won the ball, one through ball. He's in on goal. The finish was there. And it is 2-2 and all to play for in that game, though. We're back with the stranger. Zizou, 2-0 on aggregate in this second leg.
And the stranger looking to make it 3 here. Beautiful play inside the box. Marco Reus slots it into the bottom left corner. Fist bumps all around. The stranger will be 2-0.
The extra pass off across there didn't look like it was going to work. Zizou grabbed the defender. He moved him across, but Lewandowski's movement just moved him closer to the goal, allowing that passing lane to open up. And you would imagine now, Richard, that is all she wrote in this game. And it will be the stranger going forward into the 2-0 matchups.
It would require a monumental comeback and also a quite alarming capitulation for that game to be turned around. This is our featured match, which we'll be staying on with all the marbles on it. Whoever wins this will be 1-1 in Swiss. Unfortunately, for the loser, they will be facing elimination right there. You win 3, you go through to the knockouts. You lose 3, well, your virtual Bundesliga finals are over. 5 minutes left on the clock. Something has to give.
I want to just give some credit to Donchap here. After being 2-0 up and cruising, yes, it's come back to 2-2. He seems to have just reset himself and he's not letting that comeback get to himself. He is trying to be calm and composed. As we do see the stranger grab one more goal. As we said, it is game, set, match one in that. Marco Reus finding Lewandowski. The extra pass, the reverse elastico, green time across goal. Right out the textbook of FIFA 22.
You've not missed anything. It was Donchap holding possession, trying to play for the last attack of the game. Musty turns it over. He will come forward and Kunku wins it back. We're in added time, and just goes out of play for a throw-in, so that will mean extra time is on the cards here in the virtual Bundesliga round 2 of Swiss.
Yeah, and we've seen this multiple times throughout the day already. Players going into that extra time, going all the way. A reminder that this is, as we see the stranger really just toying with the opponent now, getting some more goals. And, well, we asked the question, didn't we, Richard, about the stranger and and co, whether they can perform on the big stage again. And the stranger is doing exactly that. He did come into this tournament with one of the highest goals scored. So it's no surprise to see him putting so many goals past the opponent. But let's go and find our winner in this matchup. One of these players will be 0-2, and one of them will be 1-1. Musty versus Donchap.
Answering all the questions that we put to him, the stranger. Really good performance here. Still not guaranteed to be through, but in the best possible scenario to find himself in the knockouts tomorrow. Musty getting us underway. He's the white strip from left to right. It's going to be Donchap from right to left. Silas inside the box. Twisting, turning. Like a slippery snake. Into Lewandowski. Beautiful feet. Good block at the back.
The key thing in this game now as well is the fact that Musty pulled the game back fairly early, which meant that he didn't have to be on team press, constant pressure, and drain too much stamina across his players. You're chasing a game so early on, or say from the 60th minute, and you still got 2 goals to get, and you get it with the last kick of the game. You can see that as a negative at times, but he didn't do that. He found his way back in very early as a chance comes through.
Alphonso Davies bursting down that left-hand side into the box. Fired, and I mean fired that ball back in, but just didn't happen to be a blue shirt in the right place for him.
No, and that's where the play a lot feature at times can come in and work. But I'm sure Donchap will be saying, where are you? Where are my teammates? Davies making a brilliant run. And we've seen a lot of players do that throughout this tournament already, utilising the fullback so much in that area.
Chance for Silas. Offloads to Lewandowski. Great touch out of his feet, off the post. It's bouncing around the book like a pinball machine, and somehow didn't find its way in the back of the net.
Musty will be wondering, how on earth have I not scored there? Lewandowski driving all the way through. The strength was unmatched. He goes for the shot at the near post. Whether the keeper got a hand on it, I don't know. But a huge, huge chance. Donchap survives to fight another day.
Outstanding. It really is how that hasn't found its way into the back of the net. If Musty goes on to lose this game, he'll feel really hard done by. But Donchap's been dangerous as well. You can't count this man out. He's coming forward. He's looking to create in around the box. Drove to the byline. Maybe that could be his go-to, because it was a little bit uncontested with Alphonso Davies when he managed to get there.
Yeah, and I think as well, you look at the opposite side, you have someone like Da Costa. You don't tend to go forward as much with him. You're happy for him to stay back. Davies, you want to get forward. You want to see him in that area. He has the pace, the dribbling, pretty much everything in his locker. If anything, Richard, his defensive stats, he's actually probably one of the more weaker points of his game.
I mean, I'm not surprised to sort of see him pushed further forward in teams, whether that's a centre mid or a left mid, in a 3-back, sort of getting higher up the pitch and creating attacking options. Eight minutes on the clock. Will we find a winner? Final game to elapse here. Here in round 2. Robert Lewandowski offloads to Caliguri. Inside the box, he's shot on the angle. And a great save from Castells. It was green timed and just about gets a strong right hand to send it out. Caliguri again into Florian Wirtz. Oh, they've got mixed up at the edge of the box, and Musty can come forward here.
It is going to be last attack to Musty. Can he find his way? Grab a winner, or will it go all the way to penalties? Poor loss of possession, though. Donchap says, thank you. Let me have this last attack, then.
Da Costa wins it. Musty comes forward again. Seconds remaining. Will a penalty shootout be required? Donchap led by 2-0 after the first leg. Misty brought it back. Lewandowski looking for the cutback. No one there, and Castells will... As Musty steps forward first with Lewandowski, slots it in the bottom left corner, and Donchap will be looking to level up. Lothar Matthäus from the spot. Great save, Al.
Poor penalty there from Donchap. Not putting it in the corner enough, though. Musty steps up with Bellingham. Same side again. Goalkeeper comes through. Matches that one. Lewandowski now for Donchap. Puts that one into the bottom left corner. Brilliant penalty.
Much better penalty. Silas, a lot of power on it. Slots it to the left. He's off his line and he saves it. And now Donchap to edge in front here from the spot and does so.
That he does. Musty needs to score this and put this one away. He goes the same corner. Green time. And over to Donchap. And Kunku steps up. Bottom left corner.
Must score penalty. It's Haraguchi from the spot. Slots it in the bottom right corner, but the ball is still in Donchap's court. Jude Bellingham from 12 yards scores, and Donchap will be 1-1. And look at that emotion on the stage here. Fist bumps all around. A big, big result. Musty is 0-2 after 2 rounds of Swiss.
You did not expect that going into the Xbox bracket. Donchap, though, as I said, I want to give huge credit to him. He had that lead. He was looking fairly confident. Musty came back, though, and pulled the game back all level. But Donchap didn't let that get to him. He didn't let the occasion take over. He regrouped himself. He stayed calm and composed. And he went all the way to penalties. And, you know, they always say penalties, lottery ticket, guessing game. I don't believe in that. I think the mental really does come into it. And Musty now, 0-2, really does find himself up against the ropes with a lot to do if he wants to find himself into the knockouts.
Frustration in a picture right there. Musty clearly aggravated. Felt as though that game probably, when he's 2-0 down, brings it back. He had a couple of chances to go on and win the game as well. Goes to the penalty shootout, and it was a poor penalty to start from Donchap, but then he started arrowing them into the corner time after time after time. Won the mental battle and found himself 1-1. For Musty to even go through Swiss, he has to be flawless in his final 3 matches.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very difficult task to do that. And you saw the reaction there from him. He looked very, very upset with that. And I think the thing is as well, if you're going to lose 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, whatever it may be, okay, that's fine. I can reset. There's actually nothing worse for a player to like have that comeback and almost be like, I'm so close. I'm going to win this game. You do the comeback and then you end up losing anyway and going to penalties. It's there for you and then it's snatched away. It's very difficult on the mental side of things to regroup after that. And he hasn't got long to do it because he'll be kicking round 3 off very shortly.
Yes, certainly. And it'll be an elimination game as well, where he has to be perfect because the person coming down, will get the final confirmation on who that will be. But it's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a really competitive matchup. Yeah. Just having a quick look across a few of the other matches that have been taking place here in the 3rd round. We've got what we've got to look forward to. In fact, the Stranger against Barak May. I can tell you that Musty, he's playing Eisvogel at 0-2. If I'm reading this correctly, it's scheduled to kick off in 15 minutes' time. Musty against Eisvogel to stay in the tournament. That's brutal.
It is very brutal. But welcome to FIFA eSports. If you're 0-2, the chances of playing someone still who's incredibly well respected in the FIFA eSports scene at the virtual Bundesliga is still going to be high, right? You're not going to have an easy opponent. But yeah, Eisvogel, maybe it could have been a little bit kinder, but hey, he's got it all to do.
Brandon, I know you've been watching this game from the sidelines. Incredible matchup in round 2, but talk to me about round 3. Eisvogel against Musty, elimination FIFA.
I mean, not everyone's invincible as well. Megabit's just lost a game. Dula Mike's lost a game. Focus Stylo's come back into it now. He looks a bit better. But no one's really, to be honest, safe or been playing superbly well.
Stranger.
The Stranger's probably about it, and what, Burke May?
Yeah, the Stranger's he's been one of the better players that we've seen. The two players that were, one was successful, one just lost, from the other side of the matchup, so not the Stranger or Musti. Donchap is now taking on Zizou Zidane in that matchup as well. So that's going to be a really good game at 1-1. There's some incredible matches to look forward to in this third round of Swiss, where unfortunately it's going to be the final round of Swiss for one of our two players in Musti and Eisvogel. Al, you watched that game just then. We watched Eisvogel in the first game. Can you sort of give any sort of indication of where that game might go, or is it just up in the air?
Well, I think the way that Musti was after that game, as I said, with so much emotions pouring out, I think you can either see it go one of two ways. He's either going to go out there and win 3-0, 4-0 against Eisvogel and really almost let that anger and frustration come through into his FIFA. But you have to be careful with that, because when you play angry on FIFA, you tend to be aggressive in the press, you leave room in behind. And if there's one player that you want to be careful of to punish you, Eisvogel is a player that can do that. However, we saw in his matchup in that round 2 as well, he didn't create a single chance really in that second leg. So it will be difficult for him, but if there is any players that can do it, Eisvogel obviously has been in this position multiple times over recent years where the pressure is on, maybe not necessarily 0-2 and ready to go out the tournament. He's been in positions where he knows, you know what, it's time to perform, and he has done that in the past. He'll be looking to do that again.
Yeah, 100%. Brandon, any other sort of takeaways from that last round of fixtures where we were watching? You mentioned Megabit losing. No one's really sailing through, other than the Stranger, who had a really good performance, probably the best performance of all the games, I'd say, we've seen today. The most comprehensive, certainly. Anybody that maybe keeping his eye on, maybe floating under the radar a little bit?
Yeah, I'd say Gaucho is a solid pick. He's currently 2-0. Maybe haven't spoken about him too much today of RB Leipzig. If Umit's not gonna find his way through, which he will do, no doubt, but find his way to the top 4, the top 2, I think we've got to look at Gaucho as a name to maybe bring a second title back for RB Leipzig back-to-back years. So I'd say he's a player to watch out for, but I mean, I'm more looking forward to the elimination games. Round 3 in Swiss is always the most exciting when players are being knocked out, no offence. It certainly just brings those extra added emotions.
Yeah, we love the elimination games, I've got to say. Maybe that makes me a little bit sick and twisted, but that's where the best enjoyment is, in those big elimination matchups. Well, if you are just joining us here at the Virtual Bundesliga, and you might have missed what this tournament is all about, how people qualified for this, and maybe how you can get involved in the future, have a look at this explainer video that will explain everything and more.
The most prestigious FIFA single-player competition in Germany is just around the corner. The VBL Grand Final by bevestor. The nation's FIFA elite has secured one of the coveted 32 spots in the Grand Final via the VBL Club Championship and the VBL Open Playoffs. Here's how the qualification process went. 2 players from each of the top 8 clubs in the VBL Club Championship received the starting spot in the Grand Final. 1 PlayStation player and 1 Xbox player. The remaining 16 participants had to qualify via the VBL Open and then the VBL Open Playoffs. Here, 128 of the best FIFA players in Germany had to qualify for the Grand Final. In total, 32 players qualified for the VBL Grand Final. These 32 players will again be divided into a PlayStation and an Xbox group. 5 Swiss rounds will then be played within each group. The first round to be played will be drawn for all participants. In each of the following 4 rounds, players with the same win-loss record will meet. There is a first and second leg in each round. The winner is the player who has scored more aggregated goals in both matches. As soon as a player has lost for the 3rd time, he is eliminated from the tournament. At the end of the Swiss rounds, 8 players remain on each console. Then each console begins the knockout phase with the first and second leg in each match. If the second leg is tied overall after regulation time, the match goes into overtime. If no winner is found here either, the ultimate thrill and decision will come in a penalty shootout. The quarterfinals are followed by the semifinals and the final. This concludes each of the 2 individual console tournaments. The PlayStation and Xbox winners finally meet in the big cross-console final. This also consists of a first leg and a second leg. The 2 matches will be played on both consoles, one on PlayStation and one on Xbox. A coin flip decides which console will be used to start. The winner of these 2 games can then call himself the champion of the Virtual Bundesliga 2022 and will be crowned the best FIFA player in Germany.
Welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga. You join us for round 3 now here on the Xbox of the Swiss stages in day 1 with myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through the call of this game. And it's the first time we've been able to see this man on stream. The runner-up last year of the virtual Bundesliga. He lost in the grand final to RB Leipzig's Umit. Mike will take on Vecino, and Fanino will take on LOB Sedi in an elimination game 0-2. This is the perfect time now, Richard, as people will be qualifying for Championship Sunday tomorrow, and people will be leaving the competition at round 3.
Certainly is, Brandon. You have to clutch up now. For a number of our players, this is the moment to really shine and to solidify their place in the latter stages of the tournament. Our 2 featured matches both feature a 1-1 record. That's Dulan, Mike and Vecino, and then a 0-2 record from Fanino and Lobsidi. So, elimination game and also a 1-on-1 level playing game, but it's going to be interesting to see how Dulan Mike gets on here in the virtual Bundesliga. We'll be keeping you up to date with all the games and goals from across the grounds here in round 3.
He's a player that we haven't really spoken too much about today, Dulan Mike, because we haven't seen him on broadcast until this moment in time. One of the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winners. Came so close to victory last year. Technically was the Xbox champion. Just lost to the hands of the PlayStation champion in RB Leipzig Summit last year in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. You saw him a few weeks ago at the Team of the Season Cup, where he was playing in a 2v2 tournament for Team Neo. He's another one of those names that has sprung onto the German scene over the last few years. He's cemented himself as one of the greats already. Looking to build for his first chance in this game. DRB intercepts well. On the flip side, we have Vecino, a player that did feature heavily for VfL Bochum, played in the FIFA E-Club World Cup, but most of his success has come in Germany in this virtual Bundesliga. Did move clubs, as you can clearly see, over to Hoffenheim now. Hoping that he can go the long way around and find his way into tomorrow's knockout stage. It's his first time. His third time, sorry, in the tournament. He's never got past the Swiss round stages, so if he can do that and get 3 wins next to his name, and he needs 2 more wins. Slight problem, he's got Dulan Mike in his way.
Yeah, it will be a tough matchup for him. We're seeing an early goal here in this elimination matchup. Is LOB CD going 1-0 up here for VfL Bochum, a team very much established with FIFA eSports through their rich performances in the past.
Well, here's the goal then that they scored. Lobsedi, we'll see it now. There's a ball over the top to Silas, who went on his own. He's able to bag a huge goal there. That's putting him up 1 goal to the good. That's elimination fee for this game. You lose, you're 0-3, and you're out of the tournament. It's Hamburg against VfL Bochum. It could be in for an equaliser now. Defended well. Lewandowski stopped in his tracks from equalising at 1-1. These two not have had the start they would have wanted in the virtual Bundesliga. Both losing their opening 2 games in the Swiss round 1 and 2. He's 24 years of age. Fanino of HSV Hamburg. It's his first ever time he's been in a virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, showcasing the season that he has had this year. It'll be a shame that he does end it crashing out at this point. We'll be bouncing between this game, the elimination game, and Dulan Mike against Vecino.
I'll also be trying to keep you up to date with what else is happening across the games as well, Brandon, with so many pivotal matchups. Misty is leading 1-0 against Eisvogel. in that elimination game also.
Surprisingly, we didn't catch the one as one of our featured games. What a game that one is, between the Kingfisher and Musti. One of those two will be crashing out of the virtual Bundesliga. For those that are wondering, how did the PlayStation side finish? That will be concluded tomorrow morning. Round 4 and round 5 will be played. First thing in Cologne, ball towards the back post. That was an awful cross. Time red from Lobsedi, and possession will go out of play to Firmino.
So important as well in these hugely stressful matches at 0 and 2. If you can get that first goal, just to give yourself a little bit of confidence. Robert Lewandowski doing some skiing, but finds himself 1-0 up and could be a downward slope potentially for Bassinho here.
Well, it's SC Freiburg that do take the lead in this game. The run-up last year. Dolomite back, looking to go one step further. And this is the goal that he scored. Robert Lewandowski finding all the time in the world. A bit of goalkeeper movement was teased, but it just left Robert Lewandowski with just so much time, and probably the best and easiest finish he's going to get all day. Must be said, though, Dolomite hasn't had the perfect run in the Swiss round. Did just lose the hands of Barat May. 4 goals to 3. Might be a runner-up last year and an Xbox champion, but he isn't invincible as Dolomite.
We saw him only recently, didn't we, with Team Neo at the Team of the Season Cup. Great performance. Finishing top 8, I believe. Top 7, 8.
That was a really impressive run. And his teammate Hensu. Some score update. Thijs Vogel up by a goal to 0 against Musti. Megabit leads 2 goals to 0 against Julie. That's Werder Bremen against Schalke. Other than that, not too much to talk about as we approach half-time. In round 3, and here's Dolomite that does lead by a goal to 0. Robert Lewandowski. The only goal so far in this one. We'll jump ships again. See what's going on in our elimination game, no doubt.
Lots of conversation happening at the moment. Did you get the opportunity to commentate alongside Dull and Mike at the Team of the Season Cup?
Unfortunately, that wasn't me.
Must have been, I think, Al, FIFA analyst, and Ryan, who were in there in the comms booth, but a really intellectual FIFA player as well. Knows the ins and outs of the game to a real minute detail. Always great to get the pros in the comms booth when we have the opportunity. This is live shots here from the second half of the first leg here. Love said it. 1 goal to the good.
It's always been said about VFL booking and producing FIFA players. Year after year, there's always a new name. Seems to emerge. Upsetting. Being the next name on that list. We join this one again. We keep missing Dolomite's goals as he makes it 2 goals to the good. We'll catch on the replay, no doubt. As Freiburg with their star man. Dolomite make it 2 goals to the good. Diaby gets that second goal. 6 minutes after the restart. Here's the goal now, Richard. Talk me through it.
Just building up here with Nkunku. He offloads it to Alphonso Davies. A little bit of slow build-up from Dolomite. Diaby, beautiful feet inside the box, and he lashed it into that bottom left corner.
At the moment, one-way traffic from Dolomite. Nkunku. Doing what he can to build into the likes of Alphonso Davies. Out of position now from fullback. With Matthias Lewandowski linking in well. Casino. So he's in the same position. Won one game, lost one game. Had to play against his former club in VFL Bochum, where he beat Lobsedi 3-1.
Nice little ball over the top.
Very well. Diaby playing as a striker here potentially for Dolomite. He has got the pace for it. Partner alongside someone who's got a bit of height about them, such as Lewandowski or Haaland. Find those little flick-ons, those runs behind. Quite. First time we've really seen him get a back in tonight. Bellingham and Kunku building again, looking for goal number 3 is Dolomite. Paulinho, it's picture perfect here and out from Dolomite. Diaby just did his best in the end. Someone had to stop him. Still can't
forward again, though.
Be stopped. It's just a wave after wave of pressure. Messi, Freiburg, we left that one. We're back here. 15 minutes just to play. This VFL Bochum that still lead Hamburg.
What a ball.
By a goal to nil. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Could be a chance. He goes on his own. He maybe fell into the trap of that near post. Just being open as an option of a shot.
It's not a bad effort. I'll be honest. It's really not a bad effort. The goalkeeper movement was drastic, marking the cross. In the end, just... Well, you know what? I'm going to have a dig at this. I'm going to have a try at the near post.
I'll tell you what, if he can bang a goal now, Bassini, that would be something for him. After a disappointing first leg. Tried his best to roulette his way past the defender there. Didn't quite find the exit he was looking for. This could be nice. Dolomite building again. Alphonso Davies is out of position heavily now. Covers superbly well. I'm sure we'll jump back over to the other game in a second, as that one will be close to concluding.
You've got to think, with Lobsedi, also 17 years of age, doesn't have the most experience in these scenarios. The next goal is so impactful for him. He has to score that next goal. Just give himself not only a little bit of confidence, but a little bit of belief.
Well, right now he's playing 3 cup finals. He has to win every single game now in Swiss if there's any chance for making the final 8. And by no means they're not going to be easy games. Some scorelines as they come in. The stranger leading Barat May by a goal to nil. Levi Finn beating Gaucho by a goal to nil. These are all in the first leg. Megabit, after being up by 2 goals, is now 3-2 down to Julie. That's still in leg 1 as well. And that elimination game that many were keen to know about, Musti against Eisvogel. 3-0 Musti leads in leg 1. Silas. Lovely extra pass, finds Florian Wirtz into Lewandowski, fakes this shot. This is Fanino. Doing everything he can with a combination or two. Look at the composure there from Nkunku at the back. Might be a bit of a silly ball there. It gets dispossessed. It was so good to get out of that area. Unfortunate enough, Kevin Trapp can just calm the play down ever so slightly with not long at all left to play here. There's no doubt that Lob said he should be leaving this game with a goal lead at least. David Costa finds Diaby. And that should pretty much do us. Added time for a minute to come, and he might look to play for the last chance. He gives it away again carelessly.
One more opportunity.
He played the time, but possession's in his
Oh,
favour.
that's it.
Referee says, let's call it a day. Still, there's a leg to play. That's our elimination game. One of those two players will be leaving the virtual Bundesliga at the end of the second leg.
Just having a look across a number of the other matches as well, Brandon, currently taking place. HN6 Fabio, Hanover 96, leading 2-0 against Stylo. Icevogel and Musty. Icevogel trailing 3-0. That's Musty 3-0 up currently. Levy Finn against Gaucho. Levy Finn leading 1-0. The Stranger against Burak May. That's the Stranger leading 1-0. And just looking for Megabit very quickly for everyone out there who's a fan of the German Giant. Trailing 4-2 against Julie.
Yeah, he was winning in that game as well, and suddenly everything just changed. If you are looking to follow some of these fixtures, it's virtual.bundesliga.com for those that are wanting to follow every single individual result that has happened today on the Xbox and on the PlayStation. Do head over to that website and you can find out all the information you need to hear. At the halfway point in these games, as we said, Dolomite leads by 2-0. Quite a professional and Dolomite-esque performance you'd expect to see there, Richard, in round 3 of Swiss, in a game that would give him just that little bit of a pull-away factor. It'd only be one win away from qualifying for the knockouts.
Yeah, it's almost the typical Dylan Mike performance that we expect to be seeing as well. He's just almost looked comfortable, I want to say, in his build-up play. You don't ever think that in that first leg the game was going away from him. He always looked in control. He always looked like it was at arm's length, and he was the player in the driver's seat. Whether that turns in the second leg, I don't think it will, but you never know. We've seen some very drastic performances from first leg to second leg. We've seen turnarounds sort of pulled out. So whether it happens or not, I don't know. I'm probably paying more attention to that 0-2 matchup that we've been covering as well.
Yeah, I mean, that Icevogel game against Musty's one we're going to keep an eye on, as we said. We're going to go to a quick break now as we set up the second legs here in round 3 on the Xbox in the virtual Bundesliga. Remember, there's still a round 4 that we will be playing today here in day 1 of the broadcast. So stick with us. We'll be back in a few minutes' time and we'll have that second leg ready for you as soon as possible. Well, welcome back to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, day one of the group stages. We are still providing to you here in our international English broadcast. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through round 3 of the Swiss here on Xbox. At the end of this round, some players will guarantee themselves a spot into tomorrow's knockout stages. Do keep in mind, though, we will be playing round 5 tomorrow on stream as well, which is interesting because normally in Swiss, Rich, you get it all done in a day. You don't normally save a bit for tomorrow, but there's going to be a lot of players maybe having a sleepless night tonight, knowing that they have to basically win tomorrow if there's any chance that they're going to stay in the knockout stages tomorrow.
Yeah, we're talking to FIFA analysts earlier about this when we were commentating the PlayStation game, saying so stressful going into tomorrow knowing that you have to win. Like, you just want to be 4-0, 3-1, job done. You know you're in the knockouts no matter what happens in that final game. You do not want to be going into tomorrow with 2-2. I mean, you'd rather be going into tomorrow than not, but you don't want to be going in 2-2 because it's such a stressful game.
We're jumping into the second legs now. If you missed the first, don't worry, we'll keep you up to date with what happened. Dolomic won his first opening game here. Then lost round 2. He picked up a 2-0 win in leg 1 here in round 3 against Basinio of VF. Let's say it was once upon a time VfL Bochum, now of Hoffenheim. A win here for Dolomic will put him 1 win away from heading into the knockout stages tomorrow. Played short, and Kunku from distance, fancy that one. Sting the hands of Kevin Trapp.
Really interesting start to this game. Just for the simple fact that Basinio obviously got kick-off, he went forward, and as soon as he started progressing into the Dolomic danger area, you would say, he was more than happy to go to ground, try and give fouls away and just stop that early chance that potentially was going to come about.
Well, Dolomic get his early chance now. Look at the skills, look at the combinations. It was clean and very nearly. That would have been a clean finish from Diaby. A player that's playing in his third ever virtual Bundesliga final. It's the semi-finals he made in year 1, grand finals last year. Everyone's just been alluding to the fact that why not champion this year? It's a potential scenario, which no doubt could happen.
Going one better year on year on year.
Player that has success in and out of Germany. We'll be hoping to get to the FIFA E-World Cup final in July this year. He did make an E-World Cup final, but by his own account, it wasn't one to remember. Davies back to Diaby. Looking for a third goal, which would, no doubt, give him the best of cushions. And leads the full back on. Sino trying to come forward now. So many Freiburg shirts back, causing havoc. And Kunku, this is nice. Good feet, really good feet.
Just got a little bit too much error on the Elastico. The McGee cancel was beautiful. Created a little bit of space inside the box, and then as he went to come away with the Elastico, just gave too much and showed too much of it to the defender.
Alaguri looking to do what he can there. We join this one though. Elimination FIFA in round 3. This was a massive one for both these two, but more importantly for Fanino, who was 1-0 down in the tie. Will catch the goal again on the replay. It was Haaland that had possession out wide. Found Diaby, was patient with it. Surely doesn't hit it from this far out. No, he offloads it to Nkunku. One more pass. Lewandowski with brilliant feet. So hard to angle that one up and to tuck it into the back of the net.
That touch is perfect. Literally just the first touch to settle it. So nice.
Remember, One of these two will be eliminated from the tournament following this round. Both have not won a game yet. 0-2 records. There's that goal and that equaliser just given Hamburg's Xbox Pro that added boost. This is looking like it's getting out of hand though. If you're a Hoffenheim fan or a Bassino fan, Dolomite finds 3, Lewandowski finds a third. On the stroke of the 30th minute, here's the goal on the replay, Rich.
Yeah, again, the build-up play through Robert Lewandowski. No real tackle for him. Diaby, little 1-2 with Lewandowski. He carried on his run and then a simple finish into that bottom right corner.
All just looks very routine at the moment for Dolomite. He's been on this stage many times before and he's not feeling the pressure. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's not looking the greatest for Bassino, who's never got out of the Swiss rounds in the virtual Bundesliga. It's his third time in this tournament. In the final stages, he's hoping that third time lucky could be the motto to get him into the knockout stages. Very aggressive there, Dolomite again. Look how much he pulled out. Cost him. Kunku teasing.
One more goal is well and truly game over.
Bellingham twisting, turning, Lewandowski playing havoc. Time green as always as he shushes towards the camera in front of him. 4-0. Dolomite is grooving and moving towards knockout FIFA and a place in Championship Sunday.
You simply don't know which way he's going to turn. It was the build-up play again. He's twisted and turned left and right all throughout the game. Little cancel here and there as well, just to put a little bit more emphasis on the dribbling.
Just made it so difficult, didn't he? He's on his way. It's getting a bit messy now. Polino to make it 5. Very heavy on the touch. And that'll do us for half-time. Dolomite 4-0 up on aggregate. As we jump across in a second to the opposite side of the stage, which you can see in the distance.
What a performance, by the way. What a performance from Dolomite.
Of results, Richard, updates from other games taking place as it stands right now. It is currently Megabit 5-4 down in leg number 2. Stylo 6-0 down against Fabio of Hanover. It's not looking good for Ice Vogel.
It's not looking good for Bassino either. 5-0 down currently.
We'll come back to that one in a second as Nkunku will ski his way towards a 2-1 record. Ice Vogel 4-0 down against Musti. Musti turning on when he needs to in his elimination game. Gaucho is looking towards his first defeat, and at the moment the stranger looks to be one of the first players that will be going 3-0. He might have been a stranger the last 12 months or so, but he's back. And he's back towards knockout FIFA. Look at this one now, which is 1-1. The loser of this is eliminated of the virtual Bundesliga this year. Fanino from distance. The time green finesse needed a big hand there.
Yeah, this should be the game that we focus on and we keep our eyes peeled on for the remainder of.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that corner.
Everyone.
I'm telling you.
Everyone is doing that corner. If you're a FIFA player at home that's watching it, get it noted down, get it into your weekend league. I'm sure it will guarantee you a few goals this weekend.
Such a nice corner. It's so hard to pull off as well, but if you can master that, it's almost a guaranteed goal. 9 times out of 10 from the corner. Dolomite 6-0 up, he's running rampant.
Polino, good feet. As we're still here, 6-0. Dolomite really running away with it. It's just shown his class. Nothing more you can really say. And a simple GG back to the drawing board. We leave that one back to this one. From 1-0 down to 2 and up. Fanino of Hamburg is looking to save his tournament status. As it stands, it will be Lobsedi leaving the virtual Bundesliga, VfL Bochum leaving, unless there's a goal now. Silas, great feet, maybe overworked ever so slightly from the Stuttgart forward.
Great second leg performance from Fanino as well. We didn't really see too much of him in that first leg, but showed his quality. And now possession can be his best friend. Keep this ball ticking over, knock it around the back and force the issue from Lobsedi.
Take time out of the game, 22 minutes away from basically completing one cup final and going to another as he'll move into round 4 of Swiss, but still with it all to do. Florian Wirtz, good feet, really good. Haaland back to goal, what a save. What a save and a great bit of goalkeeper movement there from Castells.
That's what your goalkeeper is there for. That little bit of goalkeeper movement just to keep you in a game, keep you moving forward. As we go into the pause, we'll head back over to this Dull and Mike masterclass. Get your pens and paper out because he's putting on a clinic at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's oozing with confidence, as you can see. Him showboating.
No one, I say no one wants to play Dull and Mike round 4 at 2-1.
Unfortunately, someone's going to have to. And that could actually be potentially De Gaucho. That would be a decent game.
Is he onside? No.
Just offside, 7 minutes left there.
Unfortunately, what this does to you, if you're Bassino, you go down to that losers, I'd say losers bracket, you go down to the 1 and 2 scenario, feeling a little bit dejected, a little bit beaten up, but it all depends on how your sort of mental strength is, because if you can say, you know what, I just lost to a player who was playing much better than me, write it off, it's one of those games, then you might be able to have a positive result. I think, me personally, I would much rather lose 6-0, 7-0 than 1 or 2 by 1 goal.
I think we might have a game on our hands here, Rich.
We do.
I think we might have a game on our hands here. Lobsedi has just scored an equaliser. On the 72nd minute, he takes his headphones off and has a quick break and a drink of water. We missed the goal. Hopefully we'll catch it on the replay of exactly what went down there. This is a very different game. One that, as we said, is currently 0-2. Elimination FIFA.
One of these two is going out.
I'm going to see the goal, unfortunately, as of yet. It was Lewandowski that got it. "15 minutes to play here." And Kunku, what a ball! What a ball! What a save!
Big, big chance.
Not even a save, sorry.
Just missed. Just missed the target.
Pass was near enough perfect, though. What a ball it was. Lewandowski, good feet. One more pass. Bellingham comes close again. We go back down the other end. Who's got the nerve or that piece of magic trickery?
Who's got the
bag
bottle?
a match winner?
Who has the bottle? Who can clutch up?
Maybe this is on its way to extra time. It feels like it deserves extra time. Neither player, rightly so, wants to make one poor pass. Added time to follow. There's a goal now in normal time. Expect to see some big reactions in Cologne. This is to save your tournament status. Haaland just could not lock onto the ball there. We've played the minute. We need 30 more of it.
Something has to give. The question is, what is it going to be? Because these moments of the small intricacies, unfortunately, we can't sort of, with watching the international broadcast, I'd love to see that chance back, Brandon, that we thought went out for a corner. It looked like it went out for a corner, but he somehow managed to miss the target.
Just the timing of the pass was absolutely perfect. Just couldn't quite find the added finish from Nkunku that you might expect from a player that feels like he can play anywhere in the attacking third. You can probably imagine it's full time between Dolomite and Basinio. Dolomite winning that game, going 2-1. He's 1 away from knockout football. Basinio now is back against the wall. 1-2. We're playing elimination FIFA. And potentially could be matched up one of these two. That was a bit risky. Does well, Lobsedi. All over the top. Tries his best to pull out Diaby there. Is that one? Changes hands in terms of possession. Let's get some results in from other games that are taking place. It's the full-time result at the end. 6-0. Dolomite does lead and win. Megabit loses his first game of the tournament. He's now 2-1. I mean, potential matchups here, no doubt, are really exciting. Levy Finn beats Gaucho. Focus Stylo loses to Fabio. Musti saves his tournament status. Eisvogel eliminated from the virtual Bundesliga.
The Kingfisher no longer flying high. Tough matches for him though, wasn't it?
As soon as this game's concluded, we'll have a new set of brackets and matches generated for round 4, which will be the last round of action today here in the virtual Bundesliga. Grand finals, day 1 of 2, remember. We're back again tomorrow, where we will crown potentially a new German champion. Here's Silas driving forward for Hamburg, still with the DR Congo forward. Looks to dance his way in the box, finds Nkunku. He's a bit stuck of which way to go, which way to turn. He goes down to ground. Referee says he wins the ball fairly. Credit where it's due to Lobsteady there, just for containing that attack.
Had to just keep on his feet, didn't he? And just make sure he kept him at arm's length. It was twisting and turning from Firmino. In the end, good tackle. Stood up strong to it. A big, deep breath from both of these two, because these are the moments right now where clutching up and saving your season is everything.
Well, absolutely, especially with, as you said, the chance to make the playoff from this. There is more tournaments outside of the Bundesliga, the ecosystem of FIFA eSports, the FIFA E World Cup, which you can get to via the playoffs. Caliguri comes on for Lobsteady. Lewandowski. Yotius finds Haaland, cut back inside. Well played. Danny Da Costa, it's another. Shot that's blocked after that.
Penalties are calling. They're looming. Already had the opportunity to call one penalty shootout today. But this could be even worse. This could be an elimination penalty shootout.
Yeah, it'd be the worst kind of penalty shootout. You lose, you're out the tournament. It is the end of your FIFA 22 season.
Chance.
Diaby, he's onside. Finds his way back inside. Oh! Inches, whiskers.
I thought he saved it.
Away from a 3-2 lead, and maybe the goal to save your tournament status.
I really did think he saw. I really did thought he saved it. I don't know what I'm saying. How has he put that wide?
Well, it's another lifeline for Firmino. Hamburg looking for a smash and grab now. This is your last chance of the game, or penalties is happening. Low for Matthias, the German icon, to be a hero! Off the post! What a chance! Penalties are needed. And penalties it shall be. You win, you stay in the tournament. You lose, you are out of the virtual Bundesliga. And up steps Firmino first, he puts it away. Here comes Robert Lewandowski to make it 1-from-1. Missed!
Advantage Firmino. Here's Robert Lewandowski now, stepping up to the spot. Straight down the middle, big save, and Sedi with a chance to level it up. Saved!
Just can't score a penalty. Can Lobsteady to take a slight advantage, and Nkunku down the middle. Must score. Must score. Does score.
Yeah, screws it into that bottom left corner, but advantage still to Firmino. We said that, maybe not anymore because Jude Bellingham's missed. The reverse, Jude Bellingham stepping up, does score and wins sudden death, 2-2.
Well. Penalty number 5. Here comes Silas. Misses! This is a chance of a lifetime for this man, Lobsteady, to save his tournament status of Erling Haaland. No!
We go again. Alphonso Davies. Saved! And again, Lobsteady has a chance to win it. It's going to be Nkunku from 12 yards. Scores! And he continues his dream tournament here.
His first ever virtual Bundesliga. 17 years of age. His proudest achievement getting this far. He will be in the tournament still, but only just. It's a 1-2 Swiss record. He still has got to win 2 more rounds, but he'll say, you know what, that's the step in the right direction. VfL Bochum just about saving one of their tournament players. Out though for HSV Hamburg's Firmino. He does crash out after round 3. It had to include penalties, but what a chance it was right at the end of the game, Richard. Loaf Matthias with a time green finesse shot off the post.
Well, both players had chances to score. The first one that managed to go wide, as you see the emotion pouring out of him here. And then Lothar Matthäus up the other end, left-footed finesse shot. It's on his weak foot for starters. It's from a bit of a tight angle, curls it and just hits the inside of the post. Unfortunately for him, the rebound didn't bounce to anyone. But an incredible game and just exactly what it means to stay in this tournament. He's not won anything yet. He's not even through the Swiss. He just stays alive. He keeps alive and keeps on pushing. And now whoever he plays is going to know exactly who he is going into that 1-2 matchup.
Sometimes it's just the case of getting a win, Rich. Getting a win under your belt and just feeling the taste of a win to say, you know what, look, I'm in a final for a reason. I'm in the best 32 players for a reason here. I've deserved my spot to be here. But yeah, he's got 2 big cup finals, you can say, coming up next. Some of the potential matchups we can get at 2-1, by the way. I mean, in this 2-1 bracket, we got Gaucho, we got Megabit, we got Mike in there too. There's a lot of potentials of what we could see.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking at who already gone through, Stranger 3-0, he won his game, so
yep.
he's through. No matter what, he's into tomorrow's matches in the knockout bracket. And unfortunately there you saw from the high of Stranger to the low of Firmino, he crashes out of the tournament and his virtual Bundesliga Grand Final will be over.
No, yeah, unfortunately out of the tournament there. We have got one more round, as we said, to bring you here in the Swiss rounds. We'll bring in the FIFA analyst who caught an eye on that one. I'm sure he caught an eye on Mike's performance. He was speaking highly of him at the halfway point. I mean, Mike, we have to speak about Alex. 6-0 win. He certainly felt like he put an exclamation mark on that result.
Yeah, he did. I remember you saying that we saw him a few weeks ago at the Team of the Season Cup in Neo, where him and Henso, they got a top 8 finish, but they went out to Direwolves on penalties, and they were very disappointed with that. Obviously, with this being a 1v1 tournament now, he certainly wants to make a name of himself again, and he did exactly that. And you know, I saw it in the chat a little bit. A few people saying, oh, he's doing these skill moves, he's showboating a little bit, which really, it just shows that Mike is here to play. He has the confidence. And if there's one player that you can fear when they get going, Mike is certainly one of them. In that first leg, the one thing that stood out to me was Diaby inside the 18-yard box. Me and Richard and yourself, Brandon, have been saying it so much today. The extra pass, the extra pass. He baited the extra pass, pulls it back on the left foot, sends the opposition the other way and slots it in. And Mike is full of confidence right now.
Yeah, I have to just have a quick congratulations as well. Levy Finn is through as well. So it's Levy Finn against the Stranger. They're in a 3-0 matchup. They both won 3 games today. They're in the knockout stages. They're playing for seeding right now. Some other games that will be coming up. We'll be seeing Julie against Mike. That's a battle of the youngsters there. That plans to be quite exciting. Barat May against Gaucho of RB Leipzig. Basinio against Musti. More elimination FIFA to play there. And then Lobsedi, who just won a VfL Bochum, will be playing against former player of VfL Bochum, Werder Bremen's Megabit, in a big matchup there. That's also, a 1-2 game. Megabit is on elimination. He's very close to elimination. We'll be interested to see which games we take as our featured matchups. This is what they're playing for as well. Let's not forget, although you might not win the tournament, even if you just make it into knockouts, Rich, you're guaranteed a bit more cash, which is a lot of hard work this year. The season started back in November.
Yeah, absolutely. 1,500 for getting out of Swiss into the knockouts, and every single win that you get on top of that you will see an increment prize improvement. If you finish in the top 2, you're guaranteed €20,000. However, if you win it, you double up. €40,000, part of a €100,000 prize pool here at the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final by bevestor. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that prize money does start to get split up. Obviously, some people have gone 3-0, already know that they're getting at least €1,500, even if they crash out in that first knockout stage. Don't know if they will, but a really solid performance in Swiss from all the people that you just mentioned there. The Stranger in particular, he might not have had the best season, but he's playing really well at the moment.
You could argue, Alex, players don't lose that experience. Yes, different games change and different play styles come in, but for players that have already had a taste of lifting a trophy in Germany like the Stranger and playing in FIFA E-World Cups and travelling the globe with FIFA eSports, yes, they might have been out for a while, but LAN FIFA is very different. I think it's clear to see from a few players.
LAN FIFA is completely different to playing online. One of the players that kind of come to mind when we talk about that is MS Tassari, a player which thrives for LAN events, but also, he says it himself, he doesn't actually practice FIFA all too much, but when you know at a LAN event you can perform something like for the Stranger as well, when it comes to that, you can just do exactly what you do best. Online, very, very different to LAN. The pressure is on, and when you have the experience that the Stranger has, it's no surprise to see him go 3-0 today.
And also, it's no surprise to see another new name come through like Levi Finn, Richard, who is another prime example of what Germany is producing. New names, new talent.
And also, it's another perfect example of what I was saying earlier, where the experience of having those previous tournaments behind you can be a positive and also a negative, but also coming in fresh, never having a bad experience at a LAN event, you've got nothing to fear, you've got nothing to worry about. Levi Finn coming in, knowing that his quality is enough, that he's... All these players that he's played against as well, with how many offline tournaments there is in Germany, with how frequent sort of cups, tournaments are ran, division rivals... You've played against these people tens of times, hundreds of times. You know exactly what to expect. They're not... Yes, they might be big names. They might have big social media influence, but they're just FIFA players at the end of the day. And Levi Finn's going in with the correct mindset and backing it up on the pitch.
No, as we said, well, there is still one more round to play here in the virtual Bundesliga day one. What's interesting is tomorrow, the PlayStation games that didn't finish today will conclude in the morning. When we bring you our broadcast tomorrow morning, we'll be bringing you round 5 as well on the Xbox and the PlayStation. So still more group stage action to come there. Before we do get there, there is a round 4 to come. It will be coming up after this short break, so don't go anywhere. Our last break of the day before we conclude day one of the action here in the virtual Bundesliga. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. for the final time today, welcome to the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We've been producing the action for you from the next 2 days, as we said. It's group stages today. Swiss round 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the PlayStation and on the Xbox. This is the last round of Xbox to conclude. And by the end of this, Alex, unfortunately we couldn't do it on the PlayStation, but we certainly will be able to provide you with some names that are through to the knockout stages and some names that would have left the tournament, unfortunately, this early on in day one.
Yeah, we're going to see even more players going home today. Some big matchups coming through very soon. And yes, we didn't get to see that on PlayStation, but obviously we will have that tomorrow morning. So it'll be interesting to see how those results pan out. But for now, on Xbox, these players have got to perform. Megabit, as we said, up against Seti, which will be a difficult game. Megabit started off strong throughout this tournament, but seems to have dropped off ever so slightly. We haven't actually seen a game from Megabit since that round 1. And we spoke about it before that when you've been here, like the Stranger, for example, he's 3-0 right now. He is through to the knockouts and looking good. Megabit has that experience. And it's just whether he can find a way to at least get it over the line and make it to 2-2 ready for his matchup tomorrow. But will Seti come back after that big win there? Who knows?
Yeah, well, he won 4-0, as you said. Then we didn't see him for 2 games, lost them both somehow, and now finds himself in this position. On the other side, our feature game will be Berat May of FC Heidenheim. I mean, FC Heidenheim have had a great sort of outing already. Denny on the PlayStation was steamrolling earlier today. No doubt he will continue that into the knockout stages. Had a massive result over RB Leipzig's Umit. Up against RB Leipzig's Gaucho. That one plans to be a good game. I mean, the Gaucho, many will know, is in the FIFA scene. Alex is a very, respected FIFA pro that's been around the scene. He's qualified for tournaments. He's played at FIFA E-Club World Cups. He's been to FUT Champions Cups. He's won a club championship this year with RB Leipzig. There's no doubt that although he is 2-1, he's so close, and I would probably put money on that he would also be in the knockout stages, even if he has to go to 2-2.
Yeah, you would imagine Gaucho will be making it through to the knockouts. But in saying so, obviously a difficult matchup against Berat May, and it will just be whether RB Leipzig could get that matchup kind of back in their favour. Obviously, as we saw earlier on this afternoon, that go against them. And then, as we said, Lobseti versus Megabit in our deciding game. One of those players will be leaving the tournament, but it's all teeing up to be an interesting final game for this evening.
Absolutely. Our final game of day one here. We appreciate your patience and your support watching this broadcast. The English international feed. It's another virtual league that will conclude tomorrow. And we'll see one name lift that trophy in Cologne, Germany. Picking up €40,000. But to get there, you have to get through Swiss rounds. 3 wins is the magic number. You can lose a few games on the way. You just can't lose 3. It will be Gaucho from right to left. Berat May. Kicking from left to right. He has had the nicest matchmaking as Berat May. He had to face Dolomite and the Stranger in his last 2 games. He did beat Dolomite though, which no doubt would have given him some confidence.
Yeah, Dolomite and the Stranger both exceptionally well so far in this tournament. See, Dolan's still got to get 1 win over the line. But as you said, getting that win against Dolomite certainly will give him confidence throughout the remainder of this tournament.
Here's Gaucho now with Bellingham. He's trying to find that one more pass into Haaland, but couldn't quite find the extra move that he was looking for on the side of the Gaucho. His matchmaking's been a little bit different. He's had to play Julie of Schalke. He beat him, then went and beat Hanover's Fabio. And then it was a tasting of defeat to Levi Finn, who is one of 2 players alongside the Stranger to already be in the knockouts. Could be a ball over the top. That has got to be a goal. We left the game at the worst possible time there.
Reminder that we are watching the German feed international. Obviously, we're here in the UK, so we didn't get to see that. Now, if we come back to that game and there's not a goal there, Brandon, I want to know, A, what happened, B, how.
There you go. There was a goal. Diaby with it. Berat May up by a goal to the good against Gaucho, his first chance going forward. I'm sure we'll get to see it again on the replay, hopefully. But, yeah, you're right to say it, Alex. If he didn't score, it would have been unbelievable goalkeeping.
I'm sure the ball got whipped into Lewandowski, though. So unless they went for the extra pass off a cross, I think this may have been carrying on from a different attack.
You might be right.
Diaby here, yeah, so they didn't get a goal from that. Diaby at the near post with a green time finish. I really want to see the replay on how Burak May did not get a goal earlier in that build-up. However, he still got the goal that he was after, and it is 1-0.
Ponzo Davies trying to claw back the result for Gaucho. Now we'll jump across to this game. This is elimination fee for Megabit. Has just scored with Robert Lewandowski. In the 18th minute, you lose, you're out the tournament. He's just scored against his former club, Werder Bremen, which he sort of made his claim to fame at.
Sure, we'll get a look at the highlight here. Megabit winning that ball high in that press, distributing it straight away into Lewandowski with that driven pass. Green time finish. We said Megabit has that experience in these sort of scenarios. Virtual Bundesliga winner, 2018-19. He's been there, he's done that. He knows what he needs to do. He gives himself that first goal in what is going to be a tight and cagey affair, as one of these players will be leaving us.
Yeah, and as this game does take place, plenty of other games taking place in the Virtual Bundesliga. If you want to follow the results, head over to virtual.bundesliga.com. And you can see the full standings from the PlayStation and the Xbox. Long ball over the top. Well played, Kevin Trapp, who will get two hands on it. Some other matches taking place do include Dolomite against Julie. That one, qualification game. Zizou Zidane against H96 Fabio. Another game that will be on your way to qualification.
Big step there from Megabit with that Da Costa just backing himself in his defensive duties. Reading said, he's saying, you have no options on here. I'm going to come across, be aggressive in that press, covering off that wing ball. And that's something that Megabit can do so well if you give him the chance to.
In terms of that win that he just had, Alex, what would that have done for him mentally? It was a penalty shootout win, but regardless, it was, as I said to Richard, it's 3 cup finals he's got. He was 0-2. He has to win 3 games in a row, back to back to back. I'll get your thoughts in a second from that one. Before that, we've got to speak about this. Gaucho has just scored for RB Leipzig, and this is the goal that he scored.
Nkunku working it on that edge of the 18. Taking the time, the nice footwork, seeing if the opportunity opens up, the extra pass into the middle. Very different on the way that you normally see that go inside that 18-yard box. But Bellingham managing to find man inside that 18-yard box. And Gaucho, time, patience, working exceptionally well. But going back to the original point that you said there, Brandon, yeah, said he picked up that win on penalties, which you've got to have essentially 3 back-to-back finals now to make it through. From that point, he's obviously got that 1-2 record. 2 more wins under his belt would see him through. However, doing that, especially after a penalty shootout, that's the time where you actually would be quite grateful for a break to tomorrow as Haaland comes through for Megabit.
Surely, surely, surely the goalkeeper movement is very questionable there. Just went to one side and went Megabit. There's an open goal. Put the ball into it.
Emotions were high for Sedi after that win on penalty shootout, and you just saw a reaction there from the coach and the player himself, and it seems to be a bit of a disagreement in maybe goalkeeper movement, how the chance developed, how the space opened up so easily for Megabit. And they are feeling the pressure right now to have that sort of reaction early on in this matchup. He's coming straight back though, manages to get that shot off across with Silas. Brandon, he's going to be so disappointed not to find the back of the net.
I think when you play with goalkeeper movement, you are playing with fire, quite literally. It works 2 ways. Such a risky manoeuvre. It's one of those small intricacies which players will argue will cause that skill gap debate of thinking outside the box, thinking an extra step ahead of your opponent. He just got it all wrong there at half-time. He's 2-0 down, and this is not the position you want to be in. in an elimination game. I just love the fact Megavit has got no one around him in his corner. He doesn't need anyone. Just in the zone on his own. And at the moment, he's leading by 2-0.
Yeah, and in these sort of elimination games that you can be having that coach next to you works one of two ways. Megabit saying, look, things aren't going well. I'm happy to just deal with it on my own. I know exactly what I need to do. I can have that conversation with myself. Obviously, on the other side of things, Seti right now not having it go his way. So him and his coach going back and forth, trying to fix things.
Referee.
Brandon?
No, it says
Brandon?
that's not a penalty.
What? How was that? Referee saying no.
I think one thing you see in the virtual Bundesliga with the club championship, there is such a camaraderie of teams. You look especially at RB Leipzig being the prime example of that. Just look behind the seat of Gaucho. There's teammates there, coaches there, social media managers there. Same for FC Heidenheim. Ball forward, Gaucho. What a save! What a save! What heroics! At the back that was. That might have been Ndicka. No, it was Danny Da Costa that just threw his body on the line there and said, you've got to beat me and the goalkeeper if you're going to score.
If you have Danny Da Costa in your club and you are not using him, there is a statement from that item to get him into your team. He can play right back, he can play centre back, he can do it all. A lifeline given to Burak May. You saw the reaction from Gaucho, who was just sitting there saying, how have we not put one past the opponent?
Unbelievable scenes. Back to this one now. Megabit on the hunt for goal number 3, Lewandowski. Trying to be the goal scorer of it. But back to the point I was alluding to, there is just a difference in a lot of these teams in the virtual Bundesliga where they are such a team. You just saw off the POV of Burak May there. Time Green finesse just wide from Jude Bellingham. But Denny 10, he was playing FIFA earlier this morning. He's had to wait a long day. No doubt it was a frustrating day here for him on the PlayStation, alongside a lot of PlayStation players with a couple of technical difficulties that was out of their own hands. But still, was in that player booth, still behind his teammate, still supporting him. As we get into, what, near enough 9 o'clock in Germany.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Having your teammates there, staff members, colleagues, people supporting you. I always say it, as an esports team, as an org, as a club, you win and you lose together. It's not just a one-man team for a lot of players and clubs nowadays. There's so much more going on behind the scenes that just gives you as a player, yes, that added bit of pressure, knowing you've got to perform for everyone, but also that feeling of a family. And that can help so much in these tight moments.
This is round 4 of the Swiss, our last round of action here. In the virtual Bundesliga day 1, we've got Megabit against Lobsedi. This is elimination FIFA. One of these two will be knocked out of the tournament. Will it be the 2019 German champion? Falling, some would say, at the first hurdle. Or will he be heading into day 2 with it still all to play for at 2-2? Maybe we can get a goal, Lobsedi. It's not the worst scoreline to take into the second leg with all to play for. De Gaucho has turned this game on its head. He was 1-0 down. Now he leads 2-1. We'll see the goal, I'm going to show you on the replay. Here it comes now.
Bellingham just taking that time, bit of patience, working it extra off across. Selas with a fancy footwork. Numbers inside that 18-yard box, but there's a lot of red shirts, and Kunku with a cutting pass, finding its way through. And a composed, calm finish at that near post again. But a Gaucho right now doing everything right. And Burak May, we saw after conceding that goal straight away, giving the ball off away at kickoff. Just needs to settle in. Still plenty of FIFA to be played. It's only 1 goal in that deficit. Gaucho will be very happy in the position that he's in.
He's probably thinking, thank God there was no Danny Da Costa in the way that time for Gaucho. After his heroics. Saved Burak May from conceding a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. Brilliant defending. Putting the life on the line for Burak May. Unfortunately, this time for him, we do see the finish coming through. And 8 minutes remaining. Gaucho maybe just wanting to say, can I grab another and give myself a 2-goal cushion? Would certainly make that second leg much easier.
Chance back to goal. Florian Wirtz. Good save. Castells. Had to be big, and he was. Still, this chance is alive. Corner taken short. As we leave this one, back across. Megabit rubbing salt in the wounds and saying there is no chance in hell that Lobsetti is turning this game around in the second leg. 3-0 now. Werder Bremen's former German champion is leading.
Yeah, Megabit getting a cushioned goal, making it 3-0. Then into Bellingham on the run, going for the lofted ball. And then the little pass off down into Diaby.
He's loved that, though. He's loved it, isn't he, Alex? Just finding that big player in the attack and then finding a way through.
Yeah, it's certainly something Megabit has been practicing over the recent weeks. Coming into the finals here this weekend. Chance. Burak May will not be happy with that. Through ball coming through. Kind of ball roll scoop past the goalkeeper. Instead of backing himself in front of goal. That would have certainly made the tie a lot more open. It would have been 2-2 going into that second leg. Now he still finds himself 1 goal down. Back over to Lobsetti. Megabit. Megabit now 3-0 up, as we just saw. Lobsetti not done enough to even generate clear-cut chances. Megabit's defence has been rock solid.
Diaby, this is a chance. Speak about rock-solid defenders. There's another one that pops up.
Yeah, and that's also for Lobsetti. He will be so disappointed to not go for that extra pass off across. It almost looked guaranteed for the goal. Would have made it 3-1. I'm sure Lobsetti's coach will just be saying, look, you made a rash decision there. There could have been a goal. You're letting the game get to you, the occasion get to you. We can't afford to do that against a player like Megabit. Chances come few and far between, as we've seen.
Added time of a minute. It feels like we're seeing Megabit from round 1 in Swiss. A player that we didn't see winning games for the last 2 rounds. He's on his own in that booth. Does not need a coach. Does not need anyone around him. He knows it's going to be a long journey if he's lifting that trophy come tomorrow evening. That's the setup there in Cologne. It's been a long day for a handful of these pros as we approach the last and the final game here in round 4 on the Xbox. But still, we have a second leg to conclude, as it is Burak May 1. De Gaucho is by 2-1, sorry. That game's still not done. There's only a goal in it. We've been in FIFA for long enough, and we've seen enough of FIFA, Alex, to know that a 1-goal cushion really isn't anything. And even, I mean, a Megabit's 3-0 is something, but that still could easily be overturned.
Yeah, it could be. 90 minutes in FIFA can change in the matter, literally, of minutes. 5 minutes, and you can have 2 goals conceded. I would go back to the point of Megabit being 3-0 up. Experience that he has. He's won the virtual Bundesliga before, 2018-19. There's a reason why he's done that. I think for Lobsetti, it's going to be very difficult for him to find a way to not only get past Megabit and put the ball in the back of the net, but to sort his mental out. I think there's been a few occasions where he's just rushed into some decisions that has obviously led to Megabit's dominant performance in that first leg. But we won't write him off just yet. There is that possibility, but I think it is all to play for between Burak May and De Gaucho. 2-1, De Gaucho right now. That's the game which I will be most excited for. And hopefully we'll see a lot of that broadcast in that second leg, because it's such a tight affair. It will be interesting to see which player will be dominant in that game.
Yeah, well, we will see that second leg. We're going to go to a quick break now just to get the games reset, get them set up for the final matchup of today. And as we said, we'll be finding out who will be finding their way into the knockout stages or who will be leaving the tournament in day one of the virtual Bundesliga. Of course, we've been providing you with this international stream here in the UK while the finals are live in Cologne right now. So a quick break. When we'll be back, we'll have that leg 2 ready for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Here we go then. Final matchup here in day one for the virtual Bundesliga day one. We appreciate your patience across this day where we've had loads of matches taking place live from Cologne in Germany. My name is Brandon Smith, of course, alongside Alex Bowden, the FIFA analyst. Just reacting off some results, Alex, that have just come in on the opposite side. Obviously, Gaucho and Megabit's matches were the ones we've been focusing solely on. But as it currently stands, Don Chap leading against Stylo. Looks like Bayern Munich's only hope of a winner could be out of the tournament. And he was 1-0 down, Dolomite, but he does lead 3-2 at the end of leg one against Julie of Schalke. So a lot of matches still to talk about, a lot of results still to uncover.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that even with Dolomite going behind, with how he was attacking in those previous games, there's always going to be goals there from that man right now. Obviously, our attention is on Brock May versus the Gaucho. Gaucho with that 2-1 lead, and then Lobsedi down and behind against Megabit, which will be a very difficult game for him to pull back there and kick things off in this second leg.
This is a qualification game. You win this, the pressure is off because you are guaranteed to be in the top 8. I mean, that does relieve a lot of pressure, Alex, doesn't it? If you can win this game, you're just playing for Seedom.
Yeah, 100%. Just knowing that you win this, you are through to the knockouts tomorrow. Obviously, one of these players will lose, and it will put them 2-2, which still puts them through to tomorrow. But then they have to win their first game to obviously make it through to the knockouts, which, coming into the tournament, obviously your goal is to always win it, but definitely just make it through to the knockouts, because then anything can happen.
Gaucho up by 2-1. Looking to make it a double this year for RB Leipzig. They were club champions just a few months ago. And not forget, they've got Anders Vergang on their books alongside Umit. It's not a bad team that has featured this year in the virtual Bundesliga. And with Umit being a Bundesliga champion last year, they'll be looking to go back-to-back as a team. Florian Wirtz now. Barat May looks for a cutback. We leave this one for more goals from Megabit. This is elimination fee for this one. 0 and 2. 1 and 2 matchup. 1 win, 2 defeats. You get 3 defeats. You're out the tournament. As it stands, it looks like that third defeat is coming towards Lobsedi or VFL Bochum. There's one way to start a second leg. When you're 3-0 down, it's not like this.
Yeah, and like we said before, Brandon, going into that, there's one player that will be difficult to break down and keep that mental as well for Lobsedi. As you see, Megabit coming off across. Megabit is such a difficult player to break down when he's on his day. And I mentioned about how Lobsedi needs to get his mental state together and make sure that everything was as good as it needed to be. You can't give Megabit time and room to claw back that 3-goal deficit, and his nightmare has just come true. 4-0 down, and you would imagine this is game, set, match win. I don't like to say it too early, but 4 goals is a lot to come back.
I think Megovic is going to keep the throttle down as he looks for goal number 5. It's headers and volleys time from Haaland. It could be an easy tap in. Just a bit too wide for Lewandowski there. Unfortunately, cannot get his foot around the ball and steer that one towards the goal.
Yeah, make a bit being confident with that play with Haaland. Again, lofting it into the box, but the little touchdown, trying to flick it onto that left foot. Green time volley. The block coming through. He is oozing with confidence right now. And for Megabit, as the cross comes into the back stick, Haaland, for Megabit, you'll be 2-2. You'll be going into tomorrow. He'll be wanting to play that game now. He doesn't want to have a break, especially with a dominant performance like this. He'd much prefer to get that deciding game out the way. He may relish the break, mind you, but I think after this performance, he'll be like, give me another game. Let me go.
Oh, another good chance for Florian Wirtz. I mean, it must be said that there is going to be quite a lengthy break for a lot of these players. They'll have to wait roughly until about 11 a.m. tomorrow UK time, midday in Germany, to play round 5. It's a lot of time to think and to overthink potentially your matchup, because you'll know who you'll be playing at the end of play tonight.
Yeah, preparation again. Players, coaches will be taking a look and saying, right, who are we up against? Let's watch some of their games from today, identifying their weaknesses, what they can look to exploit. So although it may be done here tonight after this round, I can assure you the coaching staff, the players themselves, will still spend some time analysing, breaking it all down, and trying to find any sort of advantage they can have.
More goals going in around the grounds. It is Dolomite leading just about by 4-3. Fabio leading Zizou Zidane. It looks as if it's going to be a perfect day in the office for Levi Finn. Up by 2-0 against the stranger. Well, this is another chance. He's just offside. I mean, it's those small margins that just aren't going with you for Lobsedi. You start to sit there and think that maybe it's just not my day.
Quite possibly with, I was just about to say, let's get us back over to this game. This is the game for us to keep our eyes on. 35th minute, Barat May still trailing that 1 goal to the Gaucho. This is where we want to keep our eyes and focus on.
Oh, Megabit scored again.
I mean, it's just bread and butter right now for him by the looks of it. Megabit doing what Megabit can do best. I hyped him up at the start of the day, saying he can attack so quick, using the runners. So difficult to track so many men. Bellingham now lays it off. One extra pass again. And what Lob said he couldn't do at the other end, Lewandowski does for Megabit and makes it 5-0 on aggregate. Brandon, I think even if you had a 5-0 advantage, you'd still manage to hold on to that.
Just about, maybe 5-4. Megabit, though, without a care in the world right now. He knows it's still a long way to go if he's going to make it into knockout stages, but he's done everything he can from being up by 1 win, then dropping down to a negative record of 1 and 2. He will sleep tonight knowing that 1 more win will move him into the knockout stages. This one is a game for qualification, and it's 45 minutes away from RB Leipzig having a name in the knockout stages. This one not at half-time as of yet, but we pretty much can tell you which way it's going. It could be 6. Lewandowski turning Megabit. Oh, wow. The hold-up play there from Lewandowski. Just to say, see you later to 1 or 2 defenders. This is really just rubbing salt in the wounds, unfortunately, for VFL Bochum's Lopsedi.
I really respect that Lopsedi's clearly still going for it, regardless of the scoreline. Thinks, if I just get 1 goal, maybe, just maybe. But Megabit showing no mercy. Constantly going forward, constantly looking to get goals. And as you said, rub more salt in the wounds. That game is definitely over now, though. 45 minutes left. And if Lopsedi did pull this one back, I think that would be the greatest comeback we've ever seen in FIFA eSports history.
Yeah, it would be ridiculous. Just love that Megabit takes a sip of a drink. He's still not done. Matthias looking for goal number 7. Of course, we aren't controlling switching between games here. We are just following the German broadcast feed, so you can probably tell we'd love to get back to the game that's a bit more important right now in terms of scoreline. This is the game that would allow you to sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that you are in the knockout stages. It's between FC Heidenheim and RB Leipzig. Good save from Castells, but 6 goals in 35 minutes is just pretty much an impossible task.
Move us back over, Brandon. Get us back over to Bharat May versus the Gaucho.
We wish we had the power. 6-0. It's job done. Megabit. There you go. Right, we're moving back. This one. Gaucho still in the lead by 2 goals to 1. Could be on his way to 3-1. Haaland's through. What a tackle. Maybe not. Does go into the books. A red card. Lacroix. That's a game-changing moment there. Why are we leaving the game?
Keep us over. Why are we gone? Either way, Bharat May, a huge risk there to come through and make that tackle. If you don't win that ball, Haaland in on goal. It's a goal-scoring opportunity, Brandon. It has to be a red card.
And the referee agrees with you there. Lacroix off the pitch for a red card. Megabit is up by 6-0. We have to get back to the other game. I really wish we could. That is going to change things there, especially for Gaucho, who's in the lead already. He's already got a 2-1 advantage in that time. He's now up against 10 men. I mean, how do you reconstruct that formation, Alex, if you are in control?
Well, I mean, for Bharat May, with the red card that we just saw, he's running a 3 at the back. So, does he keep hold of that? And does he sacrifice a left mid, a striker? It's so difficult to do anything there. I'd say the most logical play could be to take out the left mid and use that as your man sent off, and then have the centre attacking mid left on balanced, and then the centre attacking mid, when you don't have the ball and you're defending, will drop in to that left mid position. So you can still keep that 3 at the back, but obviously there's going to be a gap somewhere, and it's just whether the Gaucho can pick those gaps apart and find that way through.
Well, you can see that Lewandowski's already dropped down.
Yeah, so he's gone for a drop down of the striker, bringing Lewandowski into the middle of the pitch. Davies in at left centre back now, I would imagine. His work rates, his defensive ability doesn't excel there. So Baratme just needs to be mindful of that and make sure that he is keeping him in check, unless he's changed into a 4 at the back.
Watch this overload now. Alphonso Davies on this left-hand side. For Baratme. Trails by 2-1 here against Gaucho. This would be a storyline if he was able to fight back with 10 men. Brilliant save. A time green finish. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Just about Lewandowski. Twisting, turn in the box. Diaby, good feet. The referee says get back up on your feet, but regardless, he's building.
A big tackle there from Kimmich, who we haven't seen all too much today. But a great box-to-box in the middle. And also played a holding role. Chance here, though.
Florian Wirtz, is there one more pass? Thought about it. David Costa. Back to save the day. What a tightly contested game this one is. A game of margins, fine margins. Between two players desperate to get qualification done today. Diaby, ball across, then Kunku, great save!
Goalkeeper out quick off the line there, closing down that angle, making it so difficult for the Gaucho to just find the back of the net. But chances are coming. The 10 men of Baratme starting to show their weaknesses.
Oh, this is great feat. Gaucho building on his own. He thought about the cutback, but he went for the near post as his coach does clap it and says, you know what, you've done really well there to create that chance.
Yeah, so we saw the 4-3-1-2 coming through. Lacroix being put into centre attacking mid. Obviously not on the pitch. So no player in that centre attacking mid role. Now willing to take a little bit more of a risk as we move back over to Lobsedi and Megabit. I think Lobsedi now has accepted defeat and just said, look, let's try not to concede anymore. Let's accept that Megabit was a better player today. Megabit fights to live another day and will be going through to tomorrow, 2-2. Still needs to win his next match to make the knockouts. Former virtual Bundesliga champion. And I said...
And there's goal number 7.
I said, Brandon, how Lob said he may be just conceding that, you know, the game was done, looking to shut up shop and say, let's not let it be any more rash decisions. On Megabit, I like to see it, though. Players, regardless of the result, keep going, keep pushing. We see that with Anders, for example. Never, ever stops. Carries on going, and that's what produces some of the best FIFA players in the world.
Well, commiserations to Lobsedi. He leaves the virtual Bundesliga as we join this one to conclude. This is to qualify. Offside trap played badly. Another great save. How many times can he save it?
The Gaucho just happy enough to keep the ball up this end, though. Yes, wants that third goal to put the tie to bed. But with 10 men for Baratme, gaps are appearing. I just really hope that they don't come back to haunt him there. Typical commentators comment. Will it come back to haunt them? If you are the Gaucho, though, maybe that just, in the back of your mind, something to be mindful of.
This is our final game of today. The loser of this is not out the tournament. It's just the case of being back to a 2-2 scenario. You win this, you're 3-1. 3 is the magic number. Yeah, it's difficult, though, no doubt, when you've got 10 players, Alex, to try and still offer something offensively going forward without leaving too much at the back open.
It literally is almost impossible. You are going to leave gaps in behind. It's just whether you can win that press high at the pitch and get that ball and take it down the other end. Because essentially when you get the ball into the final third and you attack, the probably got your normal numbers anyway. But like here, the Gaucho just doing enough to make Burak chase essentially shadows. But the offside trap coming through and working to a T. You say about that should it be Burak who loses this game, he will go to 2-2 and possibly has that matchup of someone like Megabit. Substitutions coming in.
6.5 minutes. Got Denny 10 over the shoulder of Burak, player that already qualified for the knockout stages earlier today on the PlayStation. It would be a bad day in the office if it was 2 for 2 for FC Heidenheim, but I don't think that's going to be the case. 4 minutes left here. Game management will be coming out in full force unless there's an equaliser. Silas. Elastico. Davies picks it up. Gaucho, this is in your hands now. The press will be relentless though. Lewandowski wins it only for Solong and Kunku hustling away to win the ball back low for Matthias Bellingham. Interchanging well. Robert Lewandowski. Oh. Danny Da Costa had to be careful with the animation of the tackle there. Two minutes. How rarely do you see 2 minutes of added time? It's always one, so it feels. Gaucho. This time it really is in your hands. But just keep possession. What a ball that could be. He knows he's broken the trap. 2 minutes of added time is done. Gaucho will be into knockout stages in the virtual Bundesliga. RB Leipzig have their first man through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, incredibly well there to have that control, composure. The press was relentless from Burak. I'm going to be honest, Brandon. I thought it was going to win the ball and possibly have one more opportunity, but the Gaucho, the left stick dribbling out of this world, taking the ball into the middle, through ball down the other side and says, you know what, game, set, match. I'm going to kick this one out and I am going to go straight through to the knockouts, meaning that the Gaucho doesn't need to play in that first game tomorrow, so could just relax a little bit, kind of get a little bit of composure going through again, watch the other players support his teammates as well, and then obviously start things off in Knockout Sunday for him.
I think just, as you said, the pressure off the shoulders, Alex. Well, you know, we're playing for, if anything, seeding tomorrow in that round of 8 at most, but the pressure is off. Only 8 players from each console will go through to the top 8. We've lost already a handful of names here today. There is still a lot more to unfold tomorrow. Megabit, as we said, he's still 1 win away. Burak is still 1 win away. That could be a matchup tomorrow. Who knows? A 2-2 matchup. There's been so many good games here on the Xbox. And we have to keep in mind that the PlayStation still is not finalised. We had a PlayStation issue earlier today, which meant that we didn't get to play round 4 of the Swiss round. So that's being played first thing tomorrow. There are still so many stories to unfold today. We've only had, I think the starter of what is to come. The main course will be tomorrow, and then dessert will be late in the evening here in the UK, where we'll be cracking into our cross-console finals.
Yeah, and the cross-console final. Something that I'm looking forward to. Obviously, we've not had that this year as well. So that will just add that extra bit of excitement to it. Obviously, we know that there's great players on both platforms. So we'll just be finding out who will be our PlayStation winner, Xbox winner, and then our overall winner of the virtual Bundesliga.
Yeah, for the final time. So let's get Richard Buckley back into the mix there. Richard, Megabit is still in the hat for tomorrow. De Gaucho, though, gets the job done. He's into the knockout stages.
Yeah, 100%, Brandon. I think the big thing that I'll be looking at is who can replicate, who can get better, and who's going to fall off. Because I guarantee there'll be players who have had a great day 1, day 2, first knockout game, see you later. And there'll be players who finish 3 and 2, who maybe have to go to that round 5, who have to battle through and then get better and better and better throughout the tournament. Very similar. We saw it last weekend, maybe the weekend before. I can't really remember the E-Champions League Grand Finals. Matheus Bonanno, starting in the losers bracket, was poor in the first round. He went through on a penalty shootout against Roy Feldman and just got better throughout the day. Went into the losers bracket final against Tex. People thought he were going to lose. And went and beat Tex, 6-0, I think, over the course of the 2 legs. If you can stay in the tournament, don't matter if you're playing good or bad, you have got a chance. That's the most important thing. Doesn't matter if you're 3-0 through Swiss comfortably, 3-2, and you've got to battle away. Just make sure that you're here tomorrow in those knockouts.
Yeah. No, absolutely. As we said, well, we've sort of got to the end of day one here, gentlemen. 32 players did arrive originally. I mean, we've sort of half finished the Swiss rounds. There is still more to come tomorrow, but I want to get your final thoughts of today. Alex, will come to you first. Your first taste of the virtual Bundesliga today in the Swiss rounds. What have you made of it?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I think the thing that I said, and we explained, that the players took a little while to get going. The first round, not too many goals to boast about, and then the second round a little bit more. But then the players have started to really open up. And our good friend Ryan Pessoa always say that, Swiss is what Swiss is. Get yourself through to knockout, and that is actually where the tournament starts. So I'm excited to see tomorrow how the players raise their game based off what we saw today in that Swiss. Because knockout FIFA is just so much more different compared to the Swiss format.
Yeah, and Rich as well. Thoughts on today? I mean, some would say a couple of shocks, but regardless of it, there's still a lot more to unfold tomorrow. We are anywhere near a cross-continental final. We've still got to get to that round 5 of Swiss and then reassess the final 16 have actually made it through.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not even halfway through. We've not finished Swiss yet. So tomorrow is going to be a real interesting day. Who has a good night's rest? Who can analyse their opponent? Who can get ready for tomorrow? Because you're straight in and you have to perform to the very highest level and then continue that. Make that stretch throughout the day if you've got a hope of lifting the virtual Bundesliga trophy.
No, absolutely. Again, and a massive thank you to everyone that has been watching our international feed here on EA Sports' channels, whether that's been over on Twitch, YouTube. We do appreciate your support. Hopefully you've earned some of those viewership rewards today. If not, come back tomorrow and get your hands on some of those viewership rewards. We've loved bringing you the coverage live from Cologne. We might be in England, but we've still been amongst it in Germany, and there is still so much to unfold tomorrow. It's been a pleasure from myself, Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, Alex Bowden, the FIFA analyst. We've got so much more to unfold tomorrow. We're off for a night's sleep and the opportunity to recover as our players are in Germany. Tomorrow we'll crown a new champion, maybe, in the virtual Bundesliga. We'll pick up the trophy and €40,000. Join us tomorrow morning in the UK for it all to unfold. We can't wait for it. Until then, it's good night from us, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Cheers for watching. Bye-bye.